Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, June 17, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. We are certainly riding high here at AH Inc., or should I say AH Inc., something like that. It has been a tremendous week of programming here. It has been a tremendous few days. I mean, ever since, I was telling this to Rick as I was leaving the studio yesterday, I feel like life has truly changed for all of us. You just walk outside in New York City, everyone is in such a good mood. Everyone is so happy. The sunsets have been beautiful. The vibes have been tremendously high. The mood is, it's off the charts right now. And I just feel like the world is healing. The wars are going to end. The fighting is going to end. The arguing, the segregation, the animosity, the tension. It's all going to be healed as a result of what happened Saturday night in San Antonio. Last night at around 9, I was thinking to myself, I'd be crapping my pants right now if Game 6 was going on. Instead, I was walking to a ice cream shop near our house with my family, just like marveling at life. Oh, look at the deer over there, spreading ticks around our lawn. Look at the bunny rabbits over there. Look at Matcha having just a wonderful, wonderful time, eating all the garbage next to the ice cream shop. It's just an amazing time to be alive. World Cup is going on.
Mate,
yeah, you got the World Cup. You've got Messi scoring a hat trick. We are going to look back on this as one of those sort of demarcation lines where it's like, oh, everything changed. Tomorrow's the parade. I will be there. Do you guys need me as a correspondent? Should I call in or should I just focus?
Still going on? Absolutely.
You don't think it'll still be going on at 1 o'clock?
I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
If it is, then we'd love to have you in. You talk about how great this summer is. I'm nostalgic for this summer, and we're still in it.
We're still in it.
Still in it. It's so good.
It's going to be... Oh, yeah! It's going to be December 14th, and we're going to be like, do you remember June? Do you remember how we were feeling?
You remember when we went, Knicks won the finals, we were all in New York.
Yeah.
McGregor came in studio.
Yeah.
Coming back. We did the UFC White House.
Yeah.
World Cup was on fire. Those were good times. Man. We're going to miss these days. I already know that much.
And, Armin on Monday was an absolute banger. Obviously, yesterday, thank you to all who watched.
Hey, I was looking. 2 of the top 4 videos in the Uncrowned era.
In the last 2 days. Wow, that is wild. Amazing. And then let's just follow it up with Alex Pereira in studio today at 4 o'clock. Alex Volkanovski prior to that at around 3:15, and Sugar Sean O'Malley at around 2 o'clock. Is that enough? Is that good enough? Oh, by the way, let's have Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission, who is overseeing the White House event, also in studio in about 50 minutes' time. Is that enough? Is that good enough? Oh, you have a wrestler on. Ooh, you talk about the Knicks. There ain't no show like this on the planet. There never will be a show like this on the planet as far as combat sports is concerned. And dare I say, as far as sports are concerned, in terms of the newsmakers in the sport that we cover, there ain't a show like this, and there will never be a show like this. And I have no problem saying that because we have put in the time, we have put in the effort to make the show what it is today. And so I'm so excited about today's show, so excited about where we're at, so excited about what's to come. I do have to say, I looked at the sushi place, and on the website, I tried to make a reservation, and it said for parties greater than 6, you have to call. So initially, I had a bit of a heart attack because I was like, oh no, are they booked? Very possible, small place. But now I have to call. And then I thought, who's going to get the call? Hey, it's just too tight. Who's going to...
No one. I'll call for you.
Call them up. Because I really want you guys to experience this.
What's the name of the place, man?
Yeah, what is it? Can I just say it? Or
Why not?
I don't know. Give him.
We're not gonna give him the day. We're not gonna give him anything.
Sushi.
It's not like we're gonna not talk about it the next day after we go.
Right. We're probably gonna talk about it a lot before and after, right?
We might as well find out.
Wait. Kame. Kame omakase. 3616 West Spring Mountain Road, Suite 103.
Maybe we didn't have to do all
We
that.
had to give the.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to give them.
Wow, 4.7 on 1,900 reviews.
Yeah.
How many Michelin stars?
Who knows?
Who cares?
Frankie, do me a favor and call them up real quick. And,
Yes, sir.
should we call them live on the air?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
And
Are
then
we
they'll know
smoking
the
the Boom
day,
Batty
the
in the parking
time,
lot?
the person we talked to.
Yes. Hello, I'm calling on behalf of the AH Inc. program. And
I can call them as well.
oh my God, how many people are going to call on our behalf? I don't know. Who do we trust with this task? Do we trust the intern with this, or do we think that a steady hand like Frank Lenz would be able to do it? Hello, I'm Frank Lenz calling on behalf of AH Inc.
I can hear
Frank,
it
Be
right
like,
now.
hey man.
Mysterious
Hey,
Frank,
man.
you mean?
Looking to make a reservation for
Hey
you.
man, konnichiwa,
I have set many reservations for us that have gone off well.
arigato for your time.
I'm looking at the pictures. This place looks absolutely insane.
No, yo, there's cantaloupe for $50, man. It says you've never tried
It
anything.
doesn't impress me.
It does impress
because
you.
you said
No.
it's really not that good, but it costs $50.
It's $50 because it's grown on special trees in Japan that they ship in once a day.
What
It's
is this,
unbe-
lobster carpaccio? I mean,
Oh, I'm telling you guys. Do you think I'd be hyping it up this much if it wasn't legit?
We're gonna take up the whole restaurant. There's only like 10 seats in
I
there.
know that's the thing.
Mrs. On Air is going to be in Vegas. She's invited, right?
Um,
She actually might enjoy it more than I will.
I don't know if that was part of the deal. What, we're doing plus ones now?
No, I just won't
Wait,
go.
we are? We're doing
I just
plus
won't
ones?
go.
Wow.
We're doing the signature omakase, yeah?
Whatever it is. I don't know. Whatever the big one is. Anyway, there's a lot to get into, my friends. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of guests. We're still flying high. Could you imagine what it was like for old Victor Wembanyama as he's watching the World Cup yesterday, his French team, Les Bleus, going up against Senegal. They win 3-1. Could you imagine what he was feeling when these fine gentlemen are on the screen, just having a grand old time at MetLife? There he is, Mikal Bridges. Yes, OG Anunoby, and our sharpshooter off the bench, Mr. Miles, a.k.a. Deuce McBride, just enjoying the game. Do you think he was triggered? Do you think he was upset? These guys are, talk about the summer of our lives. These dudes are having the summer of their lives. They're going everywhere. I saw a thing where Mike Brown was getting a standing ovation with the finest restaurants in New York City. What about tonight at Yankee Stadium? It's going to be a dual first pitch, ceremonial first pitch. I mean, Jordan, you got to pull up to this. Josh and Jalen throwing out the first pitch.
Maybe I should just go for the first inning, see them throw the first pitch, and then get rested for the parade.
That's a good shout. So what is the verdict? You are going, right?
Yeah, so Dan, who's going to Wally Pitt me again,
What a legend this Dan is.
called Eric, must have been listening to the show,
What a guy.
said, let Jordan go to the parade. So shout out to Dan, great guy. He can have my job.
Unbelievable, yeah. Now we know who's truly committed to the job. But it's good that you're going. I'm going as well. Not really sure what to expect. I'm just going to tape it. If it's a mess, we go back home and watch it on TV, right? I feel like that's the move.
That's a good plan.
That has to be the move. By the way, also at the World Cup yesterday, right here, he didn't give me a call for some reason. Mr. Cyril Gann, bon gamin, he was there being celebrated. Pretty damn cool. What a week he's having, right? He's there, obviously supporting Les Bleus. Big time stuff. Nice to see him get his flowers. They're talking about him at the G7 summit. Look at Bonga Man out there. Later today, the Three Lions, who we have much affinity for, will be playing at 4 o'clock. Let's see what they're saying about them over on Kalshi. What are they saying about the Three Lions? England, Croatia. England 57%, Croatia 19%. So what's the rest? So I guess a draw. A draw 26%. Okay. Three Lions, is it coming home? Let me tell you something. If you're a fan of the English football team, you got to be thinking to yourself, if it happened for the Knicks, it could happen for us. Why not? Why the hell not? As we said yesterday, Conor McGregor joined us in studio. A lot of people weighing in on that. If you haven't seen it, it's up on the channel right now. Featured video. Check it out. It's what I think to be an interesting watch. Where do we stand right now as far as Kalshi is concerned? This fight coming up, rapidly approaching July 11th, Las Vegas. All right, so not much has changed. Thought maybe people would have a difference of opinion. After the interview, 67% for Max Holloway, 33% for Conor McGregor. And as always, today's episode is brought to you by our good friends over at Kalshi. We appreciate them very much, and we urge you to support them because they support us. They are the largest prediction market in the United States. And what makes Kalshi different from all the others is this: you are not playing against the house. Kalshi is peer-to-peer trading. You buy yes or no contracts on whether something will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. Think of it like buying or selling a stock. And the line isn't set by some kind of algorithm working against you. It's all public opinion that sets the price. There's the QR code right there, and it's important if you want to scan that, because if you download the Kalshi app right now and use the code Helwani, you could get $10 when you trade $10. That's Kalshi. Kalshi, by the way, is CFTC approved, which is why it's available all across the country, including California and Texas. That means it is federally regulated, all on the up and up. Our good friends over at Kalshi want you to download the app right now. Use the code Helwani, $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, trade what's next. So there you have it. As far as our friends are concerned, please support them because they support us. Earlier in the program, I mentioned that Alex Pereira is going to be joining us, and Andy Foster as well. Obviously, the finish of the Ciryl Gane versus Alex Pereira fight, much discussed. Alex Pereira weighing in on social media, on his YouTube channel. He's making it known that he is very upset at Herb Dean. He feels like the shots were to the back of the head. He feels like he was wronged. He wants a rematch. He's posting things like this on social media. That's a picture of Herb Dean with a no, with an X and a no. Not very subtle, but that's how he feels about it all. He did a whole video on his YouTube channel in Portuguese talking about it. Obviously, we'll talk to him about it on today's program. Here's Herb Dean taking to social media to defend himself.
The White House card was amazing. I can't imagine a way it could have been better. I could tell by some of the comments online that I owe you guys an explanation about the rules and how I refereed the fight. First of all respect to both fighters. I'm talking about Gane and Pereira. Amazing fight. Okay, so let's get into it with this rule. Okay, the rule we're talking about is the back of the head, and that's confusing because it's different than boxing. And the way we enforce this rule is we focus on the nape of the neck, and that's really what the rule should be called. The nape of the neck or occipital junction also covers the spine, and it covers a line right here with 1 inch variance to either side. So right here. So this is what we go over in a rules meeting. I will let them know that this area is a foul, off limits, that this area is a fair blow. Here is a fair blow. Turn to the side so we can see it here. Here is a fair blow. Here is a foul. Hopefully that's useful to you guys and clear things up at all. Also, I'm going to make another video about telling the story about the history of this rule and how it was made, and I think that might explain why this is here, because I think that's more there for politics. But I think it is an interesting story. So,
okay, so there you have it. You know, say what you will about Herb Dean. He does go out of his way to try to explain himself, and I do appreciate that transparency, at least the effort. A lot of other officials don't do that. It's one of the reasons why I respect Andy Foster so much, because he does that as well. And he's going to be joining us in a matter of moments. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of commission-related things, Rico Verhoeven posted this on his social media this morning. And it's basically a confirmation that they filed an appeal and that they found out yesterday the commission's decision. We're talking about the Alexander Usyk fight, of course. The ruling confirmed, I'm reading his statement, that the bell ending round 11 had already sounded before the referee physically waved off the fight. The official timekeeper said exactly that. The ringside doctor also confirmed that I showed no signs of confusion or disorientation after the bout. The commission's view was that none of those findings changed the outcome. Look, this has never been about taking anything away from Alexander. He's one of the greatest fighters of this generation. I have nothing but respect for what he's achieved. What stays with me is the feeling that after 11 unforgettable rounds on one of the biggest and most epic stages in the world, the story simply stopped before it reached its ending. He continues to say that, look, he's okay with it, he's at peace with it, but at the very end of his statement, he makes it very clear I'll be ready, Alexander. I want a rematch, in so many words. And so these appeals don't usually go, as the fighters who are appealing planned. They don't usually get reversed, but in the end, he tried, and in the end, I think he's just trying to make his case for, hey, let me get another crack. Let me try to right this wrong. Let me try to do this the right way. We're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, if you're on YouTube, stay right there. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by Andy Foster, who is the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission. He's also the chairman of the Rules Committee of the Association of Boxing Commissions. He's a WBO Hall of Famer, and he was overseeing the event at the White House. So it's a great, great privilege to have him. He just so happens to be in New York City. And so let us say hello to the one and only Andy Foster, who I do believe is standing by and about to enter our tremendous studio. Is he there? There he is. Hello, Andy. This is great. Great to see you. Welcome to our studio.
Thank you.
So nice to have you here. Eric's going to bring a chair for you. We're going to move this up right here. How fortuitous is this? I just happened to reach out to you. You're a tall man, so you can move this whichever way you like.
Yeah, is this okay?
This is movable. Just get it up a little bit closer to your mouth, if you don't mind. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, is that okay?
That good, guys? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Frank. I just wanted to reach out to you and ask you what you thought about this controversial fight. Pereira Gan controversial, and you happened to tell me that you're in New York on vacation.
Yeah.
Just like that.
I am. Yeah.
I thought maybe you were a diehard Knicks fan and you wanted to get a sense of the mood here after the championship.
I'll tell you, I was pleased that the Knicks won because I'm not really a basketball person, but I follow you.
Oh, yes.
And I know you wanted
I appreciate
them to,
that.
and
I'm still on cloud nine right now. Nothing can bother me. Nothing can upset me. It's great to experience all of it, and it's great to have you here. And you're just on vacation with family.
Yeah, after the Washington event, we took the train up.
Love it.
Just honestly, my little girl wanted to go to the Jellycat Diner at FAO Schwartz.
Oh,
you know what that is?
Tremendous, of course. Have you been yet?
Yeah, we went yesterday. We're going again today.
Back to back?
Yeah, she likes.
That's amazing. Well, I'm sorry for taking you away from your family.
Oh no, they're enjoying it. They're in the studio looking around.
Amazing.
They love
so this
is
just another thing that you can cross off the list.
Yeah,
and we won't keep you too long, but there's a lot of interesting things to talk to you about. What I found most interesting right off the bat was you were overseeing the White House event.
Well, me and Jeff and Tim Shipman, we were there together.
So how does this work? You're California State Athletic Commission executive director, but because this was on federal ground, the ABC commission was overseeing it?
The ABC itself.
Okay.
And the ABC, me, Jeff, and Tim were there.
And what was that like for you to not be, I know you came from Georgia, then California, but to not be in your home state overseeing an event, was that unique for you, or is that something you've done from time to time?
I did the Iraq event back in 2009 or 10 when we did the Fight Night for the Troops in Mosul.
Oh, yeah.
Flew over there. But I don't leave California much, or Georgia. I don't leave my home state much. I think it's probably the last time. But this was absolutely an honor. I mean, it was like you're there representing the association for the president, for all. That's the people's house. So it was very cool.
Were there any challenges because it was such a unique event as opposed to your typical MMA event?
I didn't think. I thought the UFC's production was so good, and the officials that we used were. I think you would agree that was the best you can get. That's the best officials that we could have. I mean, we pulled really good officials, and so it all went off really, really well.
I was curious about little things like the morning weigh-ins were at 11 a.m. As opposed to typically they're at 9 a.m. on the East Coast or West Coast, 9 a.m. local time. Was that because the press conference was late the night before, or was there another reason why the weigh-ins on Saturday morning were a little bit later?
I don't know what the rationale was for why they went a little bit later, but yeah, they were later. It was fine. I think there were a lot of people that were having trouble getting in due to the flights. Like there was storm systems and stuff. I know I was delayed. I know everybody that I knew that was coming was delayed just about.
Okay. So that 9 a.m. start time for the morning weigh-in, is that just an arbitrary time that has just been kind of set as the standard?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no like rule that says it has to be at 9 a.m.
No.
Okay.
No, we let the promoter decide. Remember, I did the first early weigh-in.
I remember.
So
UFC 199.
yeah, so we just let the promoter pick. I just want to get the fighters hydrated. That's the important thing to me. Is we all know that they've cut a tremendous amount of weight, and I want to get them hydrated as soon as possible. They can start rehydrating.
I'm just curious, like Josh Hokett coming up there and pretending like he had thrown up on himself and all that. Is that something that you have to look into, or do you recognize that he's just kind of playing a character?
No, he does it. If that'd been the first time he'd ever done something ridiculous, then yeah, we'd have looked into it. But we knew. I mean, he went around the thing and he's laughing. So
yeah,
like it's just part of his act.
Okay.
And he's a heavyweight, Ariel. So like when he weighs in,
sure.
I mean, you just gotta record it down.
On Sunday, it was interesting because of the weather. They had to delay things a little bit. Did that make things tricky for you? It wasn't a massive delay, but if there's an arena show, there's no delay whatsoever. And so I was just wondering from a commission standpoint if there were any sort of bumps there.
Well, I mean, we moved into the Eisenhower Executive Office building. We put all of our people in there because we thought it was going to rain. But no, I mean, we were planning to start later. But then the weather pattern just broke. It was very odd. It just went in two different directions. So, and the White House was fine. So we just got right back to work.
As you're sitting there and everything's unfolding early on, you're a proud American. You're sitting on the White House lawn. What are you feeling in that moment?
It was surreal. It was a surreal moment to look around and see the White House. And what I thought of while I was sitting there is I remember not too long ago, and I remember because I was deeply involved in it. I remember not too long ago, we were fighting for legalization of this sport, and now we're sitting on the White House lawn in arguably the most, I mean, that's an iconic event. I don't know how that's topped, but it was, I mean, you had fighter planes flying over. At one point, you had a B-1 with its afterburners coming when it got dark. It's just amazing. The President of the United States, First Lady, First Family, most of the cabinet, lots of famous people. They're all just right there, and everybody's cheering on fighters as they fight on the White House lawn. It was very American.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to meet the president?
I did.
What was that like?
He's very, very gracious. I thought he was very nice.
And so you're watching it. It's, I mean, a pretty spectacular event as far as the action is concerned. All finishes, 7 fights, all finishes. Nice tidy event. I'm not trying to advocate for less fights for fighters, but there was something nice about like a 7-fight card, if you will. I do want to ask you about 2 particular endings. First, let's start with the co-main event, because that's the reason why I actually initially reached out to you. Alex Pereira versus Ciryl Gane. Alex Pereira has since come out and said that he's pretty upset with regards to Herb Dean in particular and the shots that he say were to the back of the head. What do you think about those shots? Were they illegal? Should the fight have been stopped?
Well, I mean, it was during a sequence. And I think what started the sequence was he was hurt. And then he proceeded to, he was scrambling. And Ciryl was trying to finish him. And we have saw that time and time and time again in fight after fight after fight. And I'm sure that there are a few that got through that were probably to the back of the head. But I think Herb did exactly the right thing. I think a lot of them punches caught the ear. I thought a lot of them were legal. Probably some were not. But it's a fist fight. They're fighting each other, and we do have rules, but it was happening very quickly. And some of the movements that he was doing was like, I think when he's aiming, like he's moving too, so it's causing some of the things. It's causing some of these things to happen. And I talked to Herb about it, and I think Herb has looked at it in depth, and he's looked at a video, and he's going to probably try to do something that shows a little bit more cleaner about what exactly happened. But I don't think you can interrupt a sequence like that with that much action going on.
I understand that you're throwing punches and a fighter is moving, the opponent is moving, so it's hard to land it exactly, but is there a case to be made that, like, if it does, it does, and that's still an illegal shot? Like, if an illegal shot lands, whether or not you tried to hit someone illegally, it still did land, and that's worth stopping the fight, or at least halting the fight.
Well, that's a judgment call for the referee.
Yeah.
And the referee didn't make that call in this time.
Were you okay with how it was refereed? I
was.
Okay. And to be clear, the back of the head, can you show us what your definition is of back of the head?
Well, I mean, it's that strip down the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. We used to call it the headphones rule. We don't do that anymore. It's like that strip down the middle. So basically, you take like the spine, you take like an inch on each side and run it up, and pretty much everything else is okay. So if you catch an ear with a fist, or it's okay.
So if it hits the ear but also hits there, if it's touching the ear, that means it's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they're trained.
I remember the Aiemann Zahabi refereeing the Brock Lesnar versus Frank Mir fight, and there was a whole big scramble in that one. He did stop the fight, mid-scramble. In retrospect, do you think that was wrong? I know the sport has evolved since then, but that's one where I think like, oh, wow, this guy was on the verge of finishing, just like Cyril was, but the fight was stopped, and then, a DQ was called.
Look, it's hard to go back and with the just like you said, there's been an evolution to the way that we're doing these things, and I think we learn from that experience. So I think that would have been stopped now? I mean, some of it depends on the referee that you get because they have styles. But I would have to go back and see. It's been a long time since I saw that fight, but I'd have to go back and see how many of those were actually getting through. But and remember, like I just told you, a lot of times especially back then, we were using something called, I don't know if it was that far back, but we're using something for a long time called the headphone rule. Yeah. Where essentially, like you have a pair of head and everything, the whole back is covered, versus now where it's just that strip, which makes more sense. That soft part, if you can feel your head, you don't want to hit the soft part.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, you were okay with everything that transpired there?
Look, Ariel, I'm not saying there wasn't one or more that got through, but when you take the whole series, I was okay with it.
Okay.
And what happened. But I mean, he was moving. Some of those things, had he not been moving like he was, I don't think Cyril Gahn would have hit him in the back of the head. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so I don't think Cyril Gahn just up and just is trying to foul him. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think there's a lot of movement going on. He's targeting, he's trying to scramble, and and he's trying to finish him.
It's interesting because even when Pereira is talking about it, he's referencing things that Cyril has done in the past, and he's saying essentially I tried to warn her beforehand of X, Y, and Z. Is that fair? Should a referee take into account someone's history, previous infractions when refereeing a fight?
Well, I think they start fresh. Everybody gets a thing, but it would be irresponsible not to know who you're some history of who you're refereeing and some of the things that they've done. But I'm not certain because I didn't look at the odds because that's not something I participate in. But I would imagine that Cyril was the underdog going into that fight. I don't know for sure.
I think he was the favorite.
Was he the favorite?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if he was, so he was the favorite. But it had to be close then.
Sure.
It was a very close fight, probably on paper. And look, he just caught him. I mean, the scramble wouldn't have happened if he hadn't caught him.
Yeah.
He caught him, and I think that's where the scramble started. And then Cyril just automatically tried to finish him, just like every other fighter would try to finish.
Okay, so that's the co-main event. Your stance very clear, and I appreciate it. Now, main event, I was curious about something that happened in between the third and fourth round, where you see that it's clear that Ilya is busted up, can't see. Doctor comes in, and he's shaking his head like this fight can't continue. And then it appears as though Mark Goddard, the referee, then comes in, and another doctor comes in, and there's maybe a disagreement. And according to the rules, correct me if I'm wrong, ultimately the referee is the one who is going to be able to decide if this fight is going to continue. The doctor recommends, but the referee makes the call. And so tell me if I'm wrong there. And also, how do you feel about how that whole sequence played out?
That's the case in every state but California, I think. California, the doctor has the authority. But we were under ABC rules, and Mark Goddard had the best view. He was looking at it, and the doctor was looking at it as well. But the doctor, there was a couple of things that were going on here. For one thing, I was right there, and I was listening to this. But now I don't speak Spanish, but I mean, you can tell. And he wanted to continue. He absolutely wanted to continue. He did not want to end that fight. So the fighter himself is wanting this thing to continue. And then when the other doctor got in, took a look, they conversed, and Mark Goddard let it go out for the fourth round as the fighter wanted. And I've saw a lot of fights. That's a championship fight, huge fight. It's the main event. Take the White House piece away from it. It's the main event in the biggest stage in the world, UFC. I think Topuria has earned the right to swim in the deep end of the pool. Mm-hmm. Okay, and we, I think it was correct in that circumstance, to let him go out there. If it's been a 3-round debut fight in California or some a place that's not called the UFC, where they're just getting started, you're going to look at that a little bit different because you don't have the history of the fighter. But this fighter was undefeated, still had a chance to win. He was still in this thing until he wasn't.
Right.
And I mean, he was certainly declining, but I think I could make the argument that Gaethje was tired as well.
And so why in California? Why is California the only state in which the referee can't overrule the doctor? You'd be the best person to ask this question.
Well, there might be one more state that does this.
Most notably,
yeah, California. It's just in our statutes that if the doctor wants a fight stopped, there's no question.
Feels like that should be the call, right? Like the doctor is the medical expert, right? Shouldn't the doctor be the one to make that call ultimately?
Well, most of the time, the doctor, it's very rare that you have a referee that will not agree with the doctor. And I think what happened in this situation was the doctor initially, but then upon consultation, he decided to let it go.
I've never seen, or I can't remember, two doctors weighing in and one sort of disagreeing with the other. Is that common?
Oh yeah, that happens.
Okay, how many doctors are usually overseeing?
That night, I believe there were 2 or 3.
Okay.
But in California, we have on a fight like UFC, we have 4 or 5.
Okay, and they could all weigh in.
No, they're assigned to each fight, but like Dr. Wallace in California is our head doctor.
Okay.
So we have a fight like that, he's always going to be the person assigned, and he's real like he would. I guarantee you, he would let that fight go. I'd bet good money on that.
Okay.
And I think most of the fight doctors see a lot of fights let that fight go. In between that, okay, especially if the fighter's wanting to continue, and if the corner had done some things to get the eye open enough so he could see good.
Do me a favor if you don't mind the microphone. Yeah, you can move it. Yeah, you're a strong guy. You're a former fighter, right? What was your record again?
I don't know, Ariel. I haven't looked it up in a long time.
Should I look it up real fast? Just for fun. Because people don't know this about you. You actually made the walk. Here it is. 9-2. What a record. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I love the fact that your Tapology page has you in a suit with the California, like not you as a fighter.
Oh, I didn't know. I've never seen that.
You never looked it up?
I've never seen that.
Your last fight was when? You remember the
in
date?
Russia. I don't know when. Maybe 2006 or 7, something like that.
Bodog. You fought Bodog.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I got knocked out in that fight. Yeah.
Opponent name? Do you remember?
Suyev.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never wanted to get revenge against him?
No, look, I had a fight going up. I had a fight in Montreal scheduled. in 2008, and then I got appointed as like the boxing commissioner in Georgia.
Okay.
So
You couldn't do it?
you can't do both. So,
Brian Ebersol you fought.
Yeah.
UFC vet.
Yeah.
It's a great record.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I think, don't know this about you. Okay, I'm not trying to take us off the path here. Fighters like Arman Tsarukyan brought up, like, hey, this seemed to have added some rest time for Ilya. Like, why are we giving him more time? Did you have any issue with it being after the 1 minute break in between rounds?
Look, there's people that say that. Justin's getting to rest too.
Yeah.
Okay. And I 100% get that. But Ariel, we've got to be sure more than we've got to make sure. We got to be sure. This is a big fight. We got to make sure if the fighter's still wanting to fight and the doctors are still needing a little bit of time. I'm not saying a lot of time, but a little time to talk it over and to look at him. I'm fine with that. Okay. It's sort of like our thing with. I know you saw it in boxing, where if they get knocked down real hard, okay, and they're supposed to beat the count, and then when they get up, you've seen referees like Jack Reese or Tom Taylor ask them to walk and come over just to check them.
Yeah.
Okay, some people, I've had a lot of referees in boxing argue to me that that's given extra time. It's better than them getting like absolutely like.
Yeah.
Well, you got to make sure that they can defend themselves.
Okay. Were you surprised when his corner stopped the fight in between the 4th and 5th?
No, I wasn't. That's perfect.
Yeah.
The corner did their job.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, I think everybody would have. I mean, that fight was going to get stopped whether his corner. I think that's reasonable to us to make that assumption. But his corner did it. The corner did their job. They're perfect. That was perfect.
Do you have any kind of theory as to why we see more corner stoppages in boxing as opposed to MMA?
Yeah, I do have a history, thoughts on that, and I think we'll see more in mixed martial arts as it evolves because a lot of the trainers that are coming up have been in the game long enough now to where they're starting to gain experience. But a lot of times, like, I just go through the trainings with Robert Garcia and just a list of the trainers that we have, Manny Robles. I mean, you can go on and on. They've done it. They know. And I think they get when they've had enough. And then you've got these good trainers like in mixed martial arts that are coming up that are really developing a lot of people. Like you've got the guy in New Mexico who did John Jones's stuff back.
Coach?
The coach.
Greg Jackson?
Yeah, Greg Jackson. And you've got like Eric, I think, in Las Vegas, Eric Nixick.
Yeah.
And you've got all these different places that are coming up with different coaches, and they've getting like pretty big stables, and they've been around long enough to know that when their fighter can take it and when they can't. And I think that's just something that's had to develop in mixed martial arts. Whereas also in boxing, like, in boxing, it's not okay for the fighter himself to quit, but the corner can do it for you, So that's a little bit different. Whereas in MMA, if you tap out or if you quit or whatever, as long as you've put up a good effort, nobody gives you really a hard time as long as you've, gave you your best shot. Of course, in boxing, if you just take a knee or you decide to quit without getting either knocked out or like stopped hard, people give you a hard time sometimes.
Yeah. Roberto Duran, till this day, you say no mas, you know exactly what you're talking about.
Sure.
It became like a stigma attached to him, right? That he said he didn't want to compete anymore. So overall, no real issues. It seems like you felt pretty good about what transpired on Sunday.
I thought the judging was perfect. I thought
we didn't need the judging.
Well,
yeah.
But I was looking at the scores as they came back.
Right, okay.
We didn't have any deviations.
Right.
And I thought that the refereeing was really good. I thought Mike Beltran had a really good night. I thought they all had a good night, but I just thought they all did really, really well.
Okay. Right before you came in, I read a statement from Rico Verhoeven. He apparently appealed his loss to Alexander Usyk. It was denied. He wants a rematch. I'm just curious, did you watch that fight while we're talking about stoppages? And if so, what did you think of that?
Was that the fight was it in Puerto Rico?
Egypt.
Egypt.
The pyramid one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The 11th round, it seemed like he was winning, and then the scorecards suggested otherwise, and there was this theory that like the boxing community didn't want the kickboxer to win his debut against someone like Usyk. To me, that seemed a little bit off, and then the stoppage seemed way after the bell.
Yeah, yeah. I would have had an issue with that if I'd have regulated it.
Sure,
but,
I understand.
Yeah.
It's interesting with this boxing. Would you agree that sometimes in boxing, there's this attitude of like, you know, how dare you think you could come into our sport? And because it's mostly people from the outside coming into boxing, not boxing going to their sport. And when you look at those scorecards and when you look at that stoppage, it does lead to questions as to like how legitimate the whole thing was. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. Do you feel that same way about boxing since you go back and forth?
I have saw some things in boxing in some other countries that I don't think is okay. Like the boxing tourism. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but
No.
So for a long time, certain gyms and promotions down in Mexico would bring like our California fighters down, so they would build records.
Oh,
And
okay.
that still goes on.
Yeah.
And for a long time, there was a long time where BoxRec wouldn't accept their fights.
Right.
And that's just one example that I'm
Yep.
familiar with.
Yep,
But
yep.
this happens pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason, if you have that loss in boxing, everybody's trying to get this massive record built up, so you can fight for something big.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and in that fight, I thought it was very glaring. The last major MMA event to happen in your state was the MVP card, and I have a few questions about that. I was honored to be there. That sequence at the end of the prelim fight, the Pumi Nakuda Adriano Moraes fight. I know it's only been a month ago, but so much has happened since then in your life. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, that was the one with Herb where the guy was asleep at
Exactly.
the end. Yeah.
I personally felt like it was after that he only went out after the horn sounded, meaning he was still defending. Fight should have ended, and then he went out because Adriano held on too long. How did you feel about it?
Well, we watched it on replay a bunch of times that night. You saw us over there watching it. And Ariel, it's one of those things where replay has to show something absolutely definitive, or you don't change the referee in the cage's decision. It has to be, you have to be sure. To me, he looked like he was going out right as the bell sounded. Okay, but I mean, you're talking about like he was asleep. I don't think anybody's denying he was asleep when the fight was over,
Right.
when Herb got him off, and I agree that he probably did hold it a second or maybe a second and a half long. Every fighter does that. It's not unique to him. Every fighter does that till the referee tells them to pull off. I mean, they're kind of told that in the back, like, you know. So he held it. I don't think he was hearing the bell ring. I don't think a lot of times fighters don't hear that. I think he knew it was a short time, and I think he was just doing what he does to try to win. Herb was getting him off, but I didn't have any issues with Herb. We watched that replay cage side a bunch of times. He has appealed that particular decision in California, and that'll be coming to the commission. My recommendation is already written out, but
Which is what?
I stand with what Herb did. I've watched it a bunch of times.
Do you recall any time that someone has appealed a decision and it's actually been overturned?
Oh yeah, we had one. Yeah.
Why does it feel like more often than not that doesn't happen? What's like one that comes
Well, I
to
would
mind?
say that, we had that big fight. It was a world championship fight there with Ed Calantes was the referee in boxing. It was the top rank. It was down in San Diego, and they came before the commission, and they overturned it, I think, to a no contest. So the WBO ordered a rematch on it.
Okay. So it does happen.
I would say that 9 times out of 10 it's not successful, but I would say 10% of the time it is successful. It happens more than you'd think. They wouldn't keep doing it if it never happened.
When you saw how the main event played out that night, did you have any sort of like, maybe this was a mismatch or anything like that? Did it make you think twice?
No, I mean, come on. I think I was I mean, nothing. I'm not trying to take anything away from Gina. It's just Ronda has done that so many times. Right. And I was surprised she went to the takedown that quickly.
Yeah.
I was surprised about that, but I thought if it hit the ground that Ronda would win quickly, and I thought if it stayed standing, Ronda may have trouble. That's sort of what I thought in my mind. I mean, I'm not sure she would have trouble because I've not really looked at her striking, but if she was going to have trouble, I thought it would come from standing. I think her striking's improved as well. Just not probably, Gina's been doing striking a long time. But yeah, I mean, she's done that. How many times has she done that? There's a lot of first-round submissions from Ronda.
11 or something like
that? It's a lot.
Yeah.
Like, that one was really quick, but I had her with UFC. Was it Kat Zingano? Yeah.
UFC 184.
Yeah.
1 second faster 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not, that was my retort to people who were like, this is crazy. Like, it's not that crazy. She did it for the vast majority of her career and she stopped fighting. That was MVP's first MMA show, not their first event, obviously, and certainly not their first in California. They were there last June, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. against Jake Paul. As far as their MMA, maiden voyage was concerned, how were they? Were they good? Was everything organized? How were they as a promoter?
Oh, I thought they were fantastic. I mean, I didn't have any issues with. They did everything I needed them to do. I thought they were great. I mean, I thought they when I think it's good for the fighters to. The more promoters,
sure,
the better. And that's from you and I have talked about Zuffa boxing a lot on this show and different things, and I'm all for Zuffa boxing as well. The more promoters, the better.
Right.
And I think that but I thought they did really good. And Netflix is a big platform, so that gives the fighters, and it's good. I think some of the fights. Ronda and Gina, that was a fast fight. Junior Dos Santos, that fight wasn't the best. Some of the fights, certainly the early fights, were really good.
Yeah.
But I thought the fights were good. I mean, look, UFC's really good at matchmaking. I mean, Sean Shelby and Mick are there. I mean, the
gold standard. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from MVP. I thought they did a fantastic job, but like, they'll get there.
Sure.
It's just. I mean, they're so good at it.
They have a 30-year head start.
They're just so good at it, and they have a big stable. But I thought that look at Mike Perry. Who would have thought Mike Perry? And look, did he not look like a bare knuckle fighter out there? To me, he looked like he was fighting bare knuckle.
Yeah.
To me, and I think I thought Diaz might beat him striking initially. That's what I thought, but he fought like a bare knuckle fighter. He fought tough.
I was curious. One thing that came up in the aftermath were the pay, the disclosed pay that was released. And I've said it on this show, like, those numbers are not real.
Yeah.
I know this for a fact. And this creates a whole big hullabaloo. Why release them if we know they're not real? And would it be better to just get the real numbers, or better not to release them? How do you feel about all of this?
No, I mean, I've got to really start talking to those guys. I told them beforehand, don't send me fake numbers. And they said, no, these are the real numbers. So I've got to take it that these are the numbers for their bout agreements. But there were I know for sure, I'm not guessing, I know for sure that there was additional compensation. Now, maybe they're structuring it so that part of it's promotion and part of this part's only for the fight. I don't know. Maybe they're structuring it different. They've got lawyers. They sign on a penalty of perjury that this is what it is. So,
and why is it important for you to know what the actual number is?
Well, I mean, look, Ariel, if somebody dopes, their opponent's gonna, if just lots of reasons.
Okay.
But if somebody's overweight, their opponent's gonna need to. Lots of reasons why, but mainly it's just. I think it's important to have the real numbers because it shows what the market's paying.
Sure. And so, would it be up to you, like? would you be the one to say like, no, I'm not accepting this. I want the real numbers. And is there a way for them to just say no? Like, what is the standard procedure there?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you heard at the weigh-in, but they brought me a contract.
The weigh-in for the Ronda fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Contract for what?
For Ronda.
Okay.
And I handed it back to him. I said, try again.
Really?
Yeah. And I brought Nikisa down there and I talked to him. And no, he was very, very nice. He said they just made a mistake and they came back and they...
Why? Was the number very low?
Yeah. Okay. I thought it wasn't correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And still, I think most people think it's not correct.
Yeah. But it got closer.
Right. And I'm not trying to like, count someone's money in the public eye, but when I sit here and say these things, people are like, well, what does that mean? It's not real. Like, we know how much Jalen Brunson is making for the Knicks. In other sports, everything is to the penny. And for some reason in fight sports, and let's be honest, UFC does this, every promoter does this. And Dana has said in the past, why should I tell the public what they're making? Because then they get leeches that come on and want to take money away from them. I'm trying to protect them. And I think that's a valid reason. But to your point, you never truly know what the market then dictates because we don't know what these guys are making. Like it says Conor McGregor is making $1 million. We all know that's not true.
Well, now, look, I think what Dana's saying is absolutely right, especially on the top level guys. And I think that's probably what he was talking about.
But there's basketball players who make $150 million.
Yeah, but to the point for the MVP card, I think most of their undercard fights were correct. I think the only ones that were kind of off, I think, were them top tier type. And when I say off, I'm not saying that it was wrong. I'm saying it was probably structured differently in their deal. Okay, and they're like they do so much for promotion, so much. There's ways that they can write these contracts. But for the undercard fighters, which is really kind of like where I'm interested in, you want to see the floor start being raised for these guys, and I think that's helpful when because what was it they paid
$40K.
Yeah, I mean that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good number.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned doping. Did you happen to read the New York Times story on Conor McGregor?
I did.
Yeah. What did you think of that?
I didn't read it all, but I read the first.
Were there any issues that you saw?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know it's the New York Times, but I would want to. I mean, what is that? What Ronald Reagan said: "Trust but verify." I mean, I'm not. I don't know. I've not had Conor McGregor in California that I recall, so this is not my problem. But yeah.
I mean, he was on the show here yesterday and essentially said, like, I'm trying to get back to 100%. I'm out of the pool. I should be allowed to do what I want.
I kind of agree with him.
Sure.
I do agree with him in some respects. He's not fighting. And look, we got all these peptides and stuff that are coming on.
Yeah.
And these peptides are good for fighters, I think. Look, I'm not sure. I don't want to say that for sure, but I want to have the flexibility to let them heal. Michael Chandler got on a Zoom with me and showed me this cut that he got, and he used some kind of healing substance that he got from the doctor. And it took that big cut. You know, remember that big one he got? It healed it up really, really good. Okay? And I think that's good. And we want to have the flexibility at the association is something that I'm pushing right now, like with the medical committee, to make sure that we leave room for when these peptides and these other kind of substances, when there's enough research on them, if they're not performance enhancing and they're okay for the athlete, I think we should be able to let them use them. I mean, they need to be able to heal up. If they feel like they do things for them, why not?
Okay.
Do you see any issue?
I don't. In fact, I know the writer, and I told the writer, his name is Michael S. Schmidt, and I said, my takeaway from this is that this is a story about the doctor who works for the Rams and Dodgers, and if there's any sort of moral or ethical issue with him prescribing what could be deemed as PEDs to an athlete, but an athlete who's at a competition, who's just trying to get back into competition and then getting off of all of this stuff. I mean, Conor essentially told us this a long time ago. He essentially was scolding other athletes for not doing it, not saying that makes it right or wrong, but I didn't feel like that was the news here. I think the news was more about the doctor and maybe his relationship with the patient and the UFC. That's what I felt was the news here.
Well, I'm supportive of fighters trying to. I mean, he got hurt bad.
Yeah,
remember?
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. He said it felt like his foot was hanging off his leg. So I could certainly understand that. I did want to ask you also about the Ali Act and the way it's moving. It seems to be passing through the Senate, although there were some reports that I saw last week where people were like, we seem to have thought that this was a foregone conclusion, and now maybe it seems like there's a little bit more pushback from Washington, from some people involved. What do you feel about how it currently stands?
I think it's a good bill. I think it's gives fighters choice. I think it's going to pass.
Is it taking longer than expected?
Well, there's been a lot of things going on in the Senate. It's been a busy calendar. There's other things that they're dealing with, and I think that they're going to get to it. I think you'll see the Senate version here real soon.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm speaking probably above my authority level or my experience level, but they're busy. I don't think boxing's at the top of their plate right this second.
Sure.
But I think they're going to get to it, and I think it's going to pass. And and then, look, I know I've said this to you a bunch of times, and I'm going to say it again because I don't think people realize in this country, we have a lot of these dollar contracts happening in this country, a lot of them. And that's not good for anybody. That's bad for boxing. And so if you move everybody to $200, we're talking about $800 for a 4-rounder. And then they're going to have insurance on top of that, and they're going to have and then it's going to move up with the CPI, and there's ways to adjust that. That's the first time that anybody's actually put in some kind of minimum wage type thing for boxing. To me, that should be the big thing. The fact that there's a choice for a UBO, great, good. That's wonderful. More choices for boxers. But to act like this is going to be a takeover or whatever of the sport is that I don't see that happening. I think the sanctioning bodies are going to be fine. I think they'll still have probably less titles because of the way the thing's written. That's probably good for the public. There doesn't need to be a whole bunch of titles, but their titles will become more valuable and the fights will become more. I think that'll be. There may be even consolidation in the sanction organizations. I don't know. I mean, that would be, but I think that the bill is really a strong, good bill. It gives fighters choice. It gives the minimum purse to the low income boxers, which is what that's. I mean, if that's my hill to die on, it's that, because I've saw too many of the look, we all think of these guys that you commentate and everybody commentate, but I also deal with the 4-rounders that nobody ever sees. Sure. And you don't see those guys for the most part. And I care about those guys also. I mean, I want those guys to be okay.
Will we ever see a day where there's something like this for MMA, in your opinion?
I don't know.
Should there be? I think
look,
so.
I think we need to let the market work. You're watching the market work in real time.
Yeah.
MVP and Netflix just got in the thing, and you just saw $40,000 purses from the thing. Markets and competition will help the fighters, but in California and in not many states, but some states, their boxing rules are tied to their MMA rules. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you see $200 minimum for boxing, it'll apply to mixed martial arts as well. And I think that you're going to see that happen all across the country, which will bring up the lower income boxers.
Andy, this has been great. Thank you so much. Thank you for squeezing us in during your vacation. Enjoy your time in New York and at the diner. A rare opportunity to have you in studio. I had to ask, and I felt bad taking you away from your family. I said I'd let you out at 1:55. It's 1:59, so I apologize for that.
Well, no, that's good. There's one thing. I got my license plate.
Yeah, we have the pictures. I know I was running out of time. We get one of those for the studio.
Yeah, I'll get you one.
There it is. Look at that.
Yeah, and I'm hoping people will. If I sell 7,500 of them, DMV will make it pre-order.
I love it. 70 and the website.
I'll send the link. I've got the link.
Okay, okay. We talked about it last week. I was on the air when the release came out, and I think it's wonderful. I hope all the states do it.
Thank you.
That would be great. So well
Thanks
done.
for having me.
Yeah, keep up the great work. Appreciate you as always. The gold standard, as I like to say, Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission. We'll take a quick break, say goodbye to him, be back with Sean O'Malley. Don't go anywhere. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to be back.
Wow, you are back. You are actually back, my friend.
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
It's unbelievable. Almost exactly 5 years to the day of your last
Will be.
fight. Yes.
And it will be 11 years since I first won the UFC World Title against Mendes in
Of course, July 11th.
2015. Isn't
A
that
very
incredible?
famous date. UFC 100 was also on that date. And so...
Was it, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Who is this person that we're talking to right now? Where are you at? Because your journey has been well documented. Everyone always wants to know where you're at in life, how you're feeling. By the looks of your social media, you seem to be in a great place.
Yeah.
But we all know social media sometimes
for
tells
sure.
a different story. Tell us where you're at right now.
You know, I am calm. I'm in a calm state of mind. Zen, if you will. And I'm composed. And I'm committed to this bout and to my career. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Why are you committed? Why are you even coming back? What's the point?
Oh my
What's
God!
the motivation?
For the fun of it, for the joy, for the thrill, for the competition. And I haven't been. I yearn for this, Ariel. I yearn for competition. So, you know, many times we've been speaking here like this, and had nothing on the horizon or uncertainty. Now we have a date, an opponent. It's very invigorating.
Was there ever a point where you thought you would never come back? That your final act, if you will, in the UFC would be that fight against Dustin Poirier?
No, I always knew I'd come back. This is the pain game. Who can last the longest? Who can withstand? And I can withstand. And there you go, I'm back.
Do me a favor, make love to the microphone, if you will, right? Yeah, there it is.
There, like that.
We want to hear you. And so...
You can hear me, yeah?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you guys. Yeah, we're good. We're all good. You're right there. The guys go
sorry,
crazy.
go ahead.
Hello to the team over there. We've got everyone
What's
here.
up, guys? How are you?
The legend Karen Kessler.
Yeah.
She's a formidable foe, huh?
Yeah.
She's a formidable foe.
You just go back and forth.
We
Listen,
spar
yeah, that's
together.
good. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
but you have good people backing
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
And it seems like you're in a good place mentally and
Yeah.
physically. You know, 2 years ago, you were scheduled to fight Michael Chandler. And what was interesting to me in the aftermath of that fight not coming to fruition is a lot of people said, even when we said, like, he's going to come back, he's going to come back.
Yeah.
It seems like people don't believe. Let me know
Yeah.
when he's in the octagon.
Yeah.
For me, what I say is, you've never been a pullout merchant. It was one fight that you didn't make the walk. And so does that annoy you when you see that, when people say...
No, it is what it is. You know, I've been out for a few years. Let the people say what they wish.
All right, back on the program. That was Connor from yesterday. It's up on the channel. Andy Foster in studio. Tremendous stuff. Now let's go to one of the big winners from this past Sunday night. The Sugar Show. Back on top on some kind of roll as of late. What a walkout. What a performance. What a fight. He's kind enough to join us right here and now. The one and only Sugar Sean O'Malley. Joining us today. Yes, there he is. Hello, Sean. How are you? Congratulations.
Ariel, how's it going, brother? Sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
I had to do it.
I mean, you used me as a meme, Sean, beforehand. You even there I am on cloud nine. You're using me as a meme, Sean. Wow. I wasn't sure how to take that.
Okay, to be fair, that actually wasn't me. My team showed me that after, and I was like, that's pretty funny. Was that real emotions from Uncle Ariel? Was that real?
Oh, I've never felt emotion like that in my life. People don't know like how deep this all is to me, and I'm actually a bit of a lunatic when it comes to my sports teams, Knicks and Bills.
Yeah.
And I couldn't control myself, Sean.
That's beautiful.
33 years of fandom, pent up heartbreak, pain, suffering, all exploded on my living room.
It looked like 33 years of pent up. Holy hell.
Do you think I'm going to regret that? Do you think I'm going to regret that?
No, why would you regret it? I mean, it's already out there. You can't take it back. I mean, the only thing you could say was it was a joke, but it was real. And that was true passion coming out of Uncle Ariel is what that was.
Yeah, but now I'm being used as a meme by the likes of you.
And you're welcome. Okay. That's good. Right. My eyeballs.
All right. I'll take it that way. Congratulations on the win, man. That was incredible stuff.
Yeah, it feels good. It's being such a thank you, brother. Being such a big favorite. There's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. I was a Ilya was a big favorite, and he didn't go out there and do what the sports books were saying he should have done. So to be able to go out there and actually do it by being the big favorite, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. And we got it done.
So you've been a big favorite before. Did this one feel different? Did the pressure feel different?
It definitely felt a little bit different. Not like overwhelming, not to where I was affected in a negative way, but it definitely felt different because it was at the White House. I was fighting the only Canadian on the card, Trump's birthday, America's birthday, all these extra things, and being such a big favorite against a guy who he's tough. He's on a 7-fight win streak. He kind of fights weird and it makes it look sloppy and makes him look like he's not great. Aiemann Zahabi's good. He really is. You can't take that away from him. He beat Jose Aldo. He beat Cheeto. A lot of people beat Cheeto recently, but there was pressure for sure. There was extra pressure.
By the way, has the median age of the team gone up a little bit? I'm seeing some older folks at the gym there. Are you at the gym right now? Where are you?
I'm sitting at the coffee shop
Okay.
at the gyms. They have a what's it called? They have an older boxing thing. I forget what.
I love that.
What's the word is called?
At your gym with Tim?
Yeah.
It's amazing. So you're out there
Yeah, it's
just
awesome.
rubbing shoulders with the older folks?
We see them pretty much 2-3 times a week, and they're great people.
I love that. That's amazing. You talk
it's
about
cool.
those extra things. The week, how was the week? Was it, I heard Justin afterwards say, like, I wouldn't wish this upon my enemy. Like, this was a lot to deal with. Was it more stressful than usual? The coordination, the delays, all that stuff.
It wasn't terrible. I got lucky because when we did the walkthrough, I was the last fighter that did the walkthrough before they delayed it. So I was able to do the walkthrough, and each person had 15 minutes, and they would come and go, they'd get us going. And I think I was the last person, and then they had like a super long delay. And once you're already into the White House area, they're not going to let you go and then come back. So those guys had a long delay. I think it was probably the last few fighters. That was the only real delay. If you're familiar with the UFC, everything's, hey, get here at 6 p.m. because we're going to start at 9 p.m. It's always like that, and I've learned that over the years. So I'm always on time. I have to be on time. I've learned that being on time for the UFC is being way too fucking early. So I've been able to time it a little bit better. Fighting on a Sunday, getting there on a Tuesday made the week feel way longer than it usually is. Weighing in at 11 a.m. was a little bit different. We didn't get done with the press conference till super, super late. So the weight cut was a little bit different. Other than that, it felt like a normal fight week. I never stay at the host hotel. It's too chaotic there. So I stayed off property and was able to maneuver back and forth pretty easily.
Regarding the press conference being so late the night before the open, not the official weigh-in, sorry. I was stressed for you guys. Like, I was looking at some of the faces and they seemed more gaunt than usual. So I was wondering if guys had done it beforehand. And this was delayed as well. And so were you thinking about that? Like, man, I only have like 11 hours to go here.
Not really. Typically I'd cut, I feel like I cut more the next morning rather than cutting a little bit more than the night before. And that was one of my harder weight cuts for sure. That was the first time I ever was like told the team like, hey, I need to take a break from the hot tub, the sauna, whatever, the blanket. I was like, hey, I need to take a break. It was the first time in my entire UFC career cutting weight that I told the team, I was like, I don't feel, I need a second. And it's scary when you're on weight, when you're close to weight and your body's that hot and your heart rate's that high. It's a very, very scary feeling. And every single weight cut, it gets to like that point. But weight cutting's fucked. I hate it so much.
To the point where you started to maybe think like, how many more of these at 135 can I do?
I have a 45er frame, but I walk around max 160. Like, I'm not like these 145ers walk around probably 170. So it's just, I do believe in my skill set. I do believe I can compete at 145. I do believe I could eventually move up, become UFC, featherweight champion someday. But the weight cut I'm still making 35. I still don't get, like, if I started walking around 165 and just naturally, then I'll probably move up. But still, I can make 35. It's hard for skinny motherfuckers to cut weight. We don't have like those guys with big muscles, hold a little bit more water. So it is hard for the skinny guys to cut weight, but we're making it happen.
Dude, I was mesmerized by the walkout, man. The walkout, the lady who sang it, like there was something very sort of quiet and zen-like about it all because there was no crowd, and just the scene, the cinematography. How many times have you watched this?
I've watched it a few. I've watched it a few times. I hate that on Paramount you can't go and watch the fucking full event.
It's
like they
whack.
don't have the walkouts on Paramount. How fucking stupid is that? I want to watch the whole event. I want to go back, sit down, pretend I haven't watched the fight. I haven't watched the first fight. I haven't watched the second fight. I haven't watched the third fight. I want to watch the event from start to finish, but they skipped the walkouts. That's one of the for this event specifically, it's one of the coolest moments is watching these guys walk out, and they don't have it on there. Yes, you can go and find it and then watch the fight, but it's something about just watching the whole event as a whole. And I don't know why Paramount doesn't have the whole event. They don't have them on. I wanted to watch the whole event last fight when I fought Song too, from the walkout to the fight. They just don't have it. What the fuck we're doing here?
Yeah, it is crazy and very frustrating. Luckily, a lot of people have posted them online, so I'm sure you're able to watch it. How much of a say did you have in that? Like, did you collaborate with them on how it was going to look, where you were going to start from? How much is that you and how much is it them?
What song you want to walk out to? That was as much as I had to say.
Okay.
I picked the song. Other than that, they did the graphics and the whole where we're walking out of. I showed up. They showed me where to go. That was it.
Did you love it?
Absolutely loved it. The guys walking out with me.
Yeah.
American heroes. The one guy on my left was just like, I walk out very slow. I walk out very calm. The guy on my left was putting a pace on. I was trying to keep up. He was yelling, let's fuck this guy up. And I'm like, all right, we're walking faster than I do. But, it got me fired up walking and just looking out in the crowd, seeing all the military and just knowing that these guys, like my fight's 15 minutes. These guys go to war for life or death. And just, it put my mind in a different perspective of when I'm walking out for sure.
Those heroes that you walked with, did you get to find out about their story and what they have been through beforehand? Did you talk to them at all?
No, they gave me like a super brief breakdown before on the rehearsal, but then when we got there, I just seen him like when I was walking out. I didn't get to talk to him or anything. But some people have been sending me a screenshot of the guy on my right side, of why he was honored. I missaid it the other day and I got in trouble for it. The Purple Heart, is that what it is?
Okay.
Just an absolute, like the highest honor you can get in the military. And he risked his life, and legend.
When you were walking out, like now that you're in front of everyone and you've been in unique places before, Sphere, all that, are you looking around? Are you taking stock of it all? Or are you so focused that you might as well have been at T-Mobile?
No, I was taking it in. Usually I like to have a good stare down with my opponent. I like to not take lock eyes and I'm not looking away first. I remember having a very vivid, conscious thought. I was staring at him, and I was like, I'm literally about to fuck this dude up. I'm going to look around and enjoy this because this isn't an arena. Arenas all are very similar. I'm going to look around and enjoy this. So I remember looking up at the Claw, looking at the White House, looking at the crowd and just taking it all in. And towards the end right before the fight started, I'm like, this guy's a little nervous. This is a big moment for him. And I just felt like I felt like the moment was getting to him.
It's interesting you say that. I said that on Monday's show. As you know, I have a lot of love and respect for Aiemann as well. I think he's a great person. But I felt when he walked out, he seemed a little tense to me. He seemed a little bit nervous from the moment.
I mean, he's fighting one of the best strikers in the bantamweight division. And I was extremely confident. I kept saying it all week. I'm going to knock this dude out. I'm going to knock this dude out. And I was surprised when he called me out. I do not see his style beating my style ever. And, he had GSP, Frost, some of the greatest minds in MMA and the greatest people in MMA. And he's representing them. And now he's actually in there with me. And I think he was like, it just got to him a little bit.
By the way, when you're looking around before the fight, is there one important person in particular that you locked eyes with, that you remember giving you the head nod? Is there one interaction there that stuck with you?
Before the fight, not one interaction not that I made eye contact with. Yeah, not before.
What about
I
after?
After, I remember seeing Max Crosby. I thought that was pretty sweet. I didn't know Terrence Crawford was there or Tyson Fury was there. I didn't see them in the crowd at all. That would have been cool to dap them up, say what up. That would have been cool. But I didn't even see them in there.
Did you talk to the president?
I said, "Happy birthday! I knocked out a Canadian for you." I think that's what I said. People keep asking me what I said. I'm trying to recall. I'm like, I think that's what I said.
Do you remember what he said in reply?
He said, "You should get the bonus."
Oh, we're going to get to that.
I think he said that.
We're going to get to that in a moment. I'm curious about first round going into second round. Based on how the first round went, you obviously stop him in the second. What are you being told? What are you thinking on how this is going and what you need to do to put him away?
I remember Tim telling me slip outside, throw an uppercut. He's kind of leading in when he throws his jab. I remember I told him, and I watched it back. You could hear me say it. I said, "Knockout's coming." Okay. I never talk to my corner in between rounds. I'll say okay or yes or something. I never have a response, but I said the knockout's coming. It was a matter of time. It was a matter of time. I think if he fights any differently, he gets knocked out in the first round. If he tries to pressure me, if he tries to take me down, if he tries to throw hands and do more than what he did, he gets knocked out in the first round. So it was just a matter of time.
You kind of called the knockout in the sense that you drop him and then you start saluting to the crowd and then the fight was stopped. There's sometimes a risk involved in that, right? Because sometimes the ref could be like, no, you got to keep going. What made you so confident it was done?
This right hand, it was so clean. And to be honest, I like Aiemann. I knew I was going to drop him. I knew I was going to hurt him. I didn't want to inflict more damage than necessary. That fight could have went on for another 5-6 seconds and I could have landed. I could have hit him with the Thomas Almeida fucking bomb. It wasn't necessary. I found my timing. I found my rhythm. I was cracking him. I hit him with the double jab right hand that kind of set up the whole thing. Sat him down with a left hand, hit him with a 1-2. And it was just, he's tough. He could have survived a little bit maybe. The knockout would have been more brutal if the fight carried on. And, I think the ref did a great job stopping it.
Is that something you thought of beforehand, the salute?
Originally, the whole time, it was I was going to hurt him, then salute, and then finish up. Or I was going to hurt him, rock him, salute, and then finish up with a 1-2. That was the whole plan. We talked about doing that, 5 weeks before the fight. I said it in many interviews. I wrote it in my journal. It just happened so beautifully. The salute right after. I think I hit it before he even hit the ground, which is, I thought, if Justin versus Ilya wasn't as magical as it was, I think the moment would have been bigger. But that Justin upsetting Ilya and the way he did was so massive that it didn't get pushed under. But if it would have been the highlight of the night, it would be insane. But Justin went out there and did what he did.
The pre-fight package for your fight to the Limp Bizkit song "My Way." Did you happen to see that?
No.
Very good. Very good. It was
okay.
Rock Austin
find that.
WrestleMania 17-esque. Do you know the famous Rock Austin WrestleMania 17 pre-fight package? Does this mean anything to you?
No.
This is Unk talking to the younger generation here.
Okay.
WrestleMania 17, Rock versus Austin, the best pre-fight package of all time to that song. Just one more than and I'll be in it. You know that song? This time I'm going to let it all come out. This time do you know who Limp Bizkit is?
Okay.
I'm going to do things my way. Yeah. It's my way. My way.
That's good.
Okay. You feel me? I feel.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, anyway, they did that pre-fight package for your fight to that song.
With highlights of my fight?
Yes.
Okay.
It was great.
I got to see it again. I would fucking be able to see that if I saw it on the whole event, but I couldn't watch the whole event, so I didn't get to see it. I need to find that on YouTube.
Yeah. So post-fight press conference, there's a shot where Dana's announcing the bonus winners, and it seems like you're shaking your head when you come to realize that you didn't win one. Were you upset?
Yeah. I don't remember doing that. I thought I had it locked in. I really did. I told the team, I was like, we fucking got it. We just knocked out a Canadian at the White House, hit a salute before he fell. One of the craziest knockouts, in my opinion, that you could possibly have at the White House. Like, no one's gonna up that. But then again, it's like, okay, Ciryl Gane came in and upset Alex Pereira, Justin Gaethje. So Ciryl Gane got one. Ilya and Gaethje got fight of the night. Gaethje got performance of the night. I wasn't envious. I wasn't jealous. I was like, those guys, I mean, hey, they did it. Like, I would have loved to get a bonus. I believe I deserve a bonus, but if I'm not going to, I was grateful to be on the card, grateful to be able to do what I did. And I was happy for them to get the bonuses. So I wasn't, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that and totally believe you. The first question asked to you, I think, was about if you're going to get Jan or title shot, and it was a very short answer, and it seemed to me like you were upset, and so I was just curious about if any of those two things were related. Because you said, like, who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. It was something like that.
Yeah, dude, it was late when I did that press conference. We were sitting at the hotel. We had to wait for Gane and Pereira to fight. We had to wait for Justin to fight. Then we had to wait for Justin to do media. Then we had to wait for Justin to come to the hotel. By the time we got to the event or got to the press conference, I was so exhausted. I was just like the adrenaline dump. I was pretty tired. Then they're asking me about Peter. I'm like, I would have fought Peter at the White House. Then they're asking if I'm getting him next. I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know. And I've been asked that all week, and I'm like, I don't know. How many times can I say I don't know? So I was probably a little bit like, just. We'll see. We'll see.
I get it. What do you think now? Now that the dust has settled a little bit, how do you think this plays out for you?
I feel like Tim showed me a video of Peter. Was he shadowboxing in a hospital recently?
Yeah.
I mean, if he's at a hospital, that can't be a good sign of him getting into a fight anytime soon. So, I mean, he's the champ. He's the champ. I'm not in a rush. I loved being active. I love this sport. I love competing. I think I've shown that. I had surgery and rematched Merab 7 months later like an idiot. So I like to compete, but I'm also not in a rush to get back right now. If I wait for those guys to fight, I might take another fight by the end of the year. I really, really don't know.
There's a case, we're still halfway through the year, but there's a case to be made that you could be one of the comeback fighters of the year, considering how the end of 24 went and obviously 25. After the second Merab fight around almost exactly a year ago, could you have imagined that, look at your year so far. First Paramount card, massive win. White House card, even bigger win. Your first stoppage since the Aljo fight. Was there a point where you thought maybe this type of good fortune wouldn't come your way anymore? Were you questioning yourself?
I'm not questioning myself. I believe in my skill set. I know what I've gathered over the years as far as experience and skill, and just I know what I'm capable of. I know I belong at the top. But I also it's so nice to be able to, if you put it into that perspective, a year ago coming off the second loss to Merab, and fast forward 12 months later, I'm coming off 2 victories. One's a finish, and over good guys. Feels really, really good to be in this position right now. It's crazy I fought Merab only a year ago. It feels like that was so long ago, and it literally was 12 months ago. It's time's a weird thing, but it feels good to be back in the win column, not just the win column, but the finish column.
The pressure of getting that next stoppage, does it feel like some of that has been relieved as well, since it's been almost 3 years since the last one?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm every time, every single fight I get into, I'm trying to get a finish. I'm trying to get a stop, a KO. But it's just like the higher level of the guys, the harder it is to get these finishes. Song was, I don't think anybody's finished Song as far as TKO or submission. Aiemann 7-fight win streak. I knew he had been knocked out, and I was confident my skill set was being able to knock him out. So it was nice to be able to get that matchup and get the KO.
And so, when you come back from an event like that, is there like I'm always curious about this. Is there like not like a letdown, but like do you have a crash? There was so much emotion involved in this. You just go back to life on Monday or Tuesday. I know this was a weird one because of the travel on Monday.
Yeah.
But do you feel that? You were just at the White House fighting. How does your body react to that?
Well, since I didn't party after and do any substances, the come down was a lot. I didn't really have a come down. I didn't really have too crazy of a high from the win. It felt, and I think a lot of that is just because I felt like I really felt like I was going to go in there and knock him out. So I just feel like I did what I knew I was going to do. So it was more of a relief than a high. I think, if it was Peter or Marab or, if it was for the title, I think it's a little bit different. So I feel like this was more of a relief than a high. And there hasn't really been a come down, but it is always so weird going from fight camp, fight week, fight to the next week. It's so weird, but I'm so grateful to be at the gym. We have guys, Tommy McMillan sparring right now. He's got a big fight coming up. I'm going to go out and corner him. We have a bunch of guys fighting next Saturday. And so it's good to be back in the gym, back at the pickleball, and back to normality. It feels good.
Yeah, I saw a picture. I think you were like, you had the T-shirt gun. And so I don't know if that
shot it right out of my nuts.
I don't know. Does that mean was it Jane the Peen or what is that? Was that like symbolic?
Yeah, Jane the Peen.
Okay.
That was just. I shouldn't have shot that shirt in the crowd. There was a brawl. A couple people got in a fight. I'm like, I probably shouldn't have done that. But yeah, no, still no Jay and the Peen.
Wow.
It's still on that grind.
Respect. What was that like to win a fight and then go in front of 80,000 people like that?
That moment was so that was insane. I felt like I was that Rolling Loud. I felt like I was a rapper coming out, and it was so sweet. I wish I could have spit some bars for the people so bad. Had nothing in me.
Did they give you a mic?
Insane.
Like, did you talk to them?
Yeah, we talked.
Okay.
We talked. It was sweet. Got the crowd loud, and then got them quiet down, and got them loud again. And
wow,
that was epic. It's crazy going into the next fight. The weigh-ins will not be as crazy. The press conference will not be as crazy. The fight, the arenas, there's still something about an arena. I think I said it on Tim's podcast yesterday. Boston, inside Boston, was still the most insane feeling I've ever had in my life. And I do not think that can be topped. But as far as, walking out, it's going to be hard to top the press conference, the weigh-ins, and just anything, the post-fight after that, the walking out there to 80,000 people. And that was insane.
Yeah, and you're one of the few guys who's experienced like all these different venues now, so you can truly say that. So you're looking forward to an arena next time.
I always like arenas. Arenas are badass. Like, I believe I'm the type of athlete that can perform anywhere, any, small cage, apex, big cage, outside, white house. Like I can perform anywhere, but I do love a good arena.
By the way, were you shocked to see Justin do that?
I was so shocked, Ariel. I counted him out against Patty. I thought Patty was gonna, come out there and get the job done. He proved me wrong. I thought Ely was gonna get the job done. He proved me wrong. I felt embarrassed to even be sitting by him, counting him out, and it was one of the most inspiring fights I've ever seen. I watched it here and there because I was doing media in between. Then we had to switch rooms. I didn't get to watch the full fight. I watched it last night. I made a full breakdown, a full YouTube video on it. I just actually dropped it right now. Watching the full fight, his jab looked beautiful. His awkwardness helped him. He would throw a jab, grab the back of his head, throw an uppercut. Ilya did not know what to do. Ely would still crack him, but Justin didn't even look like he got in a fight.
Yeah.
I was sitting next to him at the press conference, and I'm like, this dude just went to a war with the greatest fighter of all time, in my opinion. He was number one, the ground pound for pound. Doesn't look, and he's like, my fucking liver hurts. Like, well, yeah, he took 35 liver shots, and he still came back and won the fight. It was so impressive. It was one of the sickest performances of all time.
Yeah, and you were in the locker room with him and Pereira, right?
No, Ilya and Pereira.
Oh, Ilya and Pereira, okay. So, man, you were
Ilya.
two legends there.
That was crazy itself. Being in the warm-up area, Ilya's jumping rope, Poton's hitting the fucking kicking pads hard as fuck. I'm shadow boxing. I was like, damn, this is pretty sick. I definitely took that in. Yeah, that was badass.
There's like an energy, right? Like you're next to some of the toughest human beings on the planet as you're all preparing to go to battle.
Yeah, I mean, three of the greatest. I mean, like Ilya's style, he's got super high level boxing, throws a low leg kick every once in a while, but just really good boxing. Alex Pereira, insane kickboxing, crazy KO power. And then my style is just completely different. We all three have just different styles of striking at the highest level. And it was fucking crazy to be in there all warming up together.
I'm going to watch your breakdown. I'm just curious. Can I ask, there's something that Justin does with his striking. Like he throws a jab, but then almost his right is almost like a punch like this, as opposed to like what is that?
It's a paw.
Yeah, what is that? Have you seen that? Yeah.
It's crazy because I would never, like if I was teaching someone how to punch, I would never teach how to punch like that. But some people just they punch like that. But you look at all the guys Gaethje fights, you look at their faces. I don't know if he's scratching them with their knuckles. I don't know. There might be something to it, but it's just I think that's just how he punches. It's how he hits mitts. It's how he hits the bag a little bit, and it works for him. I wouldn't recommend it. I would close fist bone. He's kind of like land, and it's a weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. It lands, it works. He mauls people's faces, and such a legend.
I'll let you go in a second. Just very quickly, the shots to the back of the head, Pereira. Do you think he's right, or do you think it's all fair game?
We were in the back on. I think it was right after the weigh-ins. Went back to the hotel. The refs came in. We're doing the rules meeting. And Alex Pereira was in our locker. I think Herb came in, and Pereira, his coach, and Herb were they had a long conversation about back of the head, like showing out. Like it was longer than usual rules meeting, and they were going over which is looking back on it. I'm like, they talked about it, but yeah, it hurts him. I mean, it's so hard to say. I haven't really watched it in slow motion. So were those clear back of the head, Zonk?
Yes. To me, they were. We had Andy Foster in studio, who's the head of the California State Athletic Commission. Okay. He says he's moving around, and that's just in the flow of the fight. And if it's in the flow of the fight, he's moving around, it's not a foul. I don't know. It was a lot. It was a lot, though.
I mean, it is what it is. I think it probably, after he rocked him and he was hurting him with big shots, I think it would have put him away regardless, whether the back of the head or not. But yeah, that's scary. The back of the head's a no limit for a reason. It's a scary area. But Alex Pereira being a legend, I think he said something to his dad. His dad was crying. His family was sad. And he said, hey, we've made other families feel like this. It's our turn. I was like, God damn it. That dude is a legend, just for having that perspective that quick after a fight and just having that mentality. Hey, we've put people's families through that. It's our turn. That's the fight game. And a lot of respect to that.
Doing well?
Hey, doing well is absolutely crushing right now. And it feels good. And I try not to put the pressure of like, hey, I need to win these fights for doing well to be successful, because I do believe it's such a quality product. And it's such a great hydration that I think it's going to do well regardless. But hey, winning these big fights is absolutely helping it. And people are loving it. We're working on a watermelon right now, and it's so good. I cannot wait. I get fired up doing this because it's not a sponsorship. It's not an equity. It's not like I'm buying equity into a company. It's my company. I'm fucking building it from the ground up and putting real work and effort into this, putting my own money. I'm down a lot of money because you get to pay for so much product to sell it. And then any money you do make, you put right back into making more product. So it's kind of scary because I have put a lot of money into it, but it's doing well right now. And I appreciate everyone that ordered it and that is continuing to order it. It is doing well. Thanks for asking.
Your guy Imran always hooks me up. He sent me a box,
Good.
and you know that I've been working on my right hand. You've seen some of the footage, so
I seen the bag. I seen the bag work.
we're working on it. And I didn't want to make you nervous. Like, I look like Aiemann, so you're like, holy shit, that right hand is. But like the fast twitch, the left hook. But I tried it and I use it after my workouts. Get a shot of the Sandables. Yeah, look at that right there.
Let's go.
We have them in the studio.
Take it after the workout. Love that.
And it's great stuff. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on the win. And perhaps most importantly, your son walking for the first time last week.
Crazy. Walking around the hotel room, walking around the grass at the parks, and he just gets up, takes off, walks everywhere. Such a cool memory. The song fight was that week. He started crawling.
Wow.
This fight week, he started walking. So it's just good memories. Elena, my daughter, 5 years old, was second time she went to the fight. She was singing the walkout song while I was walking out. Just going to be such amazing memories. I'm like, I need to fight. I need to at least fight for another 4 years so Mateo can be 5 and experience all this stuff. And, I'm so grateful and blessed just to have a healthy family and be able to do what I love to do, make money, and almost get bonuses.
Last one, another one this year, right? At least one more.
Depends on who, depends on where, depends on how much. That's there's things that go onto that. It's definitely possible, but it's also definitely possible that I don't.
You're open. You're open to the idea of not fighting if it's an opponent that's not the champion and doesn't entice you.
If they announce Rob versus Peter late this year, and that would put me out till. It depends. I got these little nagging injuries. I gotta get these healed up, fixed, and I gotta be healthy before I even think about booking another fight. So that plays a role into it. My health depends on Peter and Rob. So there's a couple things that play into it, but we'll see.
All right. You're the man, Sean. Thank you so much as always. Congratulations. Amazing stuff. Well done. Appreciate you very, very much.
Yes, sir. Always good chat with you, Uncle. Have a good one.
You're the best. Fellas. There he is. Sean O'Malley, kind enough to join us. Let me put this back right here. Those gloves are great. The Sandables are what I always use. I love them. Tremendous product and doing well. I've tried it as well. The mango, the artwork is great too. I mean, they always crush it, those guys. They always crush it. So well done to the team. We have some breaking news that I'm going to get to in a moment. Quick break. I was going to get to the breaking news. Quick break. Yahoo Sports Network. If you're on YouTube, stay right there. Okay, now you can play it. Frankie. Yeah, know yourself. Breaking news, UFC announcing, as we've told you many a time, it is finally official. Islam Makhachev, Ian Machado Gary, August 15th, Philadelphia, UFC 330 main event, Xfinity Mobile Arena. There you have it. It is a done deal. The painful wait for Ian Machado Gary is over. The nonsense of, is it going to be Morales? Is it going to be this guy? Is he moving up? No, it was always going to be Ian. It was going to be Ian in Miami in April. That didn't pan out. It was going to be Ian from the get-go, and now we finally have the confirmation. It's Ian Machado Gary finally getting a chance. And as I said yesterday to Pizzi, what a stretch for Irish combat sports. Return of Conor McGregor, July 11th, Ian Machado Gary fighting for his first UFC title on August 15th. And of course, Katie Taylor's retirement fight at Croke Park on September 5th. That's not the only title fight that was announced for that card. You are getting Mackenzie Dern defending her strawweight title for the very first time against Jillian Robertson. Jillian Robertson, we've talked about this as well, but now it's official. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Zhang Wei Li. It is, in fact, the Canadian Jillian Robertson getting the first crack at the belt that Mackenzie Dern won a few months ago in, I do believe, Abu Dhabi. So there you go. Those are the two fights that were officially announced. I do believe those are the only fights that have been announced. Am I right about that, or was another fight announced? Was another fight announced? Let me take a quick gander here. Does anyone know? Is anyone there?
That's the only one.
It's just those two, man.
Okay, all right, thank you. I mean, we're locked in here. Here we got Islam Makhachev, Ian Gary, and Robertson Dern. And so there you have it. Finally. Someone asked me this question yesterday. Are they taking longer to announce fights? I don't know. This is 2 months out. Yeah, it seems like a little bit longer. Like, meaning, are they waiting longer and there's less of a lead? I don't know if that's pay-per-view. I don't know what's changed, but it's official. I'm looking forward to that fight. I love that fight.
The only thing I can think that's changed is the impetus, the compulsion to sell tickets earlier is just not a thing for them anymore, right? But when you have to worry about scraping and clawing to get the people in the building, you got to get it out as early as you can so you can do the promotion and the marketing. And the UFC is now just like there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to sell out this arena in Philly. They don't need a long lead up. They can announce it later, Like, they're just in a comfortable position, as with everything in the business for them.
Luckily for us, we have a gentleman named Pete Carroll who's been covering Ian Machado Gary since when? Amateur days?
Yeah, amateur, just going into pro. Yeah, he was fighting out of Team KF then under Chris Fields. And even back then, like that's one thing I will say. We identified talent very early in Ireland. If you think they're going to be special, like it was him and Husey in that generation. And obviously the golden generation came about, 10 years before that with McGregor leading the ranks there. But Ian has been special for a very long time. I can remember as an amateur, Chris Fields would be going off to these obscure venues, like amateur fights at smaller venues, GA halls, and he'd be sending me videos of Ian. And I'd be sending to other media members going, holy shit, like look at this kid. It turns out he knew what the talent he had, and Ian has gone on to amazing things. Hey, he's changed a lot as a fighter, I think, in terms of how he fights. He was probably more of a stoppage guy in those early days, but his IQ is unbelievable. I think he has an incredible mind. I think he really, really zones in on how to fight different opponents and finds a way to do that. So it's going to be very interesting, given the odds stacked against him fighting the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world, Islam Makhachev.
Speaking of those odds, do we have any of those odds? Does Kalshi have those, or is it too soon? Well, there you have it. Look at that. So they're saying who's going to be holding the belt by the end of this year, December 31st, 2026. 77% have it in favor of Islam, the champ. 20% for Carlos, 19% for Ian. So it seems as though not a lot of faith in Ian right now. Can I tell you what is probably most surprising about this? It's the thought that they think that someone is going to get a crack at Islam if he wins by the end of this year, like someone else. I mean, if history is any indication, it's usually one a year for Islam. Like, you think he's fighting August 15th and coming back by the end of the year? I mean, I guess if it's a really quick fight, but...
It's not going to be a quick fight, I don't think.
It's not going to be. Do you fancy his chances, PT?
I think he has a chance, absolutely. I think, look, Islam is the best fighter in the world. It's a huge task. He'll test Ian in a way that we thought Bilal would, and he didn't. So I'm interested to see how it plays out. But I think Ian can have a lot of success if he sticks to his long range on the outside. Absolutely. Like, we've seen him do this time and time again. It's just a different beast across the cage from. Understandably, Islam is the favorite, but absolutely wouldn't rule Ian Gary out, especially after, the week we've just had. Poatan and Ilya Topuria. I mean, how could you rule the dude out at this stage? I mean, I think he has as good a chance of any of the guys in that welterweight ranks. It's just that Islam is just so good.
It's a great point. What about you, GC? You fancy his chances? Do you think he's got a shot?
I don't know if I fancy them. I don't think I'd make him the favorite, but he's certainly live. To Pete's point, there's no definitive outcome that I can say in this sport that I feel good about anymore. With Hamzat losing, Ilya Topuria losing, it's too unpredictable. Everyone has a fighting chance.
I'm happy for Ian. He was the guy to get the shot. Like, he had to be the guy. Carlos has been great as of late, but he has a win over Carlos just over a year ago. It had to be him.
Oh, Michael Morales.
Nah, he's had greater wins. He's had higher profile wins over bigger names. Tougher.
I'm fine with it. I'm just saying you could have given it to Michael. It would have been no problem.
I agree. At least it's not Usman.
It was a bit of a lottery at that. Like, we were definitely thinking Ian was the guy, but there was definitely a few names in that hat. There was a lot of people shouting different names, and Morales was one of them because he's hot shit. Like, he is knocking people out. He's a young guy.
This division was so stagnant for so long, and now it feels like it's hot. Like, Islam becoming champion
You're so
again.
right.
Michael Morales entering the picture. Ian getting a title shot. Carlos rebuilding himself post Ian Gary loss. Like, this is a fun division.
There was a time
be on his way back.
Shavkat,
hell yeah.
Please, God willing. There was a time where I thought it was one of the most stagnant, uninteresting divisions.
Same lads fighting each other over and over again. Yeah, come on.
It was too much.
And now you can make a strong case that, look, heavyweight at the very top, but the rest is kind of...
No, that's a trash division.
Hoken and Gable, okay, let's see. Light heavyweight, bit of a mess as well, especially after the Elberg injury. Middleweight,
It's fun.
It's fine, but it's welterweight. I would say right now, thinking about it, number one. Lightweight is always...
No, lightweight's number one. That is the best division in MMA. UFC's lightweight division is, for me, the best division we've got going right now. It is so good.
The combo of Islam, Praches, Ian, and Morales, those top four, I don't think there's a better top four.
Bantamweight's very good. Bantamweight's very good.
Don't sleep on flyweight, too. I thought all of this was just to say that it's all second to flyweight.
You know what?
Flyweight is so fucking
My
good.
definitive answer is
we have an
welterweight
embarrassment
number
of
one.
riches here in the UFC
Yes.
right now. An embarrassment of riches.
I mean, Gabriel Bonfim coming on at welterweight, Sean Brady.
Yes. I think welterweight's number one right
Yaroslav
now.
Amosov, are you kidding?
Yes.
Uros Medic after he gets a big win in Serbia later.
Actually, bantamweight's a little bit stagnant too. It's like the same dudes there.
Let me just read flyweight for you.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Josh Van is champ.
Yeah.
Who's more fun than Josh Van right now? Pantoja, number one.
Yeah.
The pound for pound top guy who didn't lose his belt in the octagon, lost it to the injury. Manel Kape, Tatsuro Taira, Brandon Royval, Kyoji Horiguchi down there, Lonnie Kavanaugh, sorry.
Hey, come on, bro.
Amir Albazi. Like, this is, and then you get all the way down to like the Morenos, Ursags, Tim Elliott's, like, I don't know, man. Flyweight's for me. Welterweight's fun as hell, though.
Launch Makayev back in there as well.
Throw Makayev in there.
Flyweight, lightweight, welterweight, that's my top three.
Flyweight,
whatever order
lightweight,
you want to put them in, I'm cool with.
For me, it's welterweight. I just love those four guys. I just think those four guys. Morales versus Islam is a fascinating fight.
Yeah.
Ian versus Islam is a fascinating fight. Ian versus Morales is a fascinating fight. Morales versus Praches is a fascinating fight.
What do you do with those two guys now?
Who?
Morales and Praches.
People got mad at me when I said it. People got mad at me when I said it, but I want to see Morales versus Praches. Now,
me too.
It's a great fight.
That's
unbelievable.
Can we get it on the card?
That's a BMF fight. That is a BMF fight.
Honestly,
You know
like,
what I mean?
Gary versus Makhachev is great for the title, but I think I would be more excited for Praches Morales.
Yeah.
Sheer bloodlust. I would be.
Absolutely. Sheer bloodlust. Yeah.
Can we get it on the card? Or do you think it's too soon?
I'll do it. Carlos.
It's Carlos's birthday. He says it's his birthday.
Straight on the sauce afterwards. Straight on the sauce afterwards.
It does feel like Carlos has a little more juice and ability to say no, right? Like Morales, I don't think has as much. Morales is doing his best, campaigning and always going to social media to try and make his case for it. I feel like Carlos is the one who would have to opt into that fight. I think Morales would take it no problem.
I love it. In Philly?
Oh, it'd be a sick fight.
I mean, this card is great. Anyone give Jillian Robertson a chance?
Yes, of course.
I think it's interesting.
I might
really
favor her,
interesting.
Yeah. Wow, you might favor her.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I am also a notorious...
You love Savage?
Fader.
Okay.
Look, the ground game,
Zhang?
Jillian's ground game, all right, it's not on the level of Darren's in pure jiu-jitsu, but our MMA grappling is fucking outstanding. So I could see it playing out on the feet here. And I think anyone in a striking battle against Mackenzie Darren has a real chance. Like, that's the reality of the situation, I think.
Jillian Robertson is the first Canadian to fight for the belt since...
Oh, my Lord.
First Canadian to fight for any belt.
For a UFC belt, yeah. I'll give you a hint.
Rory McDonald?
I'll give you a hint. I've referenced this particular fight a lot randomly.
Rory McDonald?
Incorrect. I've referenced this fight a lot randomly over the past couple weeks, actually.
Who the hell would have fought for the belt?
Mark Hominick, Rory McDonald, trying to go through them here.
Close.
The Crow Lawazo never had one.
You're going too far back
No,
now. Who's
Lawazo fought Rich Franklin, UFC 58.
Oh,
for the belt.
shit.
Yeah.
No, but who's after Rory? Who's
Awful knockout. All right, you give up?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No. Oh, no, the guy who injured his leg against Anderson Silva, his name is...
Patrick Cote.
No, that's
UFC
before
90.
Rory.
That's 2008.
too far back.
I'm trying to be best here. I'm trying to
It
be
has
best.
to be post Rory.
Bisping, was it?
The last
No.
one.
I've been hitting you with fucking Canadians who fought for belts. The rest of you are just going, no. I'm trying over
The
here.
most
I'm fucking
recent
trying.
I can think
There's
of
a-
is Rory, but there's one after.
Fucking just tell us. Just tell us,
Jordan,
How do you
don't
guys
look it
not
up.
know?
You looked it up.
I saw the same tweet
No,
you looked at.
no, don't
Who
do
is
it.
it? Who is it? I need
Give
to.
us the weight division.
referenced
Give us the
it.
weight division. Give us the weight division.
145.
Huh?
Oh, this is.
Oh, Felicia Spencer.
What's the last male? Is it the Rory versus Robbie fight? Is it possibly that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Patrick Cote.
Yo,
UFC
going off of
250.
this, a few people have been like, "Yo, I watched UFC 250," and I hit them with the Amanda Nunes, Felicia Spencer.
Yeah.
They're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes. That's,
I don't know who either of those.
That's
Yes, Oven mentioned GSP versus Bisping.
2017. Was that after? Yeah, it was after.
That was after Rory.
Yep,
That was
yep.
189. So yeah, I guess that was the last Canadian male. Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah, and the Felicia fight was 2020. Was June of 2020.
Yeah.
All that push too.
Corey
with, like,
Sandhagen.
Mike Malott, Jasmine Justavicius, Charles
moving up.
Jourdain, all this. It's Jillian Robertson. who
Jillian
fights
Robertson.
next. Great.
Right?
Wow.
No one.
She's going to do it. I want to say it right now. She's
Ooh.
going to do it.
Yo.
She's gonna do
Zahabi,
it.
everyone.
I will say
Jillian.
ever since she paired up with Dean Thomas, she has just been unbelievable. Like I mean that's literally her nickname, but yeah, she is very good, and I think she'll be very prepared. Mackenzie Dern obviously has the grappling advantage, but to Pete's point, like the MMA grappling, the wrestling, the control, I think that's on Jillian's side. I don't think she's going to be scared to grapple with Mackenzie, and on the feet, it's a coin toss with anybody.
In case you're wondering, she's won 5 in a row. She's also won a karate combat grappling match against Montana De La Rosa in that stretch as well. Her last loss was in June of 2023. So obviously, Zhang Wei Li was probably everyone's first pick, and I'll inquire.
Why did that not happen?
I'll inquire. I didn't inquire, to be honest, but maybe she's not ready. Maybe, it seemed like that was the obvious one. She was the champion, was forced to give up the belt, which I don't love. Like, Alex Pereira should still be light heavyweight champion, in my opinion. Like, I don't think you should. I think you should be able to at least make the decision after the fight goes down. You know what I mean? Like, if you lose, then you could go back and still be champion there, but you give it up and then you lose the fight, whether you're moving up or down, and now you're left with no belts, which doesn't seem necessarily fair. But in any event, there you have it. 2 fights, August 15th. In case you're wondering, as far as flyweight is concerned, because we were just talking about the flyweight division, our good friends over at Kalshi, they're saying by the end of this year, that's December 31st, 2026, 51% in favor of Josh Van still being champ. Pantoja, 40%. And Manel Kape, who is fighting this weekend, 23%. Let's see what they have to say about Mr. Manel going up against Kyoji Horiguchi, which is a phenomenal fight.
What a fight.
A shame it's happening at the Apex. And wow, Manel, 58% over Horiguchi, 42%.
I'm not surprised by this.
I am surprised.
Manel. Look,
I am
when
surprised.
Manel steps into the cage, he is very good. It's always the getting him into the cage.
Horiguchi has been great.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. Horiguchi has been fantastic in the UFC return. He's going to be the more well-rounded fighter, but Manel's power is such a difference maker.
Wow.
I don't know who to pick on this one.
If I were to guess, I would have said Horiguchi. Like, if I were to guess who the favorite would have been, I would have said
thought
Horiguchi.
Gooch.
Yeah. You agree, GC?
Yeah, give me the gooch, baby.
Yeah, man.
He's a dog, right?
Sure is.
I'm surprised. H-Style. Let's go. What about Iwan Kuchilaba and Navajo Sterling? All right, there you go. Sterling, 73%. That's what I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an all action. This is a perfect Apex co-main, as we've talked about in the past.
I would say more perfect as far as a co-main is concerned is Loke Dog versus Andre Feely.
Boom!
Yeah, great one.
That's also on this card. What do we got?
Look, dog, big favorite.
Wow. I can't even see. What's the percentage?
70%.
Where does it say? Oh, up there, yeah. 70% for Loke Dog.
Needs to bounce back here.
Yeah.
Who he lost to? Bautista though last time?
Yeah. It's a tough one.
Come on.
He got.
And his
thumped.
hand was apparently broken, and he decided like that was the right move to fight.
His hand might be broken, but his spirit isn't.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I think that's astute. What are they saying about Conor Max? We talked about this earlier.
Coming in. It's coming in a little
Did you
bit.
move the line, Helwani? Did you move the line?
Nah, I don't think so. I think it was that yesterday, to be honest. I wish I could take credit for that. Mr. Pizzi, what about that kit that GC is wearing there? What do you...
Yeah, no, I can't look at him. Can't look directly at him.
What do you think about that?
He's a friend of mine. I think he's one of the few people. Can I look over here? He's one of the few people in the world that own both an Ireland jersey and an England jersey, which is interesting.
Crazy.
It was gifted to me.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you fancy? 4 o'clock kickoff, at least here, 9 o'clock.
Listen. I have lots of wonderful English friends. I enjoy when I visit England. Fantastic place. But when their football team play,
you hate the shit watch out of it.
Listen, the only fucking thing Irish people have this World Cup is to cheer whoever the fuck is playing England. All right, that's all we have. Okay, and if I'm a piece of shit for that, so are all of my brothers and sisters on this island. Okay, this is how we bond. In fact, Andy, what did I say would be one of the great nights out we could have when you come to Ireland? What did I say?
Hate watch the England matches. You did say that, and I was like, you know what? All right.
Look, it's an amazing time.
Can I ask an honest question? Because I would feel this way. If Canada wasn't in and Curacao and Cabo Verde were in, it would make me feel like, what? Does it make you feel that way when you're seeing these lesser, like Iraq is in there? Like, what? How's Ireland not here?
No, fair play to them. I don't really.
That's
on Ireland. That's not on them. And listen, as I said yesterday, Pico Lopez representing Ireland in the back line of Cabo Verde. So
one of your own.
Yeah.
Portugal heading to stoppage time right now. 1-1.
Draw.
Wow.
Against the Doc.
Against the Doc. The doctor is in. I can tell you that much.
All kinds of upsets happening, left, right, and center. Huh?
What about Messi? What about fucking Lionel Messi, the little wizard?
Hat trick. Made it look easy, too.
Yeah, weren't we talking about all-time goals scored and then he just added 3 yesterday?
Yeah.
It's him and Mbappe right there. Closest.
But Ronaldo's ahead of Mbappe. I was right about that. All right? You fucking told me I was talking bollocks.
I don't
Ronaldo's
think anymore.
15 fucking World Cup goals.
Oh, he has one more?
He has 15.
Yeah, Mbappe tied.
Like Ronaldo, real Ronaldo. This guy.
Yes.
This fucking guy.
That is the real Ronaldo.
R9, not CR9.
Easy on the neck there,
Yeah,
man.
with one of the great haircuts. What about the boys in red? Massive showdown against Qatar coming up. Can we get 3 points finally? 76%.
Yeah, I think so.
We've never gone 3 points.
Is there a better side than you've shown in the World Cup?
Fucking crazy. Y'all have never won a World Cup.
Never.
Man.
Oh, I'll go one step further. The point that we got against Bosnia was our first ever point.
Crazy.
It's a good team.
3 coming
it's a good
against
fucking team.
We need Alphonso Davies out there. We need Jonathan.
We beat Qatar in the lead up to this World Cup as well.
Yeah, Canada's got it.
But we shit the bed. We always shit the bed. I don't know what's going on. What about USA Australia? We've got Mr. Volkanovski coming up. I wonder if he's going to be in attendance. Where's this one happening on Friday?
I believe Seattle, no?
He's still in the States. I wonder if he's going to pull up.
Look, man, love my Aussies. All love to everyone down under, but nah, fuck the Socceroos come Friday.
I think it's going to be a great match. I think it's going to be a great match.
I can't wait for it.
I'm pulling, as I've said, if it's Canada, U.S., I'm always pulling for Canada. But I think for the vibes in this country, if the U.S. could go on a magical run, I think it would be incredible.
If they can do it with that attacking, if we can do it with the we'll take 1 to give you 2 type deal, we're just going to outscore you, I love it.
I backed them at 66-1 before this fucking World Cup when I told you I was doing it.
Good on you. Will it hit?
We'll see.
I'm telling you, man, the host nation, a lot of shit can happen.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Who can forget 2002 South Korea? Remember that?
Who could forget?
You remember that run? Yeah. Who could forget the first match of that particular World Cup? Senegal.
France. They beat France 1-0.
1-0.
Famously.
Great.
One of the most famous games in the
It's
World
so
Cup
crazy
history,
because it actually is. They were the defending champions. They opened it up. You have no idea. World Cup winner right now? What is it?
France.
Favorites.
It's France.
France?
Yeah, France.
I think that Portugal number is going to be dropping after this performance.
Yeah.
Brazil are a sleeping giant. And I know the starting lineup is not as good as it was or has been for many years, but man, that fucking team, I don't even think it's necessarily bad not to play well in the first game of the World Cup. You want to peak at the right time. You're a fucking example. Argentina lost the first game to Saudi Arabia and they went on to win the World Cup the last time.
Yep.
Okay, so let's all fucking calm down. It's marathon, not a sprint. We're only one fucking game in. Calm down, everyone.
What are they saying as far as Golden Boot is concerned? What do they have?
Yeah, Mbappe.
Mbappe, Messi, 23%.
Man, all of the stars last night. Haaland, Mbappe.
So good.
Fucking
So
one of
good.
the best nights in fucking World Cup in a long time.
Absolute magic. Absolute magic. I couldn't get enough of it. You stay up for Austria, Jordan?
Or at least wake up early. Or who are you asking that to?
Pizzi.
Pizzi, did you wake up
sorry.
early?
I thought you said, did you stay over Austria, Jordan?
Oh.
I was asking Jordan. No, I didn't.
And then Ronaldo comes out here and lays a stinker after the Stars were on fire last night.
Yeah, he shouldn't even be playing. You got a red card.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's right.
For,
That's
corner
right,
for
Helwani.
Portugal
Look
with a
at that.
minute left. Caught by the
He's
goal.
going to score a header. He's going to score a header.
I think they're going to draw it. I think they're going to draw. The doctor on fire.
How's America doing as far as being a host? Are people complaining or are people?
I think people are loving it.
Okay.
Stadiums look unbelievable.
The visuals of people like the Scots in Boston.
The Scots are fucking magic.
The visuals of these people, the Norwegians, I saw them having a grand old time. Like the cultures meshing together in some of these like Midwest, Kansas City and whatnot. It's very fun.
The complaints, if you want me to be honest, are all about like
pitch.
Iran being pushed out immediately after the game last night. They were pushed back to Mexico. There was all reports about that this morning.
That's weird.
There was an official from Peru, I believe. He would have been the first Peruvian referee to referee a World Cup game. May be wrong on the nationality there, but he got rejected at border control. He's sent home. Would have been a big deal for him. And other than that, it's all like pricing things, right? Like it's like the price of things and other stuff like that. But in terms of how the games are going, I think it's fucking great. It's a World Cup, baby.
Final. Portugal won.
How about it?
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Would have got a few quid on the draw there, I tell you.
A few.
Fucking hell.
Gents, let's go back to the White House.
Let's do it.
And everyone's been waiting to hear what Richard Millet has to say about what transpired in the main event. Here's I guess, is this a statement from Richard?
Not necessary.
Well, resilience defines the greatest athletes, but accepting defeat with humility and finding the strength to come back strong. I'm reading this very slowly because I can't hardly see the text, is what turns
champions into legends.
Thank you.
Bravo, Ilya. Your
Thank you.
talent and fighting spirit remain as inspiring as ever. We are proud to stand by your side in victory and in defeat.
I love that. I mean, that's a
very nice.
massive
Classic.
brand putting out a statement, a sentiment, if you will. And amazingly, it seemed like Armin Tsarukyan put out a similar sentiment to Ilya. Here's a DM that he posted. Ilya, as soon as Face ID starts working, change it to 17. It's not nice. It's not nice. Yeah, that's
not the same
kicking
vibe
it.
at all, really,
No,
is it? It's not different. It's a very different feeling on that one.
It's also stolen, right? Like somebody already did that.
Yeah,
it's like the Nixon
Wow.
guy.
Rick just kicking him.
No, I'm talking about Armin. He took
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
Some other news from the White House. Dana White was on Pat McAfee. He says the president's own Marine Corps band was incredible.
Oh.
The president, talking about Trump, told me that he was going to give the band a fight bonus.
Oh.
And I'm going to match that bonus.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, so
Is anyone getting more love than the president's own Marine Corps?
Your bro, does your bro know about this news?
I just
Gunnery
texted it to
Sergeant
him. So we'll
Burks,
see what he has to
baby.
say. Shout out to Gunnery Sergeant Burks.
Now, is it like 400K each, or are they dividing it?
That's the question.
How many people?
All on the U.S. to win the World Cup. That's my tip. All of it.
How many people in that band?
Oh, man, that's a great question.
30 or so?
No, it looked like more than that,
Probably
right?
like in total, probably like 100.
The vocalists, are they part of the band too, or are they hired? Wow.
Yeah.
That woman who did the superstar. Was,
Hannah, I think her name was. God, she was unbelievable.
you know, I watched the Gaethje walkout like 5 more times, and I think I realized part of the magic is, we talked about the lighting and the cinematography and the rooms and the deck, but the fact that the broadcast team, Anik, DC, Rogan, don't speak for about the first minute and 40 seconds of it added so much. Sometimes less is more, and there are broadcasts in which I feel like the announcers talk too much. The fact that they laid out, there was like a calmness and a stillness and a bit of like an eeriness to it all. Like he was almost like walking in a cemetery, and the music about the grave and all. You don't usually hear that. You hear, they're yelling, there's all this stuff. There was something so unique. We will never experience anything like that again. It wasn't COVID, because those were obviously quiet as well. It didn't feel that same way, but there was something, you know what I mean? It was
Prestigious. There
very
was
eerie and
prestige to it.
prestigious and still and
solemn,
yeah. It was. I love the fact that they didn't speak. Well done to all three of them.
Everybody's talking about Justin's walkout. Is it hipster for me to say I thought O'Malley's was the better one?
No, it's not hipster.
I feel like everybody's talking about Justin.
The Oval Office, the way
blew my mind.
It's Diego's and Garcia's.
They were all great.
When they zoomed in on the double doors and like opened them up for, I think it was Garcia because he went first. Oh, so good. I think Justin's, a lot of it is added the aura of the fact that he went in and upset.
It's the totality of the whole fight that adds to it, in my opinion.
It's incredible.
Now,
I've never felt so in sync with Dana at the flyover, like when that happened, because I was literally doing the same thing. I was going, "Holy fuck, what's happening?" You know what I mean? Trump's there saluting. I'm just going, "Fucking hell, what the fuck is going on?"
I think Dana said in an interview that he thinks the walkouts are like the greatest thing in the history of television.
Yeah.
Emmy's coming.
They deserve an award. They deserve all the fucking whatever they are. Yeah.
Well, here's SBJ, guys. That's Sports Business Journal reporting moments ago. This is Adam Stern, who covers this side of the UFC, that the UFC card at the White House led to a notable increase in downloads for the Paramount Plus streaming service, according to Sensor Tower data, highlighting why Paramount Skydance Corp is betting on the fighting property to build its direct-to-consumer platform. The UFC Freedom 250 card at the White House was the first professional sporting event. Okay. Let's get to the stuff. Okay, according to estimates shared with SBJ, a market intelligence firm that Sensor Tower, downloads of Paramount Plus nearly quadrupled from their prior 30-day average for a 276% increase. Downloads nearly tripled from Saturday of last weekend to fight day on Sunday, up 184%. Daily active users on the platform on Sunday jumped by 17% from the prior day and 34% from the previous 30 days. Doesn't give us the actual viewing numbers, but Dana White did say on Sunday that the Paramount CEO, David Ellison, was, quote, going crazy about the numbers. In case you're wondering, by the way, the Fox Sports app, which is carrying all the World Cup games, they saw downloads increase by 14-fold from the prior 30-day stretch. Downloads for the Fox Sports app up 181%. Day over day from the first day.
I do have a gripe with that Fox Sports thing, though, because I went onto the Fox Sports app on the Fire TV, and it then pointed me to a new app. So, like...
Yeah, what the hell? Fox One or something?
Fox One. So it feels like they could be juicing those numbers a little bit that way. I mean, if you have to download a brand new app, it's going to go way up in downloads now.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
No, numbers and reports like these are often from... the parties themselves, whether it be Paramount, whether it be UFC. The fact that the first thing we got was downloads and not viewership makes me think that we either might not get viewership or that viewership wasn't as expected.
They have to know by now, right? They have to
know by now.
Right.
And we're getting download numbers.
Right. Okay, guys, a couple of other news and notes. Still to come, by the way, the great Alexander Volkanovski and Alex Pereira in studio to talk about what transpired on Sunday. So stick with us here. There's a report on uncrowned.com, the #1 unbiased home for all things combat sports, which has a headline that states Floyd Mayweather facing 2 felony criminal charges in latest legal drama. This is from the great Darshan Desai, our leader for all things boxing. Floyd Mayweather is facing 2 felony criminal charges relating to a 2024 incident in which he allegedly wrote a $200,000 check to purchase an Audemars Piguet watch from the Las Vegas-based Gold and Beyond, which never went through. Mayweather, did I pronounce that correctly?
Audemars Piguet.
Yep. Mayweather is being accused of theft, value of $100,000 or greater, and draw or pass check with intent to defraud, value $1,200 or greater. ESPN first reported the news on Tuesday. So there you have it. Some legal troubles for Mr. Floyd Mayweather. Nothing that he's, not used to. He's had some issues in the past, right?
I mean, isn't it just fucking tragic, though? Like, let's be honest. You know what I mean? This guy earned so much fucking money, and now you're like a boom check for $200K. Like, this guy's earned more money off boxing than anyone in the fucking world of all time.
Yeah.
And now, like, that, it's sad, man. It's sad that this is always the story in combat sports, unfortunately. Well, more often than not, this happens.
Maybe it was an honest mistake.
Look, I hope it was.
Yeah.
Don't think
Maybe it was like an old check or something from a different bank account. No. Speaking of Darshan, I saw this. He is reporting that Johnny Fisher, the great Johnny Fisher, is a free agent. Johnny Fisher has confirmed that his promotional deal with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom and their exclusive negotiation period has now expired, allowing Fisher to speak to other promoters. Talks remain ongoing between Fisher and Matchroom. Matchroom also owns a matching right. Is he going to be the latest to jump ship?
He was talking about this a few months ago, if I remember correctly. He was saying that a massive offer came forward, and he was kind of saying, look, I think I'm going to stick with Eddie. But the fact that he's gone through that matching period or the negotiation period, and he's now a free agent, would say to me he is looking for pastures new.
Yeah, he did say that some people reached out and that he talked to Eddie. He's very loyal to Eddie.
Huge deal on the table.
Yeah. Let's see. This did get me thinking about the Fisher family, who we all love so very much. Did you guys happen to see this video of Johnny Fisher paying homage to all the teams in the World Cup? Pizzi, surely you saw this, right?
I did, yes. Fantastic.
This is a tremendous piece of footage. Here it is.
I'm Big John, and this is Bosch Around the World. Bash!
Mexico.
Yariva Bosch.
South Africa.
Bok Bosch.
South Korea.
K Bosch.
Czech Republic.
Pilsner Bosch.
Canada.
Maple Bosch.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Bosnia.
Qatar.
Oil Bosch.
Here, Oil Bosch.
Cheese Bosch.
Cheese Bosch.
Brazil.
Samba Bosch.
Samba Bosch. Pizzi, are you still there?
Bosch.
Yeah.
Haiti.
I'm asking you, which is your favorite?
Scotland.
Muk Bosch.
I mean, let me see them all again.
United States of America.
Yee Bosch.
Paraguay.
That's probably out there in front, to be honest, the American one.
Yeah, not bad. G'day Bosch. Shish Bosch, Turkey.
Oh, that's good as well.
The Bosch.
No.
The Curacao one is a tough one.
No.
Do you think he's reading these, or do you think he's doing it off the dome?
Reading.
I'd like to think top of the dome. His eyes are staying transfixed on the lens, though. Like, he's a very talented man. You know what I mean? Abba Bosch is very good for Sweden.
It looks like he's reading, right, guys?
He is.
Yeah.
I can't fucking believe this. Are you serious?
It's going to be hard to top.
Look at his eyes. They're a little bit off to the, the right of the screen there.
You're slandering one of the great influences of our generation.
It is unbelievable. Le Bosch.
Le Bosch is a classic.
No edits here, right? I mean, he's going straight. Babylon Bosch for Iraq. Interesting. Viking Bosch, yeah. Argentina. I mean, it's really... it's tremendous content.
Strudel Bosch is fantastic.
It's tremendous content. I did also happen to see, by the way, because I consume a lot of Fisher family content. Oh, yeah, there they are. I did see this video. They're not all jokes, the Fisher family. They do a great job of trying to be leaders, trying to be great role models. I love this video from Johnny and his father. Here it is, in case you missed it.
Right, listen, chaps. Men's mental health is a serious issue. If you think someone's struggling, go and check on them. Go and see if they're all right. Even if you don't think they are, check and see if your mates are all good.
And remember, a problem shared is a problem halved. So talk to someone if you need some help.
And the NHS is also here to help you. They've got an outstanding service to help men in need of mental health problems.
Get in contact, you know what to do if you need the help.
And most importantly of all, check in on your mates. Bash!
Tremendous message.
Everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are gents right there. Guys, yesterday, there was breaking news that we missed, but it is important that we address this real quickly. What? I mean, that was the breaking news, but I wanted... Yes!
Oh my God!
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes!
Oh, shit!
They are back, y'all. Must have forgot the GFL.
They never left.
Is back.
Fuck the doubters. Fuck all of you doubters. Who fucking... This is going to be the greatest
Guys, we have to go. We have to go.
Are you kidding me? I've already booked my flight.
October 17th, 2026, Lost Wages, Nevada will host the inaugural showcase event for the GFL, the Global Fight League, featuring 4 founding franchise markets: New York, Los Angeles, Miami, London. GFL is more than any other fight promotion. It's a global league built around city pride, rivalries, and world-class competition, guys. Team rosters and fight card details will be announced in the coming weeks. Did they have the draft already? It's going to happen at the Sam's Town Live in Las Vegas. A great venue.
That? Oh.
And By the way, MMAGFL.com. There's no link there because you can't link in IG. I think it was good that they put that there. The OTC. What's the OTC? The original tribal chief. What does that stand for?
It looks like some sort of coin. Because
GFLE. Yeah.
Samstown Live holds 1,100 people. Will we be among that?
I think we
More
have to be.
exclusive than the White House.
I think we have to.
I think it's probably going to sell out pretty quick.
More exclusive than the White House. Just saying.
How many times can you say that you've gone to the very first event in a company's history, and especially a company this prestigious?
Just get your mate to buy a T-shirt that says you were at it. That's one strategy.
That's gonna be bananas.
You know, Chuck has to be at this event. Like, if there's someone who is
a Chuck event,
he says Chuck written all over it.
If there was someone who was born to file the very first piece on the very first GFL event, I feel.
It's in
like
the Ice Wars vein, right? Like when he went to Ice Wars, the big FC thing.
Under the logo, it says established 2026.
Yes.
But just ignoring that it was established prior to this, or
What do you mean? What do you mean? They had the draft in 20. Oh, I guess yes. Okay, you're right.
What do you think happened there with the hyphen you can't link in IG situation there?
The AI poster is also.
Do you think that was a copy paste job and someone was trying to tell?
I think they sent it to someone, be like, post this.
No.
That's
admin saying like, sorry, you can't link on the IG caption. Just do
I kind of feel like most people know that by now. No,
Hey, it's a simple URL.
Yeah, it's.
Nah, they're just they're just.
I don't even have to remember it. It's my homepage.
By the way, if you're watching us right now on the Yahoo Sports Network, stick with us. We're going to take a quick break. If you're on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're still here. That one is a clunky one. I can't wait to see you guys do this tomorrow. And I can't wait for pizza on Friday.
If you're joining us here on the Yahoo Sports Network, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
If you're here on YouTube, stick with us.
There's no easy way to do it.
And 3, 2.
And we're back. We're back.
I get stressed out over the most basic things. Jordan and Andy can attest to this before the crack.
Oh, you doing the ad reads is cinema.
He almost cried last week.
Oh my God.
I was like, Pizzi, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna crush.
It's gonna be okay. Yeah. Why do you get so nervous?
PT, there's reports after I hopped out of the Zoom to calm your nerves, to walk you through the Kalshi stuff, that you immediately were like, oh my God, Jordan left. I can't believe it. How am I supposed to do this? So much, you're good, bro. You've done this 100 times.
You're fine.
You're a pro's pro.
Why do you get so nervous?
Folks read it though.
I like to cripple myself with doubt to force the best out of myself is what I like to do.
Okay.
GFL is publicly traded?
We gonna buy a few shares?
I mean, I think we just read it, right?
Yeah, but GFL Sports and Entertainment.
We should get 1,000 shares.
Trying to send you some money now, GC.
Yeah, you want me to...
Let it be known officially, Ben Hefner, shout out to Ben Hefner, part of our team here, is the number one GFL believer. He never doubted they'd be back, and maybe we send Ben. Maybe we send Ben and Chuck, and that's the combo that represent.
Maybe it's a stream of Chuck watching, and our guy Ben is the one setting it up.
Yeah.
If we had had that at Ice Wars, I mean, what a treat it would have been. Do you remember who we ended up sitting beside at this most unique of events?
Ice Wars.
Yes.
We sat beside someone.
Chuck Mendenhall.
Oh, Chuck. Sorry. Oh,
it's fucking insane.
This is from last year, right? Fudge. I remember it was in Michigan, but I don't remember who. Who's it?
Very famous boxer, one of the Four Kings.
Oh, yes.
Tommy the Hitman Hearns.
Was it Tommy Hearns?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I was going to say Hagler, but Hagler passed away.
It couldn't have been him.
No, it couldn't have been him. I was trying to remember. Yeah, that would be incredible. By the way, did you happen to see this little guy that's been added to the desk here? I believe this is Des Walker. Are you familiar with Des Walker?
Des Walker, of course I am, yeah.
Yeah, this came from Lewis Watson, who's a member of the team. He was kind enough.
Very good player.
He also gave me he gave me pub crackers.
What are pub crackers?
He told me. You don't know what pub crackers are? All right, don't you
Tell me them and I'll tell you. It's not called pub crackers. You're gonna show it to me and I'll be like, oh, it's that thing. They aren't.
One second. I'm getting them for you, okay? Just stay.
Ariel, man, what the fuck is this?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying in my head.
Like some AI shit. Like I don't know.
He said everyone has to have these crackers. He said them in the post.
Let me see.
Scampi flavor
Scampi
fries.
fries are not fucking crackers. All right, I knew you were going to do this.
What is
no, it's a different. Scampi fries is a different thing.
What is it? What is
He
it?
did call that.
A close sibling of bacon fries. Fucking crackers.
What
are you talking about?
Scampi fries. Is this like shrimp flavored stuff?
Should I try?
You better believe it is.
Yeah, try it on the air.
It's
bro.
fishy.
Is it gonna?
You're ready for fishy?
But I'm about to talk to Alex.
Or shrimpy.
What are you
Aren't
supposed?
they both?
What are you eating this with?
Wait, no. Look, can I just be honest? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm more partial to the bacon fry than the scampi fry.
Cereal snack with a delicious
Elaine loves a fucking
scampi and
scampi
lemon
fry.
taste. Who eats a
Take
shrimp
the arm
scampi
off
and
you for a
it's like-
scampi fry, she would.
Yo,
Yeah.
it's a little
I
salted.
like some. I like some too.
It's a little salt and vinegar esque.
Yeah, they've got salt and vinegar on them, all right.
That's a crazy thing that someone ate a shrimp scampi and they were like, let's chip flavor them.
Yeah.
Wow, they're actually really good.
Bacon fries.
I can't eat the
eat
bacon.
fries, but it's not really bacon. It's just flavoring, right?
Oh, I don't know. Is it actual bacon?
No.
You reckon they're
definitely
fucking there
not.
with a load of streaky bacon, just fucking throwing potatoes in the mix? Come on, mate.
I don't freaking know what it is, but this is great stuff. So what? You have this at the pub?
You have them at the pub.
What, they give them to you with the drink?
No, you're buying them.
What does that mean? Like you're getting like a bowl of them, or you're just getting it like this?
No, you're saying give me exactly like that. They have a strip of them like that.
Okay. Wow. Very kind of him. He was in New York. He dropped it off. Gave me a magazine. Gave me the Des Walker over there.
That was a
Des Walker's a lovely one.
PT.
Yeah.
Huh? You know when they have the like that.
I love that. Doesn't I don't know what is scampi?
It's fish.
That is like.
Yeah.
Is it?
Scampi is just a style, like you cook
Right,
it
'cause
in
you
some
could have,
white
like, something-
wine, lemon, some garlic, some fresh.
So it's actually
herbs.
not fish, is what you're saying.
It's a seafood dish featuring shrimp cooked in like a rich sauce of garlic, butter, white wine, lemon. It's often served over like a pasta.
Is it?
With like crusty bread.
But what is
but
it?
it's just chips.
It's a sauce.
Scampi and chips.
It's a sauce.
Technically refers to the langoustine in the U.S. The term
That's seafood.
is just the preparation style. Typically made, it's made with shrimp. Yeah, the key is to cook the shrimp quickly in a flavorful sauce.
It's similar to like an oreganata.
Yeah.
That I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Thank God.
Here's just a real quick definition of it.
Tell me.
It's a crustacean-based seafood dish.
Okay. I could jive with that. I like it. Scampi and lemon flavor cereal snack. Cereal. What is that all?
Ugh.
Why is it called cereal snack?
You're actually supposed to pour milk over them.
Could you imagine?
You're not. No, Jesus. I'm
Smiths.
surprised I didn't get you a packet of bacon fries when you were here, GC. I feel it let you down, man.
You let me down in more ways than one.
Wow. Did you get the chicken fillet?
Nope.
Did you get the potato chip sandwich?
Mm-mm.
Wow. So what did you get him?
Didn't see Blanche
Boys,
either.
Didn't go to Blanche. Glimmerman?
Closed.
Hardly even know him.
Yeah. All right. So it seems like you didn't quite, because PT was stressing. He's like, I just want to show him a good time. Sounds like you didn't do that.
he said he had a great time until he gets a few months out. He's like, you know what? That was shit, actually.
You know what? In retrospect, it wasn't as good as I thought. Listen, you live and you learn, right?
We'll do all that when I come over for Katie at Croak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see, Ariel got the situation was we were on camera eating all these dishes. Like, you know what I mean? It was a one-stop situation.
When were we doing that? Oh, yeah. We did the, what was that?
Joe Dye.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What a time.
And then we nearly missed
the weigh-ins.
You had to drive across down.
And we remember we were running. We were sprinting.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, you're supposed to interview Katie and Chantel on the stage. Like, what? No one told me this. I'm just wearing like regular clothes. Certainly not befitting of the moment. But yes, we were running there. Okay, so guys, Alex Pereira is going to join us in about 35 minutes time in a matter of hopefully moments. His team tells me they're logging on. Alex Volkanovski is going to join us. So a lot to be excited about. And next week, by the way, I do want to let you know that it's a big week here in the tri-state area. We've got Jaron Boots Ennis against Xander Zayas. What a fight that is in Brooklyn. Same day, England's playing. And then the weekend, like the 2 days prior, is the darts at the Infosys Theater, formerly known as the Hulu Theater, formerly known as the Felt Forum. I keep looking online, guys, every 2 seconds, and They're like, if you're going to the parade, you want to get there at 4 a.m. It's like a lot. I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering going on.
4 a.m.
It's too much. If you're going to the parade, you might want to, reserve your spot now. People are paying $750 to reserve their spot.
What?
Is that wild?
That's not the true spirit of the parade.
No. You think I should go, PT?
The parade's for the common man. Who the fuck's paying 750 quid? Fuck that. That's ridiculous.
No. It's people just like taking advantage of the moment. They're saying they're going to reserve a spot. It's crazy.
Are you going? It's in like 15 hours.
Yeah. I got to wake up in like 15 hours.
All right.
No. Am I going? No, I was just confirming what you were saying. I don't know. We're figuring it out.
You don't know.
We got. It's going to be a game time decision. We've already pushed back the idea that we were going to sleep at a hotel tonight to get there early, and then we realized it's not really going to help unless you're waking up at 4 a.m. So here we are.
Wow.
How could you not go?
I don't know.
Knicks win a championship, but we're not going to the parade.
Here's what I don't want.
Think about all the germs, Ariel.
I don't want my mood to change. I don't want to get frustrated. I don't want to be annoyed by the lack of seeing anything or the close quarters or anything like that. Do you know what I mean?
No, because you're going to be amongst people who are
just happy,
hungry for it as you. Yeah, that's
listen.
Amongst people.
I was hungry to go to Game 3, and I was stuck in there like sardines, and I was quite annoyed.
You're going,
I'd be
bro.
pissed.
You're going.
It was all Knicks fans too.
It's back and forth.
Must be nice.
You know what the best view of
It's not an ordeal. This is me playing out my fears.
Must be nice to finally get that championship you've been craving. Talking about how tortured you were. You finally get it, and it's like the parade comes, and you're like, whatever.
Don't even start with that. What do you
Best
think?
view of the parade.
Go to the parade
TV.
and stop moaning about it. It's
gonna be great.
It's going to be fantastic.
All right.
This is Ariel right now.
Yes.
Just my 2 cents. Don't go.
Don't go.
You have
PT,
to
don't
go.
do this. Don't.
Pete, what are you talking about,
PT,
man?
That PT.
Don't go.
Ireland wins the World Cup. You're not going to the parade.
You guys do parades over there.
In the Hearthstone House. We invent the parades, mate.
What about the fact that the parade is only like a mile long?
Pathetic. Why would you go and see that?
Concentrated.
Pathetic. Okay, here's Shaheen Al-Shadi who says, as someone who dreams of this, I will personally be offended if you don't go to the parade. I mean, he's right. Shaheen and I used to bond in our misery. Suns fan, Knicks fan, we've been close. He was the one who told me Mikal Bridges is going to make it happen for us. He was the one that made me believe. So, you know what? Here I am. Because of Shaheen and his sentiment, it's brought me back to...
I think if we asked you a month ago, if the Knicks pull it off, are you going to go to the parade? It would be like...
I would have said naked.
Yeah,
you said on this show we were all going to the parade.
1,000%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You'd have to murder me for me to not
Now
make
that you got it, you're like,
He said if the parade were today, we wouldn't have even had a show. So, you have to go.
It's a good point. It's a good point. These are good
also,
points.
Alicia Keys is performing.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Where?
Wonder what song she's going to play.
At the end on the stage.
At the end. Yeah, but now I heard that if you want to go to the end, you have to have a ticket. What's up with that?
You know what? I didn't even think how the parade's going to affect me getting to work tomorrow. My mom actually just sent me a link.
Oh,
Be
see?
like, FYI on getting to work tomorrow. It might be tough for you.
No, I think you'll be fine. Why? Because you're coming from downtown?
I mean, my subway goes straight through the parade route.
Sleeping on the couch.
It might skip the stops.
I hope it does.
Yeah, I mean, it might make it actually quicker for you in the end.
Nope, looks like I'm good.
It's a whole meshugas, but it's a great time to be alive.
I gotta say, you definitely shouldn't go to the end because everyone's gonna try to pack in the end to see the speeches and all that type of stuff. You're better off in the middle where the big trucks are driving by and you get the shot of them up top, shotgun and beers, holding the trophy. That's the best part.
That's the best part. All right, you've been?
Yeah, we've had some Philadelphia Eagles parades in my time.
Of course, must be nice. All right, we're going.
Must be nice. He has a parade tomorrow.
You go.
He's been to multiple ones. He's been to multiples. All right, he's been to multiples. Listen, speaking of multiples, if you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, I don't know why that's speaking of multiples. Well, this is one of our multiple breaks that we have to take. Here it is. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't go anywhere. And we're good. In a matter of seconds here, we're going to be joined by Alex Volkanovski. He's not here yet, right? I'm being told.
Struggling with the old Zoom link, are they?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Oh, what is this? Okay, yeah, there we go. He's going to be joining us, and then Alex Pereira in studio. Alex Pereira is obviously quite upset. He's posted multiple things. In fact, here's Plinio Cruz talking to the team at the gym, Cruz MMA, I do believe this was yesterday, about their experience fighting at the White House.
As I saw yesterday, staying on a flight, right? Paying some time to go our way. But that's how life it is. Now it's up to us to accept to be on the floor or to get up, shake off, and come back. America loves winners, but more than everything, America loves them and come back strong. When Alex got knocked out by Israel Design, he stayed 3 minutes unconscious on the floor, dehydrated. He came back, we won the title in 2 fights. We lost to Ankalaev. We had just chose to just say we're done, we did enough. Multiple times glory champ, multiple times UFC champ.
I love the basketball hoop in the back there. It's a great spot. He's a great leader. He's going to be joining us in studio in about 30 minutes' time to talk about what transpired on Sunday. I keep making that mistake. Sunday at the White House. And one individual who was there, in fact, one of the very few UFC champions who was in attendance who wasn't fighting. He was there to corner his relatively new friend and teammate, Mauricio Hufi, and he had a fantastic win over Michael Chandler. He's the pride of Australia, the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, the one and only Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Is he really there? I don't believe it. I don't believe my eyes. I mean, it's easier to get the President of the United States on these days than it is to get Alex Volkanovski. It's unbelievable, this guy. Hello, Alex. How are you? Everything good? This is Ariel Helwani here speaking to you from New York City. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Mate, keep them busy, man. Obviously family, 4 kids.
No, I know.
The cooking stuff keeps me too busy, man.
I'm taking the piss, as they say, but I see you out there doing the cooking stuff. There are people who just know you as a cooking influencer at this point, right? I'm sure there's people who come up to you and have no idea that you're a superstar UFC champion.
Yeah, well, they come up. Even just last night, someone goes, I actually watched your cooking and then realized you were an MMA fighter after. So you hear people say it. It's almost like an ongoing joke now, but people just sort of muck around with. But then you get legit people saying that they know me from the cooking channel and just figured out that I fight for a living.
Where are you off to now? Looks like you're in a safari or something.
Nah. We're actually in Austin, Texas.
Okay, lovely.
Austin, Texas. Yeah. So it's been good. So just did a little bit of a travel before we head home. We head home. It was good. Had to go get some Texas barbecue. So we're with Joshua Weissman right now, which was cool. He showed us some cool spots and got plenty coming. Plenty more, so stay tuned for that.
You know, the Socceroos are playing in the World Cup against the US of A in a couple of days. We were wondering if you were going to attend.
I've got to get home. I should be home back with the family, obviously. I had to do a couple of things after the weekend of fights, but I'm ready to get home. Got to get home. So I'm going to miss it. I'll be watching, though. I'll be definitely tuning in, but yeah, can't be there. Got to get home.
Fair enough. So, like I said, you were one of the few champions who was at the White House event, but not fighting, of course. You were there to corner Mauricio Hufi. From your perspective, what was it like to be there? And was there any part of you that was like, man, I wish I was a part of this event, fighting in this venue on this card?
No, I didn't really think of it like that. I was a part of it. I thought a part of it to be there and be ringside and be part of Rufi's fight week and the corner team, the coaches. It was pretty cool, man. It really was something special. I'm sure it looked great on TV. UFC always do a great job with the production, but mate, to be there in person, it just there was something about it. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's going to be incredible, but you can feel it's a historic event, but there was just a different feeling about it as well. The breeze that was coming through just added to it. It was pretty cool to be ringside, cornering at that, that spot.
That's a long journey for you from Australia. As you mentioned, you're very busy with the kids and whatnot. Mauricio, a newer member of the team. Is that an automatic yes for you, or do you have to figure things out beforehand? What does it take to get Alex to come on over to corner these days?
Look, the timing is going to have to obviously work. but yeah, the timing did work for us this time, and got to be part of a crazy event. So lucky and honored to be a part of it. But yeah, for sure, I'm going to be helping with as much camps as I can. He's such a good dude, and he'll be helping me with some of my camps as well. So yeah, this will definitely be an ongoing thing.
Did he spend his entire camp with you guys in Australia?
No, he didn't. So he did spend a lot of time with us last camp.
Yep.
For his fight with Rafa. So we spent some time in Thailand, and then we spent some time, obviously, in Australia. So that was great. You know what I mean? It was great to get to know him and, sort of help out with anything that he needed help. Obviously, don't need no help with striking, as I've said multiple times this week, even before the fight, and especially after that. I truly do believe he's probably the best striker in the UFC. And I do believe that when it comes to the eye, the accuracy, and just the understanding of the game, it's next level. I'm just doing all with everything else. Any questions he has, and maybe experience, I'm there to help.
Was that how you thought the fight was going to go?
Did I cut out now?
No, you're good.
Yeah, it was. I thought, all good. Cheers. I think much. That's no knock on Chandler. I just know how good Ruth is, and yeah, I knew that Chandler would definitely look for the takedowns as well. I knew there'll be a bit of a try and get to the leg, try and get to the hips, but I knew it was going to be hard.
You're not that much younger than Michael Chandler, yet you're in a much different place. When you see, it's Father Time undefeated, but when you see these fighters who, clearly aren't who they once were, once they reach, a little bit, closer to 40, high 30s, things like that, do you start thinking about your own career, or do you not compare yourself at all?
No, I don't compare myself. Look, everyone's going to knock Chandler and just say, he's getting older and whatnot. But then look who he's facing. He's always facing top guys. He has his whole career. As soon as he came to UFC, it was all the top guys. And he still is doing that. He's not going to be the exact same fighter as he was 5-6 years ago. But he's still obviously very fit, still explosive enough and whatnot. But just when you're fighting some of the best guys in the division, it's going to be tough every single time. And he hasn't, he's always been a dangerous sort of opponent, but, he's an exciting fighter. So that's, there's always going to be a tough sort of path, in a career, right? It's always going to be a tough path. You're going to be in a position where you might be able to be explosive and hit them, but you obviously can get touched up as well. And you have those types of wars back to back, it will catch up to you. But, I just think it's the people in front of him, to be quite honest.
Funny situation for you, because two of your previous opponents were also on the card. I'll ask you about Diego. What was the interaction like with him? I know there's no bad blood there or anything, but you had just fought him and beaten him. Did you happen to talk to him at all?
Yeah, man. We get along every time we see each other. We're shaking hands, even a little hug. You know what I mean? It's pretty. He's a chill, really nice guy, man. That's why he's so well loved, because he's such a chill, cool dude, and he obviously puts on these exciting fights, and he likes to finish it. Everyone loves his style. So, he's well loved. But he's a top dude. We always get along every time we see each other. I get along with pretty much all my opponents, to be honest. So I'm pretty easygoing and I've got along with pretty much everyone.
Were you surprised that he looked so good against Steve Garcia, or were you expecting that?
I was expecting him to win. I don't know if looked great is the right word. It's just he's just so tough, mate. That's the thing. These guys in the division are going to always have trouble with him. I thought Steve Garcia was going to do well. He was going to probably be, because he's got very tidy boxing. I thought he would have some success early. I was saying this to Bo Nickel. Literally, I was chatting to Bo Nickel, and Bo Nickel was asking, well, what do I think? And the fight went exactly how I said. I go, look, man, he's going to have success. He'll be Steve Garcia is very tidy, but Lopez is just going to eventually catch him. I can't see a lot of these guys being able to stay that disciplined and that tidy and, for the whole fight. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe they can survive. That's why I've always said that I'm the bad matchup for for Diego. I feel like he's going to beat all these other guys, but I'm just a horrible matchup for him because I can stay disciplined and just do the right things for the full 25 minutes.
What about Ilya? In your opinion, what went wrong for Ilya? Why was that not the same guy? Was it all something that Justin did? Was it something that he didn't do? What was your take on how that fight played out?
Oh, it was a bit of everything. You have to credit Gaethje for it. Like an unreal game plan. He stayed very disciplined. He knew when to fire. He knew when to block. He knew when to put himself in safe positions. He did a great job. So great execution of the game plan was definitely a massive part of it. I thought Ilya was very aggressive. Like I think he tried to rush everything very early. And that's why he took damage pretty early. Even though he had success in them earlier rounds, he was starting, that damage was already accumulating. He started getting a little busted up straight away. The jab was leaning on Gaethje. Gaethje did a great job of jabbing on the back foot, staying safe enough when Ilya was trying to hit him, or even when he did hit him. Like even those times where that, Ilya would bridge a nice, beautiful 1-2. He would just roll with it and, rattle him a bit, but not enough to put him lights out. And then just straight after that, put himself in a safe enough position where Ilya just couldn't land that clean shot to put him to sleep. And then slowly wore on him, and then just started having more and more success as Ilya started. That power started to go a little bit. He was always there. He never gave up, but it was just missing after the pop was there in the first round. But you start to see that diminish as the fight went on.
Is there something to the fact that perhaps he thought he was going to put him away, and then once he didn't, that would affect the way in which he was approaching the fight? Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I mean by rushed it. Like he rushed it as in, I'm getting the finish, I'm getting it straight away. It's a White House card. Let's put a finish on. Let's another first round knockout. He had that sort of. He would have been confident. He definitely could have pulled that off. But if you don't, it's all right. Fight's the right fight. You will run into shots, run into punches, and you will gas. And that's sort of what happened. So look, it was a risk and a risk that Ilya took. And that was a choice he made, and it could have paid off for him. You've seen him; he did hurt Justin a few times, but Justin just did a great job to survive and be just that little bit safe enough to do work.
As you know, styles make fights. People can fight, like you could fight a guy 3 times, you'll lose to him 3 times. You could beat another guy, look like a world beater, fight that guy 3 times and beat him. What do you think happens if they fight again? Do you think it's the same result? Do you think Justin's just a bad matchup for him, or he figures it out?
No. I don't think. I think if he fights the right fight, he will learn a lot from that. I think Ilya wins the rematch. And that's that's no knock on Justin at all. It's just like obviously Ilya was a favorite for a reason, but I just think that Ilya, if he doesn't rush as much, fights at a little bit better distance, and then does what he usually does, sets up nice traps, he'll eventually find him. But yeah, being so aggressive is sort of what cost him, I believe.
UFC just announced.
That's what's so good about. That's what's so good about the story, though. For Justin Gaethje, like look at his career, and it didn't look like he was gonna ever actually feel the real undisputed belt, and then he goes and massive underdog White House, and then fights the perfect fight and gets the win. Like that's what adds to this story. I think that's incredible and good on him. Like I'm obviously a fan of both guys. A big fan of Ilya, and for Justin to do what he did, mate. Well done. That's incredible.
UFC just announced the main event for their August numbered event, Islam Makhachev versus Ian Machado Gary. So obviously you're off that one. September, October, we're trying to figure out when Alex Volkanovski is coming back. What can you tell us?
Well, all I can say is I want September. I wanted September, but I don't know if we're going to be able to lock that in. I guess that's all I can say.
Is that on your end or their end? Oh, you muted there. We don't hear you anymore. Something happened. Okay. Right when we were getting.
Like, yeah, look.
Oh, you're back. Okay. So was that on your end? You muted right at the good part. Your end or their end?
Yeah. Well, I want September.
Okay.
So, like, it's obviously not my end, but I mean, I understand how this game works. I need to make sense in all angles. I'm still pushing for that. So nothing's confirmed for me. I think I was even talking to Mackenzie Dern. Like, she didn't get a confirmation. Like, she literally, when I was talking to her at the White House. So they obviously had a lot of things they had to do there, right? Like, I mean, the White House was a big deal. Ready to lock things in. Let us get this out of the way. We've got Conor fighting soon. We'll worry about that other stuff after at least one of these events.
Do you think it would be October then, or is it possible we're waiting even longer than that?
I don't know.
Is this frustrating for you? You've told us in the past about how you want to fight. You want to be active.
Yeah. All right. One sec. Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Look, for me, I do look. No, it's not frustrating. It's not frustrating. But
Oh, do we lose him?
sorry, mate. Yeah, I keep bloody pressing the button on the ears. They're not fitting in my cauliflower ears very well.
No, you're good. You're good.
So it's a problem we have with these earpods. But yeah, look, it is what it is. Again, it could still be September. Obviously, I'm not pushing for that, but we just don't know yet.
Okay. And would it be fair to say it is going to be Mofsar?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. Again, nothing's confirmed, but that's what we want. I'm pretty sure that's what the UFC want.
Yeah.
Obviously, he deserves it, and it makes the most sense.
In a perfect world for you, how many, is 2 fights enough, or were you hoping because you fought earlier in the year it was going to be 3 fights?
Man, if the timing worked and I could fit 3, then that would have been good. But realistically, I wasn't confident that I'd be able to fit 3, and to be honest. But I will fit in 2, and that's good enough.
Where are you now, by the way? Where are you now? Tell us where you are. This is like a safari with Volk.
I'm in Austin. So
no. Like, where specifically are you right now? Like, are you in a restaurant? Where is this?
Well, you want me to tell everyone where my
I didn't know where you. I didn't know you were at a hotel. I see trees. All I see are trees. Okay.
Yeah. No, so we're just at our spot now. But we just did some shot a bit of content with Joshua Weissman.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was good fun.
Hey, what about the cookie with Volk protein bar? We just got those in the studio. In fact, look at those.
Oh, there you go. Nice. They sent you some, did they?
Yeah, they did. Look, the whole crew back there are enjoying them right now as we speak.
I appreciate it. Thank you. You're a legend. Thanks for that. It was cool. Something we wanted to do. Obviously, I've got guys that I work with CMBT, and they do bars, but then I wanted to do my own, and obviously I like how they roll. They do everything, all natural ingredients. So I don't want no bullshit in the stuff. So it wasn't easy. It's not easy to get a protein bar right, especially when you're using all natural ingredients. But I'm happy with it.
Can I ask you real quickly, and I'll let you go because I know you're busy. Can I ask you, what do you think about Max versus Conor next month? You know Max very well, better than anyone. Do you think he beats Conor? Do you think Conor can do it? What do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, I think it's a great fight. I think that's definitely a fight to make. Conor's, he's not going to be the exact Conor we always met, but I guarantee he's still going to be dangerous. I guarantee you. So I think he will still maybe have a little, injuries enough, and he's just going to end up wearing.
Okay.
And get probably in a 3rd round or something.
And that's Max, right? Sorry, you broke up there. You're saying Max in the 3rd round?
Max win in the 3rd round, I reckon.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Alex.
You still got me?
It's a little bit choppy. So I didn't want to.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Listen, there was once a time where Alex.
Well, I'm actually staying still now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I'm actually staying still. If you wanted to have a yeah.
I thought I felt like I was bothering you. To be honest, I felt like I was bothering you.
No. My.
Okay, let's see. Do we have him? Now you're frozen.
It's probably worse in here now.
It seems like it's worse right now.
It's not working.
Oh, wait. Now you sound good.
I don't know what's going on.
How's he look?
Okay, sound good. 1 sec.
Okay, it's a black screen, but we can hear you at least, so we can still chat. Can you hear me?
What about now? I can hear you. I can see you.
That's fine. We'll keep talking. What about the love that you saw?
You don't have me anymore.
I don't see you, but I hear you perfect. So I'm okay with that.
Okay. No, it's not that.
I don't
know what's going on. We'll try the Wi-Fi. We'll get there. No.
It's all good. Tell me about your trip to South Korea. What about that response that you got there when you were hanging out with Korean Zombie? Did that blow you away?
That was cool, man. That was awesome. That was incredible. You know, the fans were incredible over there. Obviously, they love the UFC. They love MMA, and to get over there, get that reception was awesome. I haven't been around too many places that got that type of love. You know, so it was pretty special. I really appreciate it.
And where did you meet Matt Damon? I saw you with Matt Damon. What was that all about?
That was at the races, actually, the horse racing. Matt Damon, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, we got to meet him. He's a cool dude. He's a big fan of the UFC as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, he's very, very cool dude. Can you see me now?
I don't think so, guys. Sure, let's see him. See him. Yeah, there he is. I want to see him. Yeah. Okay, I see you now.
There you go. No, yeah, we're there. Okay, all right, sweet. But yeah, he was awesome. He was incredible.
And what about the reception? The ellipse, the reception. I think you did a cooking with Volk over there, right?
Yeah, we did. We did some Philly cheesesteaks over there, and it was good fun. You know, it was just yeah. I mean, like cooking's cool, but to be able to interact with everyone, I made sure I try to get them pumped up and fired up, and you know they were great. So they made me feel good and made it look good as well because the support was awesome.
Well, while I have you in a stationary spot for a moment, can I ask, was there any talk about John Silva? He was really pushing to leapfrog over everyone. I know the fight isn't done just yet, but it seems like you want Movsar, they want Movsar. Was there any talk of John to the best of your knowledge?
Nah, not on the obviously he was talking about it, pushing. I did have media maybe saying stuff, but never from the UFC. His name wasn't coming up. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I don't blame him. Like, you know, you're in a position, you're going to try and push for it. You're going to do that, but it's hard for me to take that serious when I know I've got a clear guy like Movsar who deserves it. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows how I am as a champ to understand. Like, if you deserve it. You know, if you're that number one guy, that's it. That's who I want to fight. And I feel like I almost feel bad in a sense where Movsar's been that number one guy for quite some time now and he hasn't got the shot. But, it'd be silly for him not to get the shot now.
Aljamain is pushing strong. Do you think it's inevitable that you guys will fight at some point?
I mean, he's right there as well. Like, I mean, his name's obviously getting brought up a lot. He's taken out all the guys. He's only lost to a controversial loss, you could say, with Movsar. So he's another guy that's right up there.
And one more. What about Arnold Allen? Did you happen to see how he looked recently?
Yeah, I did. Who did he face again? I'm trying to remember who he fought.
Melky Costa.
Oh, that's it. Sorry, yes, yeah, it was great. You know, I mean, I love that Arnold. I think he's a good dude, very nice guy, a very respectful guy, and he obviously has skills. So it's always good to see him get the win. So happy for him.
I only have 3 kids. Is there a big difference between 3 and 4? Or at that point, is it just all crazy?
Nah, I feel like 3 to 4's not bad. 2 to 3, we noticed. I noticed, and my wife and I, Emma and I, definitely noticed 2 to 3. But 3 to 4, we've been quite lucky with Rice. She's been great. Whether that's how we, now that we've had 4, like we're chilling through it all, I don't know. Or obviously her being a pretty cruisy baby helped a lot.
One more? We're going to add one? We're going to try to go for one more, the boy?
Oh, no, I'm done.
Okay,
I'm done.
I love it.
I was done. I've said, but in saying that, I've said I was done after 2 kids, and here we are. But I've had enough.
You're the man, Alex. Thank you so much.
I've had enough kids.
I'm just taking the piss, as they know. You know, they say that over there in Australia, right? Taking the piss. Do they say that?
That's exactly right. You nailed it. Perfect timing for it.
I appreciate you squeezing us in. Congrats on everything. Congrats on the Lopez win. To my point, we haven't talked to you since the Lopez win. It's been that long. I mean,
we haven't chatted after that.
No, we haven't had a proper chat, if I'm being honest. Yeah, but you're there was once a time where Alex was reaching out to me, hey, mate, can I get on for a few minutes? Now I have to go through 8 levels of security just to get to you. And as you know,
sorry, man.
But this happens. We're used to it. It's okay. But I'm delighted for you. Enjoy your time in the U.S., and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
No worries. Sorry about running around and the
all good.
reception and whatnot. I apologize for that.
All good. Thank you, Alex. We appreciate it very much. All the best. Safe travels home.
No worries at all. Thank you.
There he is, Alexander the Great Volkanovski. You gotta kill him with the guilt trip. I like the rubber bands. Okay, is it hot in here? Or is it just me? You think we could up it a little bit, or what?
Up the air?
Yeah, the AC.
So bring it down.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, I guess I think about like blasting the AC, like upping it, as opposed to the.
Bringing the temperature.
So crank up the AC.
Crank up, yeah, up
Bring
it.
down the temperature.
Or that, yep.
Nice.
Or that, if possible. I mean, if it's not too much to ask.
You're efforting.
We spoke about a Canadian fighting in the main event of UFC 330. Here is a report from Nolan King of MMA Junkie, who is telling us that Aaron Blanchfield versus our old friend Jasmine. Frank was ready with that one. There it is. That's an important fight at flyweight. I like that fight. So a little Canadian flavor in Philly. Not too far away from actual Canada, of course, Northeast. The last numbered event in Philly, it wasn't UFC 1. No, it was UFC 133, Rashad Evans against Tito Ortiz, I do believe. I remember interviewing Dana White in a hotel room prior to that card. I remember Bernard Hopkins, believe it or not, being in a interviewing him in a boxing ring at the open workouts, which was unique. They brought out the Executioner, who of course is a Philly legend. So there you have it. Mr. Alex Pereira is going to join us, or as they're calling him these days, Alex Pereira. You guys notice that? Alex Pereira. Anyway, while we wait for him, a few super chats, and Alex is going to join us in studio, by the way. Here's Mohammed3565, who broke the news, actually, we should credit him, that Islam Makhachev versus Ian Gary is official. What is this? QAR. What's QAR? Is that Qatari money? QAR currency. What is QAR?
Qatari Riyal. The currency of Qatar. Look at you.
Is that an olive branch? Because Canada's playing Qatar later this week. That's how I'm taking it. Here is Jake from the Windy City, who says, Ariel, any favorite UFC fights during the SEG era? Wow, we're going all the way back. Well, obviously, Hoist versus Ken Shamrock was great stuff. I would probably have to say that. Was Mark Coleman versus Jeremy Williams? That was SEG. That's a legendary fight. I mean, the UFC 1 fights, Gerard Gordeau versus Taylor Tooley, the kick and the tooth flying out. That was tremendous. Frank Shamrock winning the belt. I mean, there weren't, how many fights were in the actual SEG era? How many cards? Like 30? Because they didn't have fight nights back then. What about, was Shoney Carter the SEG era? The spinning back fist against Matt Serra? Let's see. That was an incredible knockout. Shoney Carter, Matt Serra. That was like UFC 30? 31. Was that SEG? Might have been Zuffa by then. Like that might have been like literally the first. Does it say on Tapology who the promoter is? It says UFC, but it doesn't say the parent company. What was first event of Zuffa era? I think it's 31. 30. Battle on the Boardwalk. They used to have the names back then. I love those names. What else? What else? Super chats. Here's Andrew Carr who says, did you take down the Conor versus Marcus picture? He was looking for himself on the wall. Better have me up there. Good thing the belt distracted him. Yeah, that's true. I don't know what. That was in the old studio, by the way. Do we not have any Conor stuff here? He was, yeah.
Should have had a big shot up yesterday.
We should have. You're right.
Taking it with him.
Yeah.
Should have taken it on to Fallon.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, I thought about it right as he got up. I was like, we
blew it.
The big shot, yeah.
We don't have any of him. What about on this side?
The big shot is kind of wearing a similar suit to the one that he wore on Fallon, too.
Yep. I don't see something. I don't see anything. Nope. Yeah, we did have it in the old studio. But I guess we've had the big shot. I'm looking right at it. It's right over here.
I know.
By the way, I'm going to show it to you if you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. We'll be right back. YouTube, stay right there.
Yahoo Sports Network, we'll actually see you tomorrow. We are signing off.
Here it is.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Why didn't we have this up yesterday? A lot was going on. We weren't even sure if he was going to show up. These big shot guys, they're very cozy. People, let me tell you about my best friend. So yes, the pictures that we had in the old studio, the vast majority aren't the same. I guess we did have the GSP one. That one's significant for me. I was watching it. Montreal, UFC 65, Sacramento, Champ Sports Bar. I've told the story a million times. What else? Cousin Kev. All-time top 3 favorite rappers of all time for Ariel. Rick and GC. Mine's Eminem, 50 Cent, Tupac. Definitely not 50 Cent. I could live with Tupac and Eminem. For me, Tupac, this is in no particular order right now. And does it have to be like solo rapper or like, because Wu-Tang's up there for me for sure.
I think Wu-Tang counts.
Does it count?
This is like your favorite, too. Like, we're not talking about like who's the greatest. These
Right.
are just your 3 favorites.
So I would say Tupac, the ones that like make me feel something, Tupac, Wu-Tang. I mean, I'd get roasted if I said Drake, right?
I'd put Drake in my personal what I like, who I am playing the most top 3 is, Drake's in there.
So those are probably the top 3.
Drake.
How about you?
Yeah, I like Drake a lot.
A$AP Rock.
A$AP Rocky for you, Frankie.
No. A$AP Rock from New York.
Yeah. He was the one that GQ, isn't that the same person, by the way?
No.
Wait, who are you saying, Frankie?
A$AP Rock.
A$AP Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that GQ went up to and said, "Are you a Knicks fan?" And he goes, "Am I a Knicks fan? I am New York Knick. I am the New York Knicks. I'm from New York."
That's A$AP Rocky.
I think it's the same guy.
Who are you saying, Frank?
I'm going to say it the third time. A$AP Rock.
It's like Aesop, like Aesop's
yes,
fables.
AESOP. A$AP Rock. Yeah.
People under the stairs.
Yeah, that's A$AP Rocky.
Nope. Two
Different
completely
person.
different people.
Interesting.
A$AP Rocky's married to Rihanna.
Oh.
Whole deal. Are they married or do they just have kids together?
There was a shot of Rihanna like playing basketball outside in the streets. Did you see that?
Respect.
Shooting hoops after the Knicks won. What's that? You got to put your mic on there.
Shit. One of the most wrong button.
What was that, Jordan?
Yeah.
One of the most
into the
famous
mic.
people in the world. They didn't show her at Game 4. Not a single time. They showed every celebrity
Taylor.
under the sun. They didn't show Rihanna.
Yeah, why didn't they?
Maybe she was in one of those suites high up.
Is
Like,
it
how can
possible she
not-
said, "Don't show me"?
I mean, I didn't see her courtside, so it's possible they didn't even have cameras.
They didn't show action either.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, I thought it was disrespectful.
Jay-Z. I like Jay-Z a lot.
Jeremy Lin, though, got
Wait,
hot.
no love for Wheezy? No love for
Lil Wayne.
Ludacris?
Lil Wayne.
I mean, look, I had to pick 3. How many you want me to pick? Bone Thugs and Harmony? Boom, 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 boom. Don't tell me what you want. I mean, loved Bone Thugs back in the day. What about Biggie?
Love Biggie. Young Thug. Travis Scott.
Yeah, see, those are the new guys. I'm not as into the new guys.
Mac Miller?
You're not a Lil
Shout out.
Uzi Vert guy?
No. Mac Miller, respect.
He was incredible.
Rest in peace. Okay, question. MGK.
No.
Little tick of a thing.
No.
No.
No. He is a little tick of a thing. Who'd you say, Frank? 6'9"?
Yeah,
no.
You know what? 6'9".
Sick.
There's
Marquis.
There's a few Canadian rappers I love. Choclair, Cardinal Official.
Vanilla Ice.
Big Pun.
Maestro Fresh West.
Hey, shout out to Big Pun.
Lil Flip. Mike Jones. Swishahouse.
Fat Joe?
Kendrick Lamar fans in the house.
Huge.
Love Fat Joe.
Huge Kendrick Lamar.
What about this man, Ice Cube? Yeah.
Ice-T.
By the way, I have a bone to pick with Ice Cube's son.
Pick the bone.
I have a bone to pick with Ice Cube's son.
Let's pick it.
Who's been riding his coattails for quite some time. There I am, loving life, on the highest of highs. I mean, I can't even describe it. Euphoria, unlike any euphoria that I've ever felt in my life, experienced in my life. And I'm not looking at anything. But in the aftermath of it all, I am searching, I am looking, scrolling, if you will, and it's all positivity. It's all love. And you would expect there'd be some hate. But it was a lot of like, you know what, Ariel? I hate your guts, but I'm happy for you. You know what, Ariel? I don't fucks with you, but I'm happy for you. You know what, Ariel? You brought me along. You introduced me to the Knicks. I'm happy for you. That type of sentiment over and over. It's amazing. Rarely do you get that on social media. And there's our supposed friend, O'Shea Jackson Jr., who writes, Raptors fan, by the way. Fuck. Like, what is that? What is that? Like, this guy actually, like, I'm like, what is this? This is like, you expect this from a troll. What is that? I was, you know what? I was hurt by that.
It's got to just be a troll move.
Yeah, I texted him on the side and he acknowledged that.
Yeah, he's trolling. Yeah.
Bro, I'm happy. You've won 1 million titles. The Rams, Dodgers. Come on, man. Just be happy for me.
What is the genesis of the Raptors thing? You were like, nice to see Toronto get a chip or something in 2019?
The Knicks are irrelevant in 2019. Irrelevant. They're absolutely god-awful. I am from Canada. Yeah, of course I'm going to root for the Raptors over the Sixers. Of course I'm going to root for the Raptors over the Bucks. Of course I'm going to root for the Raptors over the Warriors. Like, sorry, people, it's fun to root for teams. If my team has not been playing for 3 months and they were technically eliminated 7 months ago, what do you think? What am I going to do? Sit there? Is it more honorable to root for a team when you're betting for them or just when you're like, you know what? I'm Canadian. Yeah, I'd like for my fellow Canadians, I have a lot of friends in Toronto, to be happy as well. So yeah, I was happy for them. I'm not a Raptors fan. I've never been a Raptors fan. I don't wear Raptors merch. When the Raptors came in 1995, I didn't jump ship. I was already a Knicks fan. I didn't even consider it. I sort of like kind of didn't like them. I was annoyed that they got a team and Montreal didn't get a team. So this is insane. A lot of people seem to think I'm from Toronto because they just think of Toronto when they think of Canada. It's a weird thing. Like I get people in the fight game all the time who are like, yeah, so like where in Toronto do you do your show? Never lived in Toronto and I haven't been in Canada. I haven't lived in Canada since 2001. I've never done this show in Canada. It's a weird thing. So anyway, not a Raptors fan, never was a Raptors fan, certainly did root for them in the summer of 2019. And you know what the other thing was? I was at ESPN during that run, and I know a lot about the Raptors because I lived in Canada. I was there. I love NBA history. So I remember the first year, Damon Stoudemire, Jean Tabak, A.C. Earl, John Sally. I can tell you all about Tracy Murray, Alvin Williams. So I know a lot about the history. So pretty cool. Speaking of parades, ESPN asked me to co-host the parade, the live parade coverage on ESPN News from the studio in Bristol when the Raptors won. So it was me, I think it was Jeff Goodman, believe it or not, and it might have been John Butchergross. And Kyle Lowry is wearing the old school dinosaur Raptors jersey. Damon Stoudemire, Jeremy Lin is there wearing the old school jersey. And so I knew a lot about these people. It was a lot of fun. It was like 3 hours. And now here I am, 7 years later, going to a parade. What a life.
Oh, so we are going.
I mean, you guys kind of bullied me into it, you know?
Jeff Goodman, by the way, the college basketball guy was involved?
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
It was either him or I might have done a draft show with him. I did something with him. You know, I was kind of like working my way up the basketball ladder back then.
I am looking at the 2018-19 Knicks right now.
They were god-awful. What was the record?
I think they had 17 wins.
And I think the 2017 team had 17 wins, but maybe it was the. By the way, I didn't.
Coach was that year?
Was it Hornacek or not yet?
No.
Fisher?
Nope.
Fisdale.
Yeah.
That whole like Hornacek, Fisdale, Fisher era kind of bleeds into each other, and it was absolutely. You remember? Was it Mike Miller? He was an interim coach that we were all campaigning. He should get the job because they won 15 games under him. Just to be clear, I never jumped off the bandwagon. The only time I got so mad at the Knicks, when they traded Porzingis for Dennis Smith Jr., I was in Northern California interviewing DC, and I was like, why are you doing this? Porzingis is supposed to be our guy, and you're trading him for Dennis Smith? What is this trade? This is an awful trade. And I was pissed. And then the next day, I was like, all right, calm down.
Two 2018-19 Knicks played in the NBA Finals.
Two 2018-19 Knicks played
this year.
This year?
This season.
Okay. Luke Cornett and Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, nailed it. Look at you.
Easy. They were both in the same draft class. Right? They were buds. And there's actually a great picture of the two of them holding jerseys because Cornett was drafted 20th and Mitchell Robinson was drafted 26th, and they're holding 20 and 26, and that was a sign. Longest tenured Knick holding the 26.
That first fact is incorrect. They were not in the same draft.
Are you sure?
Mitchell was drafted in 2018 with Kevin Knox.
But everyone said that they were rookies together. Did one of them not play?
Cornett was undrafted in the 2017 draft, and then I guess he made his debut probably the next year.
No. There's all these videos of Robinson and Cornett being rookies together. Am I wrong about that? Because I definitely saw.
It's possible because I think Cornett actually was undrafted and started in the G League.
Okay, yes, but
they weren't the same draft class.
What do you mean? The famous picture of the 20 and the 26. What is that? Oh, no, Knox is holding the 20 and Robinson's holding the 26.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, no, you've been right this whole time. It's a long day, man.
It's a long day. We still got a massive in-studio interview coming up. If you're watching us on... I think we're done with those, right? We did it.
He said we'll be right back last time, but...
We never came back.
Nah, I gave the proper sign-off when you were getting the big shot.
Oh, why? That was the end of...
Yeah.
Oh, no one told me
4
that.
o'clock every day.
Oh,
No,
really?
I think,
Wait, we have a hard out?
Oh, yeah. I think Jordan said sign off of Yahoo Sports Network. Yep, right there.
Serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Listen, I mean, I
Said it a
say
few times.
things. I say things, and he just ignores. I get it. No,
Is the
you want to
temperature
be
better in
correct.
there? It's scheduled television.
This is the Ariel Helwani.
Wait, so
Show,
what
not
if I
the
go...
Anna
What if I go... What if I say goodbye at like 4:01?
Nothing happens
It's
on
already,
YouTube.
Federal.
They're already gone.
No, for fast.
prison.
No, they're already gone.
Wow.
We'll see it there.
Yeah, it'll just literally just cut off. Like a
Oh,
guillotine.
That's fucking illegal.
So why don't we just do that? Just cut me off mid-sentence. Alex, what do you think about your neck?
We actually the
Here
sign
come the
off,
Cooligans.
Yeah. Shout out to the Cooligans, bro.
Shout out.
Killing it in the office this week. Whole month, World Cup. Chatting it up. Guy came up to me and was like, I gotta say, dude,
Cooligans?
been killing it. Fresh kits all summer. I thought he said kicks. I was like, I'm not even wearing any shit right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I got some plain white shoes on. And I was like, our guy Rick, actually, he's probably rocking some foam posits right now. He's really got the kicks.
Yeah.
And he just stared at me and he was like, kits. I said kits.
With a T.
Stuff.
Is that your thing, by the way? Are you just going to wear different kits all month?
No.
No.
England, when they play, I got a couple other ones, you know.
USA, of course.
Oh, yeah. After Friday, Socceroos.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
That's a great one. Why do they call it Socceroos? Like, do they call soccer in Australia?
That's a great question. I would imagine, yeah, if they're called the Socceroos.
I feel like USA and Canada gets all the shit, but these dudes over there?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Is there some PFL breaking news? There's a PFL Charlotte poster I see here. What's going on? Is this an announcement of sorts? They're going to Charlotte, the Queen City, the PFL. There you have it. Is that a little Charlotte Hornets teal there?
Where's the Carolina Panthers below?
You're right. It's Brian Battle against Dalton Rasta. It's not a bad middleweight fight. Both guys have to get back on track. Both lost on the same card. You know what? What do you think about that poster? Dig it?
It's not bad.
I don't like that PFL's doing the thing with the box at the top there. It's very copying UFC, no?
A bit, but you got to put the logo somewhere. The fact that they're not doing the box on the bottom, I like. Brought to you by Bojangles. Shout out. Very that's very local of them.
There was a Roy Nelson fought in Charlotte at the Bojangles Coliseum, and I think he fought against Stefan Struve, and the lights went out. There was a power failure right during the intros. Was it Stefan Struve? Bojangles Coliseum. Is that not the place where the what's the names play? The Hornets or Bobcats back in the day? No, it was the Time Warner Center or something like that. Wait a second. It's just Charlotte. I remember watching this. There it is. Stefan Struve, March 31st, 2010. What was the main event? Well, what is it? What is Bojangles Coliseum? Who plays there? Small one, 10,000 seat arena. It's originally called the Charlotte Coliseum. Oh, that's the original home of the Hornets. Wait, have I been to Bojangle the restaurant?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is that?
It's like a chicken place. They got breakfast, Bowberry biscuits, chicken biscuits.
Is it a South thing? Is it like a...
Yeah.
Okay. Is it good?
Oh, I love it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
It's a great name, Bojangle.
Oh, it's so good. Shout out to Bojangles, man.
When you click on it on Wikipedia, the location is in Hiawassee, Georgia.
Yeah, shout out to Hiawassee. That's where the Bojangles Arena is?
No, it's just they have a picture of a Bojangles in Hiawassee.
My grandma used to have a log cabin in Hiawassee.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's that? North, south?
North Georgia.
Mountains.
Shout out to Hiawassee.
Is it next to Cobb County?
No.
I love Cobb County, Georgia. You know who's from Cobb County? The Big Boss Man. Hailing from Cobb County, Georgia, the Big Boss Man.
The Big Boss Man
is a wrestler.
Oh, I thought it was Cody Rhodes.
No. What? Cody Rhodes. Is he from Cobb County?
He's from Georgia.
No, I know, but is he from Cobb County? What was the main event for that card, by the way? Any idea? You were in your father's nutsack for this.
I'm throwing a blind dart if I guessed.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay. I'll take a hint.
One half of the main event was on the broadcast team for the MVP MMA card. Did you watch the MVP MMA card?
I was in the arena, so I didn't
shit.
commentary. God damn it.
I know, but you can't. Yeah, I mean,
John Jones?
Kenny Florian? Are you familiar with
Kenny
his work?
Florian, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Kenny Florian versus... what's the hint for the other side?
He's a Japanese fighter.
Kenny Florian versus...
Takanori Gomi. You're not getting that one, right?
Yeah, no chance. That's way before my time. I need to go back and do some history lessons.
Yeah, Ross Pearson against Dennis Seaver opened the main card. The best part about it was prelims not televised. Could you imagine?
Watch them. Couldn't see anything.
Just didn't exist. Yeah,
didn't exist.
You'd have to read about it. You'd have to read the play-by-play on MMAfighting.com or SureDog.com or the UG.
Or on Ground.com.
Well, back in the day, yeah. We were in our father's nutsack back then. Yushin Okami, Nick Lentz, Gleison Tebow against Kyle Uno, Jacob Volkman on there, Andre Winner. Incredible. What an amazing
Legendary
time.
card in Hiawassee at the Bojangles.
Wait. No, it was in Charlotte. Now you're confusing two things. Incredible gate of $590,000. That was the gate. If they had a $590,000 gate for a card that drew 7,700 people today, like it would be DEFCON 5.
Yeah. The whole UFC organization would be fired if that happened now.
I wonder, honestly, if they did sub 1 million. When's the last time they did sub 1 million? Obviously, White House card doesn't count.
It's been a minute.
It's got to be.
But I mean, I guess White House, if one person paid for that package, it's over a million.
That's true. I'm still wondering about those ads on the canvas.
Scott's Turf Builder Plus.
Yeah, shout out. Anyway, one more little thingy that we have as far as B-roll is concerned. I guess this is outdated now, but just for kicks, here's Ian Gary saying that Islam wanted to fight anyone but him. Well, I guess he didn't get his wish. Here's what he has to say.
Islam said he'd rather fight Morales because he's undefeated.
Of course he would. Of course he'd rather fight Morales. Because Morales hasn't beaten anyone in the sport. He said he'd rather fight Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman has won 2 fights in the last 10 he's had. He said he'd rather fight Pratchett, a man who I beat. He'd rather fight anybody except me.
I can't wait for this. I think the build-up's going to be great. Of course, we know about the long-standing history, the feud between Dagestan and Ireland. So this is, I guess, chapter 2. I can't wait for it. I think I think the build is going to be great. I think Ian's doing a great job with his social media, with the things that he's saying, and I think Islam's going to try to prove a point here. His second fight at welterweight, remember, just won. First one was back in November against Jack Della Maddalena in New York City. Were you guys talking to me there? Yeah, he's at the door. Okay, amazing. So that's UFC 330, August 15th in Philadelphia. This past Sunday, we had the UFC at the White House. By now, you know, Ilia Topuria just engaging in the main event. Ciryl Gane, Alex Pereira, you know what happened there. And so yesterday, I reached out to the team just to, say, hope you're doing well. And I did get a message back saying, can we come in? Can we pop on? And I said, absolutely. Would love to have you. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Plinio Cruz and his guy, Poatan, Alex Pereira, the former UFC middleweight and light heavyweight champion. Kind enough to join us. Thank you so much. Are you, Alex? Thank you. Plinio, please have a seat. I like the jersey.
Thank you.
It's a good time to be Brazilian right now.
And no, right? They play Friday.
Yes, of course.
Camiseta falou bom hora para ser brasileiro agora.
Do you mind? I'm going to fix this for you. Yeah, you put it. You've been here before. It's okay?
Okay.
Yeah, you speak into it? You're comfortable?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. Obrigado. Thank you so much for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. Alex, can I ask you, how are you feeling? First things first.
Primeira coisa, como é que você está se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo bem. Ontem eu fiz alguns exames, do raio-x, ressonância do rosto. Ainda não tenho os resultados, mas aparentemente estou bem.
I'm okay. I did some CAT scans, all the post-fight medical that I supposed to do yesterday. I didn't got the results, but I'm feeling good.
Do you think there's any serious injuries?
Você acha que tem alguma lesão séria?
Não, tem que ver os exames, né? Tem as dores, então não dá pra saber. Dores no rosto, no lugar das porradas eu sinto, mas acredito que não seja nada grave.
Well, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I still feel the pain from all those shots, but I don't think it's nothing aggravated, nothing too bad.
Okay.
I see the results.
I saw your video that you posted yesterday about the fight, and obviously we are going to talk about it here. But as we sit here on the Wednesday, so 3 days after the fight, how are you feeling? How is your heart feeling? How's your mind feeling after what transpired on Sunday?
Ele viu o vídeo que você postou ontem, depois a gente vai falar sobre isso tudo. Mas agora que já se passaram 3 dias, no seu coração, o que está sentindo sobre domingo?
Não, ali com tudo, né? É uma expectativa, uma grande expectativa de todo mundo, de todos os fãs. Foi um show ali, um evento assim, foi especial ali, um evento na Casa Branca, né? Desde os treinos, sempre me senti bem, sempre fui um cara pesado. Muitas pessoas às vezes falam, o cara subiu peso demais e tal. Sempre fui pesado, né? Subi um pouco mais, me senti bem na luta. Primeiro round eu tava me achando e no segundo round foi onde ele conectou aquela mão, aquele jab, é onde que eu senti a porrada.
Well, I was actually feeling good on that fight. Some people talk about the weight and stuff, but I was feeling very good. Training was good. And then first round I was feeling very good. In the second round, that's when he connected that jab and started everything.
It seems like you're very upset. And I don't blame you, by the way, but it felt to me from the video that you were upset. The type of, the type of emotion, the type of mad that we've not seen from you. Is that a fair description of how you're feeling right now?
Você parece estar bem chateado, né, com o que aconteceu, pelo seu vídeo que eu vi, e é um negócio que parece que te incomodou muito. Você está bem chateado, é uma afirmação correta?
Sim. Chateado com a situação, né? Pelo árbitro ali estar ali e não fazer o que ele tinha que ter feito.
Very upset with the situation, especially because the referee to not do the job that he's supposed to have done.
So you're upset. You've said this. You're upset about the shots that you say were to the back of your head, and so I'm assuming you've rewatched the fight. Yes.
Bom, e você está chateado pelos golpes que pegaram atrás na cabeça, na nuca, e ele acredita que você assistiu a luta de novo, correto?
Uhum. Não só por isso, mas acho que me deixa mais chateado é que ainda eu trouxe um pouco mais de atenção falando, né, ali na reunião de regras, né? Eu falei pro Plinio, vamos falar com o pessoal aí, com o árbitro da luta e tal. O Plinio chamou de canto, ele veio e explicou ali, eu falei qual que era a minha preocupação. Falei que dedo no olho, golpe baixo, isso pode acontecer, isso pode vir até de mim, é contado ali, é movimento, então a gente, às vezes erra, entendeu? Só que da forma ali que ele vem fazendo, não só na minha luta, né, no caso do Cyril Gane, aplicou muitos golpes em outras lutas irregular, esse era o meu medo, porque na luta acontece, você tomar uma mão, você meio que um flash down, knockdown, isso acontece, né? Só que ele sempre faz isso, eu vejo que é uma estratégia, que ele de repente acerta uma mão, o cara sente, aí ele só quer ganhar a luta ali, mas de uma forma suja, entendeu? E é isso que me deixou mais puto. E o árbitro tá ali pra fazer algo, e o cara não quis trazer a responsabilidade pra ele, sendo que a responsabilidade era dele.
What upset Alex the most is that me and him were at the rules meeting, and he said, Plino, let's go talk to Herb Dean. And then Herb Dean came in, and Alex said, listen, I understand sometimes in a fight, eye pokes can happen, low blows can happen to his side, can happen to me, but this guy have a history of shots in the back of the head. So please pay attention to those during that fights, because Cyril Gane, for an example, it seemed that when he fights, he have a record multiple times doing that, becomes almost like a strategy. You know what I mean? Because, okay, you take a shot, you drop, but then he follows up with those illegal shots. And what makes Alex more upset is that Herb Dean, after we spoke with him, we brought to the attention, because I actually remember que ele foi até com a mão, né, Potan? No cara, né? He grabbed the other referee with the long mustache, I forgot his name.
Mike Beltran.
Yes, he got Mark Beltran and said, look, okay, so just so you understand, back of the head is here. So he seemed that he absorbed the information. And then the next day, seeing everything that he did, knowing that we brought to his attention, and he did not do his job. So Alex upset. We see a little bit because of that whole thing, especially now we heard him to head on stuff like that and not just step up to his duty.
When you watch the fight, how many times do you think that you were hit illegally in the back of the head? What is your count?
Quando você assiste a luta, quantas vezes você acha que você tomou golpes ilegais na nuca?
Bom, ali não dá pra ver direito, né? Tem muitas pessoas, eu vi pessoas falando, algumas pessoas falando que eu não tomei, que foi legal, outras falando que foram 10 socos, outros falando que foi 2 socos, né? Mas eu mostrei, né? Eu fiz um vídeo, tenho foto, e dá pra ver as marcas ali, umas 3, 4 marcas ali, né? De porradas fortes, né? Talvez tenha pegado mais, entendeu? Eu não acredito que seja menos do que 4 porradas, entendeu? E a gente tá falando de peso pesado, né? Não importa o peso, mas, o peso pesado a gente sabe que o soco ali é muito mais perigoso, ainda mais no local como a nuca.
Well, many people see different things, right? But like I even posted a video yesterday. Some people say it's 9, some people say it's 3, some people say 6, some people say it's 11. Posted a video yesterday showing the marks on the back of my head, at least 3 or 4. Like he showed pictures. So yeah.
And
sorry. And just to add to that, because, especially when you're talking about a heavyweight fight, okay, any weight class that can count, but a heavyweight, the damage is actually way more escalated because a heavyweight fights more power, so it makes a lot of damage, those shots in the back of the head.
Do you think he does this, and this is the photo right here? This is right after the fight?
Isso foi quando? Na segunda-feira?
Isso foi na segunda-feira.
That was Monday, the day after the fight.
Okay. Do you think he does this on purpose, or do you think he's just a reckless fighter?
Você acha que ele faz de propósito ou ele faz porque ele tá sem noção?
Bom, não sei se é de propósito, eu vendo ali, eu acho que, ele é um cara que, eu falo por mim, né, eu tô ali, eu acerto um golpe no cara, começou a luta, 100% ali os dois, acerto um golpe, o cara sente, eu vou tentar dar aquela blitz, mas, se o cara tá ali, se defendendo ou virando, eu vou achar o melhor momento pra acertar o soco legal, mas ele se desespera, ele só quer terminar a luta, entendeu? Então ele talvez seja instinto dele isso, entendeu? Um cara ali, meio medroso, não tá preparado pros 5 rounds, é instinto, e aí fala, vou jogar na conta do árbitro, entendeu? Só que o árbitro, ele tá ali pra intervir isso aí, entendeu?
Well, it's hard to tell. I'm saying me, when I'm on a fight and I drop somebody, I take a look what's going on, and I'll find a way to find my best legal shots. Cyril, it looks like to me that he's just trying to win the fight, maybe because emotionally he's scared and he want to finish the fight at 5 rounds. So once he drops somebody, he just tries to find the finish no matter what and just throw on the referee's chest to figure that out. You know what I mean? That's bad. You know?
Ele vê que isso dá certo.
He see that it works, you know.
Então não vai parar.
So he's not gonna stop.
É isso.
I heard you say that, so he hits you with that jab, and you referred to it, correct me if I'm wrong, as a lucky jab. Why do you feel like the initial punch that kind of led to the end of the fight was a quote-unquote lucky jab?
Ele viu quando você falou que, quando você tomou aquele jab, você falou que acho que foi um jab meio de sorte, assim, né? Por que você refere aquele golpe ser meio na sorte, assim, de ter acertado?
Cara, eu não quero tirar o mérito dele, entendeu? Às vezes ali a gente fala alguma coisa, um pouquinho meio chateado com tudo, entendeu? Mas não, ele me acertou um jab, não quero de maneira alguma tirar aqui o mérito dele. Ele me acertou ali, né? Onde eu errei ali, né? Pô, aquele passinho ali, pô, eu geralmente tiro o rosto ali, mas naquele momento não dava, porque a minha perna ainda estava no ar ali. Então ele pegou eu entrando ali, então ficou um pouco difícil eu sentir o golpe. Mas, pô, golpe de sorte, é isso. Pô, o cara tá ali, o cara treinou, não vou tirar o mérito dele. Às vezes a gente fala algo assim porque tá meio chateado, mas mérito dele. Aquele jab, mérito dele.
So I don't want to take nothing away from Cyril on that thing. I know I say stuff, but I think I was just upset to the whole thing about the fight, not only that. And I do not want to say that was real lucky shot for him. You know, when it was a mistake that I did. Usually I turned my head to the other side. I dodged that punch when I got in, but the way that he caught was with me. My foot was still in the air. Lucky, not lucky, but I don't want to take the credit from him. It was a fair shot from him. Props to Cyril for that.
Mas uma coisa eu falo, né? Se não fosse esses golpes aí na nuca, talvez seria, eu não diria o resultado. Ah, eu ganharia, não sei, mas seria diferente a luta. Talvez duraria mais, porque com todos aqueles golpes fortes, cotovelada, soco na nuca, ainda eu consegui levantar. E quando ele veio, ainda eu comecei a atacar ele ainda, rebater ali o soco dele. Então eu acredito que se eu não tivesse tomado aquele soco, porque quando eu tava ali por baixo na perna dele, eu tava meio que raspando ele ali, tentando inverter, e aí ele tava numa posição não muito confortável, foi onde ele atingiu mais esses golpes, né? Então eu acredito que se eu não tivesse tomado esses golpes, talvez eu levantaria mais recuperado.
But one thing I can tell you, if it wasn't for those illegal shots, I think that fight could have been played different. You know what I mean? Because I took all those heavy shots in the back of the head, and I was still managed to stand up and still counter his shots and still attack. When I went for that single leg, when I went for that sweep, that I swept him, that I took those first shots, right? I think maybe if it was not those heavy shots that I took on the back of the head, I could have probably maybe managed myself to get up or keep the fight going. Could have been the other way, but I believe that I think if it was on those shots, I could have recovered much better from that first jab.
There's a lot happening when you're on the ground there, and you're getting hit in the back of the head. Are you thinking to yourself, like, what is going on here? This is not correct. This should not be happening. Are you having any type of internal dialogue, or are you just trying to survive at that moment?
Muita coisa aconteceu ali naquele grappling, naqueles segundos que você tava com a perna dele na mão, né? Quando você começou a tomar aqueles socos na nuca, você tava segurando a perna dele, tentando subir, chegou a passar pela sua cabeça, tipo, pô, caramba, esse cara tá me batendo na nuca, ou você só tava tentando sobreviver?
Não, eu tava tentando subir. Na hora eu nem vi. Na hora eu nem vi, lógico, se eu tomava os golpes eu vi que o corpo amolecia, né? Eu tava sentindo. Mas se eu tivesse visto, talvez eu teria falado ali na hora, não sei. Mas não falei nada porque eu não tinha visto. Até tanto depois eu tive que assistir, rever a luta ali pra entender o que aconteceu.
Well, I was just trying to manage to get up. I not even saw that was on the back of the head. Of course, I was feeling those shots, right? Like, it was making me weaker, like, just feeling them. Maybe if I had realized it was on the back of the head, I had stopped and addressed, but, like, I couldn't see what happened.
O que aconteceu tomei o jab, pô, senti o jab, né? Um knockdown ali, pô, já grudei nas pernas ali, ele já começou a dar o soco e, tipo, eu vi que ele tava batendo, e em nenhum momento ali eu apaguei, dei uma amolecida ali, teve uma hora que, se não me engano, foi até a cotovelada mesmo, dá pra ver na cotovelada na nuca, né? Dei aquela amolecida, mas já acordei de novo e já voltei, fui subindo, e dali eu comecei a ver tudo, eu via tudo, mas, tipo, o corpo já não reagia da mesma forma.
And just for the record, I was able to see everything that was going on. After the knockdown with the jab, I had his legs on my hand and I started feeling those shots, but I could see that I was getting hit. I couldn't see I was getting hit to the back of my head.
Mm. So when do you realize? Is it immediately afterwards in the back when you get to the hotel? When do you realize that you were apparently hit illegally?
Quando que você foi perceber? que você tomou golpe de modo aparentemente ilegal? Foi no hotel, foi depois da luta, foi no dia seguinte? Quando que você percebeu que estava errado aquilo ali?
Não, quando eu vi as imagens, é nítido.
When I see the first images was fair, right in front of me, it was clear.
Can I ask you, Plinio, you're in the corner. So when you're seeing this, I noted while watching, I tweeted, seemed like there was a lot of shots to the back of the head there. Your cage side, what are you seeing when this is happening?
I'm up on my feet, 10 feet away from Herb Dean, screaming, watch the shots on the back of the head. Because I spoke with him the day before, looking at his eyes and saying, translating for this guy and reinforcing to watch the job that this guy does sometimes. I'm not taking nothing from Cyril, like Alex say. Could be desperate, could not be desperate. I don't want to call him a dirty cheater, whatever the case people have been calling him. Talk about Herb Dean. It makes me really upset because it's almost like he was listening to what I was saying to him, but I think he was just a little too scared to call it out a fight like that and give it a break because he was being like a pussy because it was a White House fight. You know what I mean? Because it got me very frustrated. I stood up from the corner and then I started screaming, say, bro, look at the back of the head, because it was not like a 2-second thing. It was flowing and going for quite a few seconds for him to realize the mistakes. Ele falou o que eu achei, falei assim, pra mim, com todo respeito, que eu fiquei de pé no corner ali e eu ter olhado no olho dele no dia antes e falado pra ele das paradas junto com você, me deixou mais frustrado ainda. Pra mim, né, mano, ele foi uma bicha ali, porque, porra, pra mim parecia que ele tava escutando tudo que eu tava falando pra ele, tava vendo e só não queria parar porque era lutando na Casa Branca.
É aquilo, né? Acertou o jab, senti, o cara começa ali a dar pancada em todo lugar, onde não é permitido. Pô, é difícil um árbitro, como eu falei, é difícil um árbitro pegar e falar assim, não, pô, tem que parar aqui, tirar um ponto, ou parar, deixar o cara descansar ali 5 minutos, porque tá dentro da regra, mas tipo, pô, o cara não quer fazer isso, ele não quer assumir essa responsabilidade. Se tem a regra, e se o árbitro tá ali em cima, tá vendo, qual que é o erro? O que as pessoas depois vão falar? Talvez os fãs vão falar, os fãs do cara, entendeu? Ninguém quer o cara ali sair com a mão erguida, entendeu? Mas o árbitro não vai estar errado.
Because at the end of the day, he took the jab, he took those shots. His job is to stop the fight, to take a point, right? And then because it's in the White House, it doesn't matter. The fans gonna see that he's correct to stop that thing because it's wrong, right?
Did Herb Dean say anything to you or to you about this? Like, did you confront him afterwards? Did you see him in the cage? Did you say anything to him? Did he say anything to you? Anything like that?
O Herb Dean chegou a falar com eu e você depois da luta? Chegou a tentar explicar alguma coisa? Pra mim ele sumiu.
Não falou nada. Não vi ele.
We didn't see him.
Did you see him?
No.
Okay.
Bota, igual o Durinho falou, né? No Apex, todo mundo é brabo de parar a luta, né? Quando vê na Casa Branca.
Não para não.
Just like Gilbert Burns say, on the Apex, everybody's a badass to be calling fights, standing up fights, stopping, taking points.
Mas não é a Casa Branca, velho. Eu acho que não é a Casa Branca porque tem outras lutas também que não foi na Casa Branca. É o erro do árbitro, entendeu? E ninguém cobra. Sabe, eu tô aqui, já passou, não quero voltar resultado. Eu só acho que eu tenho que estar alertando o que tá acontecendo, né? Eu acho que eu tenho voz para isso, para fazer isso, entendeu? Antes que aconteça algo igual no boxe aconteceu, eu postei um vídeo ali, né, de um cara que tomou um soco na nuca e ficou ali, teve sequelas. Então eu só tô evitando isso, entendeu? Amanhã os meus filhos estão lutando, tem outros lutadores também que talvez não tem voz para falar, e eu tô aqui e a gente tem que se unir, entendeu? E, cara, se acontecer alguma coisa, né, e como esse do boxe, isso vai sujar a imagem do MMA, cara, do esporte, entendeu? Só tô tentando evitar algo. As coisas estão acontecendo e, pô, ninguém tá fazendo nada. Quando isso acontecer mesmo, graças a Deus comigo não aconteceu, eu tomei ali, tava no risco ali de acontecer alguma coisa, graças a Deus não aconteceu nada. Perdi a luta, mas, pô, posso recuperar, entendeu? Mas eu só tô evitando algo, entendeu? Algo mais grave.
So Alex don't even think that it's just because the White House, he thinks actually an ongoing behavior from Herb Dean. É algo que você quis dizer, no caso, que já é um histórico do próprio árbitro em si, daquela pessoa, né, que tem essa tendência. Because he has this tendency, it's not the first time that he screwed things up like this. And Alex being the voice right now, because he posted the video of the boxer that took the shots in the back of the head, was like, done, right? Because we gotta step up and put our voice out there for the sports, because thank God Alex is safe, but he could not be safe. His kids be fighting, in the future. Other fighters gonna be fighting in the future. And if we don't express and don't put it out there, we're never gonna see a change. Because God forbid something much worse could happen, and if it does happen, it's gonna really burn the image of mixed martial arts.
Quem tá assumindo é a comissão, cara. Entendeu? O árbitro tá ali, entendeu? Acontece alguma coisa. Depois não vem querer colocar a culpa no cara, entendeu? Se acontecesse uma vez e beleza, ninguém sabia, ninguém viu, ninguém avisou, ninguém protestou, infelizmente aconteceu. Mas não, pô. Alguns já vêm falando um tempo e eu tô insistindo, tô falando e tô insistindo para tomarem uma atitude. Porque depois vai ficar feio para a comissão, entendeu? Porque a gente tá avisando, e depois não adianta. Quem vai ter que assumir vai ser a comissão. Não vai ser nem o árbitro que tá ali no centro.
Because at the end of the day, the commission is the ones gonna be blamed for this, because it's not only Alex, many people been addressing this behavior Herb Dean with the illegal shots. And nobody's doing nothing about. So at the end of the day, they might blame her, but the commissions are seeing what's going on. They still choose to pick their referees, still choose to not do nothing. So Alex is just stepping up to speak like other ones are doing, that this gotta change.
When you found out that it was Herb Dean reffing your fight, did you have concerns? Did you talk among the team and say, hey, maybe we should... Because there was once a time Brock Lesnar said, I don't want Steve Mazzagatti reffing my fights because he stopped my fight against Frank Mir, UFC 81. Did you guys talk about this beforehand?
A gente conversou como um time, você tinha alguma preocupação com o Herb Dean antes da luta? Vou te dar um exemplo. O Brock Lesnar, no UFC 200, was the UFC 200?
81.
That he said that he don't want him?
UFC 81, he had Steve Mazzagatti, and then the next time UFC 100, he said, I don't want him,
Que no UFC 81, Steve Mazzagatti parou a luta muito cedo dele com o Frank Mir. Aí no UFC 100, o Brock Lesnar falou, esse cara não quero na minha luta não, que esse cara não sabe trabalhar. E não trabalhou. A gente, como time, chegou a ficar preocupado, chegou a falar alguma coisa do Herb Dean antes da luta ou não?
Não, antes da luta não. Mas, assim, a gente não acredita que vai acontecer com a gente, entendeu? Mas quando acontece, aí a gente tem que tomar uma atitude. É isso que aconteceu.
Well, no, none of us, because it didn't affect us at any point first. You know what I mean? We didn't know about this whole thing, but of course, after it happened, we had to...
Eu só queria que as pessoas, não fizessem o mesmo que eu fiz. Não acreditei, aconteceu, agora eu vou lutar. Beleza, já aconteceu, não quero mudar o resultado, não quero fazer nada não, entendeu? Mas eu quero incentivar as pessoas que tem como a gente fazer algo, entendeu? Se todo mundo, se unir, a gente consegue mudar, entendeu? Porque isso não tá certo.
And this just me to motivate and boost people, because if we all get together and speak up, we can make a change, because this is wrong. I'm not here to try to overturn and change the result of my fight. I lost that fight. But I'm here to advocate and to also boost people, because something gotta be made. This cannot keep going.
Eu esperei acontecer comigo para tomar essa atitude, entendeu? Mas se as outras pessoas usar isso como exemplo, falar, comigo não aconteceu, será que eu espero? Cara, não espera, porque às vezes não dá tempo, às vezes você nem volta.
I waited till this happened with me to take action, but I hope people don't wait to happen to themselves. They just use Alex as an example and say, this happened to Poatan, let's all take action so this doesn't happen to none of us, it doesn't happen again.
And so what is the action that you are seeking? What do you want to change?
O que é a atitude, o que é o resultado que você quer que você está buscando com isso? Por exemplo, que aconteça.
Algo rigoroso com a arbitragem, entendeu? A comissão, ela tem que falar, entendeu? Tem que punir. Tem que punir de alguma forma, porque o que acontece? Se agora não acontecer nada, vai continuar a mesma coisa, A mesma coisa, um trabalho comum. Quando você não tem Você vai lá, o cara só chama atenção às vezes, mas não desconta do salário, não faz nada, é difícil você mudar, entendeu? Mas quando você tem uma penalidade ali, não, eu vou te dar um gancho aqui de 3 dias. E quando te dá um gancho de 3 dias, são 3 dias de falta. Então você não vai receber por esses dias. E coisas do tipo, entendeu? Até ser mandado embora. Essas são as punições. E aí, talvez isso mude. Entendeu? Talvez isso mude, porque as pessoas que vão entrar, por quê? Por que trocaram? Por que esse cara foi embora? Não, porque aconteceu isso, isso e isso. Então, na hora que acontecer lá, o cara tá batendo na nuca, fazendo um golpe ilegal, o cara vai parar. O que a organização, o que a comissão vai falar porque esse cara fez o correto, entendeu? Não vão falar nada, não vão ter direito, e não pode falar nada, entendeu? Agora, se ele faz errado, com certeza as pessoas vão falar.
At the end of the day, some type of penalty or punishment got to be done by the commission. Because if it doesn't do anything like that, nobody's going to change. We can just not let this fly out like that. It's just like on a regular job. You mess up, they give you a warning, you mess up. The third time, you know what I mean, you get punished. Like you lose your job, you gotta pay a fine, something is done. So the next person who comes work on that job, when that happens, not gonna do the same. If something happens to Herb Dean now, the commission takes action and just punish him the way that he's supposed to, like do anything for this to stop, I guarantee for you that the next guy, when he's on a situation that looks somebody getting hit with the back of the head shots, he's gonna stop that thing right away because he don't wanna take the same heat that the other guy did.
We had Andy Foster, who's the head of the California State Athletic Commission, who was also overseeing this event, in studio like 3 hours ago before you guys came in. And I asked him all about this, and he said they looked at it after, he spoke to Herb, and he feels that because there was so much movement, it's impossible to stop and say, oh, this one, there's movement, so this is part of the sport. He didn't feel like there was any sort of illegal activity, nothing that warranted the fight ending or being stopped in that moment. He talked about this being the back of the head, if touching the ear, it's okay, all this stuff. To hear that they don't feel like anything wrong was done, what is your reaction to that?
O chefe da comissão da Califórnia, que tá talvez vendo esse evento, he was the one in charge of this event?
Yeah, because it was in DC.
It was like they had to create something together.
Yes.
Porque para esse evento, como o Washington não tem luta, não tem comissão, eles colocaram os melhores de cada comissão, né? Mas o presidente dessa comissão aí é o cara da Califórnia. Ele estava aqui no estúdio 3 horas atrás. E o Ariel fez a pergunta para ele como é que ele achou da situação. Ele falou que pelo que ele viu, porque tinha muita ação acontecendo ao mesmo tempo, pô, acertou um, aí acertou, saiu e tal, por causa do flow, ele falou que na situação que não tinha como ter parado. O que você acha disso daí que ele falou?
Então pra que o árbitro tá ali? Não faz sentido. Então você tá ali na trocação, porque tem muita movimentação. O árbitro vê o cara metendo o dedo no olho do cara ali, ele não vai parar a luta? Pô, ele viu o dedo do cara entrando no olho, não, porque tinha movimentação. Pô, isso não, pra mim não é argumento.
So why there's even a referee then? Because so if it's like that, the guy's on the floor, he take an eye poke over there, half of the finger goes inside the guy's eye, he goes up, I was on the floor, wasn't doing the move, I cannot stop. That's not an argument.
Quem que falou isso daí?
O chefe da comissão da Califórnia, que era o cara que tava tomando conta desse evento.
Já começa por aí o erro. Já começa por aí. Se o cara pensa dessa forma, nada vai mudar.
The mistakes start like that already. See, if a guy at that type of job, the head of the thing, things like that, nothing's gonna change.
Cara, eu só tô aqui pra evitar uma tragédia. É só isso. A gente vê acontecendo as coisas, entendeu? Vai esperar acontecer pra tomar atitude.
I'm just here to avoid a bigger tragedy. If nobody takes action, something worse can happen with these people. We gotta
Eu não tô aqui pelo resultado não, cara. Já foi, a luta já foi. Perdi a luta, entendeu? Posso ter outra oportunidade. Assim como eu sempre fiz, posso recuperar, posso voltar melhor. O que eu só tô evitando só uma tragédia. As pessoas, eu tô falando, só que ninguém tá dando ouvido. E quando acontecer, vão culpar quem? O árbitro? Aí vão culpar o árbitro pra não assumir a responsabilidade? Pô, a comissão, ela tem que tomar uma atitude, pô.
I'm not here to change the result of my fight. I lost that fight. I'm here to speak up that something gotta be changed. Once something bigger, a bigger tragedy, somebody like get hurt permanently happens, what they're gonna do? They're gonna blame it on the referee? No, that's the commission. The commission gotta take action, gotta do something about this.
So you will not appeal this result? You're not trying to change the result?
Você não vai apelar o resultado, não vai tentar mudar?
Não, pra mim não faz sentido. Pra mim não faz sentido. Tá lá, se ele se sente campeão, ok.
It doesn't make sense to appeal. If he feels the champ, let him be the champ. Just gonna add from the previous answer. Also, he said that he always things happen to him and he always came back stronger from bad results.
Onde eu quero é minha revanche. É isso que eu quero. Esse é meu foco. Manter no peso pesado, ter a minha revanche, minha oportunidade e mostrar que eu posso vencer esse cara, entendeu? Jogando limpo, né? Ser profissional. É isso que as pessoas querem ver, entendeu? Eles não querem ver as pessoas trapaça, entendeu?
All that I want is a rematch. To be able to fight fair, to fight square, to fight clean, to go over there and show people. That's what people want to see. People don't want to see cheating.
Vê as minhas lutas com o Kalaev. Eu tava ali, dei uma blitz ali, mas você pode ver que eu tô olhando o tempo todo, escolhendo o lugar que eu vou bater. Entendeu? Eu tava ali, pô, ele tava se fechando, poderia bater um pouco, pô, pegar ali a cotovelada, jogar o corpo mais pra frente e vir a cotovelada de trás pra frente, entendeu? Mas eu não fiz isso. Aí eu vim aqui, pô, bati na panturrilha dele de cotovelada, entendeu? Pra ele abrir ali, aí eu, pô, jogava os golpes. Vê quando foi com o Giri, pô, eu defendi defendi a queda, tava ali, comecei a dar cotovelada ali, pô, do lado da orelha dele, onde é permitido, não aqui atrás, entendeu? Você pode ver que meu cotovelo tá aqui, ó. Tá aqui, não tá de... Pô, o Ciro ganhando numa posição daquela, porra, ele mata um cara, velho. Eu só tô evitando isso, velho. O que vai ter que acontecer para as pessoas tomar atitude, velho? O que vai ter que acontecer?
If you watch my fight on Kalaev, the way that I was doing the ground and pound was super clean. I hit elbows on the head, on the guard. And when I saw that he was fully covered, I started elbowing the legs for him to open the face. Everything clean. Look at my fight with Jiri. I stuffed a takedown, and every shot that I did, I even had to put the elbow sideways to hit on the side. But now what we're going to do? We're going to wait until Ciro end up killing somebody so we take action?
Pô, as pessoas estão ali, cara. Muitas pessoas já ganharam seu dinheiro, eu já ganhei meu dinheiro já, entendeu? Eu luto porque eu gosto. Eu luto porque eu gosto, eu amo lutar. Eu não tô ali por dinheiro. Não tô por dinheiro. Então, pô, eu tô ali, tem que ter proteção. E eu não tô vendo isso, cara. Não tô vendo isso. E isso tem que mudar. Isso tem que mudar, velho.
I already made my money. I don't fight for money. I fight because I like. But this gotta change. Like, people gotta be safe. People gotta be protected, and they're not. This gotta change.
Do you feel like you've been, because I got to be honest, we've talked to you after the Izzy fight, the Ankalaev fight, fights that you lost, and I've never seen you so upset before. You obviously feel like you were wrong, but also there was history at stake here. You were going to become the first man to hold a title in 3 different weight classes. Do you feel like you've been robbed of a moment that would have, set you apart, that would have made you one of the all-time greats? Is that part of the reason why you're so upset?
Pô, a gente viu você depois que você perdeu pro Adesanya, depois vimos você perdeu pro Ankalaev, mas nunca te vi assim tão chateado, né? Nesse sentido. Você acha que parte disso também é que você acha que você foi roubado do momento seu que colocaria você para um terceiro cinturão entre os grandes de todos os tempos?
Pô, eu não pensei nisso, né? Eu não pensei nisso, mas, pô, vendo tudo, né? Com certeza isso também dá um pouco de tristeza, né? Porque eu olhando ali como que tava a luta, entendeu? Eu tava tranquilo no primeiro round. Algumas pessoas falavam, tá de boca aberta, sabe? Eu tava ali no corner, é uma respiração que eu faço, eu tenho que abrir a boca para fazer isso, entendeu? Eu tava bem na luta, pô, ia começar a apertar ali, segundo round. Você viu a blitz que o cara deu ali? Porra, eu consigo ver que o cara não tá preparado, entendeu? Se isso acontece no último round, não, no
final do primeiro
no
round?
Final do segundo round, ou do primeiro ou do segundo round, se ele dá aquela pressão em qualquer momento, esse cara não sobrevive ali não, pô. É só músculo e tal, mas, pô, esse cara não tem coração. Esse cara não tem coração, esse ele já mostrou, entendeu? Já mostrou em outras lutas. Eu tinha toda a oportunidade, mas me atrapalharam.
I feel a little upset. I didn't really thought about that on that side too, but like, honestly, the way that the fight was going, people say that I got tired. No, I do not. I open my mouth from the corner, but like because I do my own breathing exercise to recover. But everything was fine. And Ciro, the way you can see the way that he was guessing after that the fight was over, like if Alex had a chance to survive, he feel that like if that was like round 1 or even the end of the second round, Ciro will not survive on the fight because he does not have heart. You could see on his eyes. And Alex feel that he got robbed on that moment.
Olha como ele ficou ali, acabou a luta, pô. Eu não comemorei. Pô, ele não aguentava comemorar, velho. Aí ele deu tudo ali, entendeu? Ele deu tudo ali. Ele tinha que acertar aqueles golpes ali, entendeu? Porque ele sabia que isso ia me prejudicar.
You see the people like, oh, Ciro's laying down because he was celebrating. No, he was that tired. That's why he really had to hit him with those shots so he could handle that.
Have you or your team asked the UFC for a rematch yet?
Você ou sua equipe pediram ao UFC pela revanche?
Sim, a gente pediu.
Yes, we did.
And what did they say?
O que eles falaram?
Ele falou que vai voltar pra gente. Isso foi na noite da luta depois. Então o evento, pô, tinha acabado de terminar ali, então eles não tinham planos ainda.
They're gonna get back to us because at the same time that was on the night of the fight. We understand that the UFC had to go all over to make this event, took a lot from them, so they're gonna get back to us. We're gonna sit down and talk, and then we're gonna see what's next.
Do you think you'll get it?
Você acha que vai ganhar revanche?
Pô, eu não sei, eu quero, né? Deixo bem claro que eu quero, mas, pô, não tenho controle de tudo. A gente sabe que, pô, a organização é quem manda. Mas eu vou estar ali para prestar o serviço. Se eles me der essa revanche imediata, eu vou ficar muito feliz com isso. Pô, vou agradecer imensamente. Mas se não der certo, eles têm os motivos deles. É isso.
Well, that's something that's not in my control. I gotta see what they have planned, right? I want that rematch. But if they come to me, you know what I mean, at the end of the day, I work. I'm happy to working for them. And if they come and say that they don't want a rematch, you know what I mean? It is what it is, and then we see what's next.
Eu só queria que desse uma atenção, né? Tipo, ver tudo que aconteceu, entendeu? Quem eu sou também tá ali, eu não tô ali à toa, entendeu? E tudo que aconteceu na luta, tava sendo uma luta legal, a luta ia começar a desenrolar, teve os golpes ali ilegais, então, ver tudo isso, entendeu? E eu tinha condições, não é algo, se eles verem ali no início que eu não tenho condições nenhuma, pra que fazer uma revanche, entendeu? Mas não, eu mostrei pra isso já com o meu histórico e ali no octógono no dia.
All that we want from the UFC is extra attention and consideration of the fight was starting to pick up, you know what I mean? And the illegal shots and everything that played on the nights. And plus with the history of achievements and Alex have, and plus the way it's not that he got dominated from the first bell. So the fight was just early starting to pick up. So we want some attention from them, we'll see that.
If they don't give you a rematch, are you going to stay at heavyweight?
Se eles não te dão uma revanche, você vai ficar no pesado?
Peso pesado, quero peso pesado.
Yeah, one heavyweight.
Do you think the rest of your career in the UFC will be at heavyweight now?
Você acha que a sua carreira no UFC vai ser no pesado?
Eu acredito que sim. Eu acredito que sim. Tô tentando essa revanche, né? Vamos ver, como eles falaram, em alguns dias vai retornar pra gente. Eu quero ver o que eles têm pra falar e assim a gente tem uma decisão a tomar, mas o que eu quero mesmo é ficar no peso pesado.
I believe so. Let's see how things plays out, but I believe so. And let's see in a few days when we talk to the UFC, so what they have for us, but we plan to stay at heavyweight.
How did your body feel out there? There was obviously a lot of talk about how you looked and all that stuff. First time fighting at heavyweight, how did you feel out there with the extra weight?
O pessoal fala muito, mas como é que você se sentiu no peso pesado, lá na luta, no geral, assim, como é que você tá se sentindo?
Me senti bem. Ali, primeiro round, de verdade, eu nem sentei ali no banquinho. Fiquei em pé ali, respirando, e me senti bem. Eu me senti bem, é por isso que eu quero estar ali e, eu quero essa revanche.
I felt really good. You could see I not even sat on that stool between rounds. I just stay standing up. So I think I feel so good that that's why I want a rematch. I was feeling good.
Se eu tivesse algum tipo de dúvida, se eu não me sentisse bem nesse peso, eu nem falava em revanche aqui não, cara. Pra que eu vou, se eu não me sentir bem, pra que eu vou arriscar de novo? Não, eu me senti bem e é isso que eu quero.
If I didn't feel good on the heavyweight, I'll not even be here asking for a rematch. I'm asking for the rematch because I felt good and that's what I want.
Do you have any idea how much you weighed on the night of the fight?
Você tem noção de quanto você estava pesando na noite da luta?
Não sei, mas estava um pouco mais leve. Não pesei, mas não estava tão pesado não.
I was a little lighter, but I didn't really weigh myself. I was feeling lighter, so I don't know.
Talvez 111, 112 quilos.
Maybe 245-ish, something like that. Like 111, 112 kgs.
It must have felt great not to cut weight, right? It must have been amazing.
Deve ser tudo bom pra você pra caramba não ter que cortar peso, né?
Não, com certeza. Eu adorei.
No, absolutely, man. I love that.
You've been hit by middleweights, you've been hit by light heavyweights. Can you say it's different getting hit by a heavyweight? Does it feel different?
Você tomou soco de médio, de meio pesado. Você pode se dizer que tomar soco de pesado é diferente?
Bom, igual eu lutei com a DC, né? Era no médio. Esse pra mim foi o pior soco, né? Que eu apaguei e eu não vi nada. Né?
Well, I don't know, because I got hit by Israel Adesanya and I was unconscious, so that was the worst punch that I took.
Muitas pessoas falaram, o Alex, não aguenta porrada, ele caiu com um jab. É aquilo, as pessoas falam porque nunca lutou, entendeu? E às vezes mas eu já lutei, mas também não lutou nesse nível, sabe? Não dá pra falar. Eu tomei o jab ali, na pisada ali, eu tava no ar ali, entendeu? Então é diferente. Talvez as pessoas não vão entender, mas eu sei como funciona e algumas pessoas sabem como funciona. Mas as pessoas que querem falar mal só viu o jab. Não aguenta, soco, caiu com jab. Mas, e o tanto de porrada que eu tomei, porrada ilegal, fora as porradas também que não foram ilegal, que eu absorvi bem ali, e não apaguei em nenhum momento, tava vendo tudo, só não conseguia responder porque, o corpo já tava, castigado ali. Mas eu vi tudo, entendeu? Então eu não apaguei. Então eu talvez eu tinha um pouco dessa dúvida, porque era um peso, né, diferente, que eu nunca tinha lutado, né, no treino não é que nem a luta, né, pô, a luvinha pequena ali, pô, e tal, e os caras, vai jogar o golpe ali pra matar, entendeu? Então talvez eu tinha um pouco essa dúvida e hoje eu já não tenho mais, eu sou um peso pesado.
So haters gonna keep saying, "Oh, I got dropped with a jab. I cannot take a punch," but they don't see that my foot was in the air and I was walking into him, so I basically walked into that jab, right? But they don't say all those illegal shots that I took, plus the shots standing up, and I was never out. I was still on my feet. I just couldn't respond because I was getting hits. Like, of course, takes a toll, but honestly, even though like I had questions too before, because when you train and even with the heavyweights, you know, with the little glove and full power. But now after this fight, I definitely feel I am a heavyweight.
John Jones posted a video right after, and it seemed as though he was sort of celebrating your loss. That's my impression. He didn't say anything, but that's what it seemed like. What was your reaction when you saw that?
John Jones postou um vídeo depois da luta que a impressão que dá é que ele estava comemorando a sua derrota. O que você tem pra falar disso?
Foi o que eu senti também, né? Porque, pô, tinha acabado de perder. E eu só não, como eu falei no vídeo, eu não entendi, né? Porque, tipo, ele fez isso. Talvez o ego, talvez se sentir melhor, entendeu? Porque as pessoas falam, quem é melhor? Poatan, o John Jones. Acho que o cara, pô, ele absorvia isso, entendeu? E queria provar pra ele mesmo que ele era o melhor. E, ok, perdi, então ele conseguiu provar. Mas eu nunca fiz uma provocação com ele. Pô, todo mundo sabe que para um lutador tá ali, o que ele passa, preparação, para chegar ali, se dedicar, se expor, né, e não conseguir, isso é um pouco, assim, é triste, entendeu? Então ele sabe que é um momento triste. Mas, quando ele tava no momento triste, eu dei força para ele, mas ele não fez igual.
That's what I felt too, to be honest, on that moment, because maybe it's a little bit of ego, because people start to question and asking who was the best, me or him. But I never talked bad about him, you know what I mean? Like, on that moment, that's what he shows, because it's very sad for when you lose and you're working for a great moment and you lose and people go into this thing. I never did this to him, much the contrary. And when he was down, when people was bashing him, I just gave him strength.
Eu acho que ele tinha uma competição dentro dele, entendeu? Para ver quem que era o melhor, porque as pessoas falavam e eu nunca falei. Por muitas coisas que eu fiz, muitas pessoas me colocam e falam que não, você pode se considerar, porque olha o que você fez. O John Jones, o fulano, o ciclano, pô, eles fizeram isso, são os maiores, mas olha só o que você fez aqui em tão pouco tempo e tal. E eu nunca falei assim, eu sou. Mesmo se eu ganhasse, eu nunca respondi, se eu ganhar... Pô, eu acho que eu sou, com tudo isso que eu fiz. Eu sempre falei, cara, isso traz discussões. Se as pessoas considerarem eu melhor, ok, eu vou ficar feliz. Se achar que não é, ok, também da mesma forma.
I think he had a competition inside his own mind, because people are saying, like, who's the GOAT, who's not the GOAT. Me, man, I always stay composed. People say, oh, but like, you know what I mean, there's these guys, but look everything that you achieved. Like, you're the greatest. And Alex he could have just said, yes, I am, but he never say no. Like, he never say, like, look, doesn't matter, whatever. You know?
Eu sempre falei, né, quando falo do Anderson Silva, John Jones, tem outros lutadores também, mas é os que eu assim, conheço, né, e falei, defesa de cinturão, esse é o mais difícil, eu acho que é o mais difícil o lutador fazer, entendeu? Lógico, eu tenho os meus recordes ali, entendeu? Não vou tirar os meus méritos, entendeu? Mas uma coisa que eu admiro muito é as defesas de cinturão, e ele fez. E eu sempre falei isso, sempre deixei claro, entendeu? Então eu nunca quis mostrar que eu sou melhor do que ele.
I never wanted to show that I'm better or worse than him. Like, I really respect, like, Anderson, Silva, him, and many others too that I don't even have to mention. But I always spoke that, for me, the hardest thing to do is title defense, and those guys did that. But I never exposed, like, oh, I'm better than this guy, better than that guy. I always respect what they done.
Se ele tinha essa dúvida dentro dele, pô, agora ele já tem certeza. Ele é o melhor.
If he had the doubt inside of him, props for him. Now he knows he's the best.
Does this make you want to fight him?
Isso faz você querer lutar com ele?
Não, o que faz... o meu desafio é estar ali dentro, lutando, não importa com quem seja, entendeu? Se eu for lutar com um cara que, pô, não tá no ranking, eu vou estar lutando com todo cuidado ali, que quero ganhar, se eu vou disputar um cinturão. Pra mim é uma luta, cara. Pra mim é uma luta. Porque às vezes a gente vai lutar com o ranqueado ou o cara que tá desranqueado. Pô, às vezes o cara que não tá no ranking ali, pô, talvez seja mais perigoso. Então, pra mim, o desafio ali é a luta.
No, my biggest challenge is the fights. I just want to fight whoever they put in front of me. So I don't want to get caught up like, gotta fight this guy. Sometimes you're fighting a guy that is just on the rank. He can be even harder than fighting for a championship. So I just want to fight.
Well, if you don't get the rematch against Sorogan, what about Josh Hokid? Because he's really coming after you. All week, he was trying to pick a fight with you, press conference, talking about you after his fight, talking about you, press conference, talking about you. Would that be of interest to you? If you don't get the rematch, which you clearly want next, would it be of interest to fight Josh Hokid and potentially shut him up?
Se caso o UFC não te desse essa revanche, você gostaria de lutar com o Josh Hokid? A semana inteira da luta ele saiu falando tudo, saiu te provocando, fez tudo o que fez. Essa seria uma luta que te interessa?
Pra mim não importa, como eu falei, desde o início. Meu contrato tá assinado. Quem o UFC quiser colocar, eu vou lutar e não vou escolher. Pode colocar quem quiser.
I expressed myself since the beginning. It doesn't matter to me. My contract is signed with the UFC. Whoever they put to fight me, I'm gonna fight.
When he says things about your mother, does it make you feel any sort of different way? Does it make it more personal? He mentioned your mother in the cage.
Quando ele fala coisas sobre a sua mãe, é um negócio que vira um pouco mais pessoal, que ele mencionou até sua mãe no cage aquela vez, né? É um negócio que já muda um pouquinho?
Não, acho que não. Acho que eu sou um cara assim bem controlado, porque se isso me tirasse ali do centro ali, do sério, entendeu? Eu talvez teria feito besteira, ninguém tava de olho em mim, entendeu? Tinha momentos que eu tava ali, que tipo, a segurança me deixava tranquilo ali, e o cara tava passando, eu sou atleta, entendeu? Eu sei, também sou inteligente, entendeu? Mas não quero usar minha inteligência pra isso, entendeu? Pra me expor com um cara que, nem merece, entendeu? Mas eu poderia estar ali, de bobeira e tal, disfarçar, sair ali, meter a bicuda, meter o chute, meter a voadora, entendeu? Dar um tapa na cara do cara. Se eu quisesse, fazia isso. Se eu quisesse, eu fazia isso. Se eles tivessem a oportunidade que eu tive, talvez, não, tenho certeza que ele faria isso para se promover, mas eu não preciso disso.
No, I don't know how to keep my cool, keep my mind in a cool spot. I'm not that type of guy. I had opportunities, like people talk about the press conference. Nobody was really on top of me over there. If I wanted to, I could have just stand up, slap him on the face, kick him in the head, doing whatever I want. But I know how to keep my cool. For sure, if he was on my situation, he probably would try to do something like that.
So right now for you, it's more about, I would imagine, not even the belt or the history or anything like that. You just want to right the wrong against Cyril. That's the main thing on your mind. You want it. This is bothering you more so than any other fight that you've had or loss that you've had. Is that fair?
Então agora posso dizer que para você não é sobre o cinturão, não é nada, você só quer lutar com o Cyril Gane de novo, porque talvez é uma das coisas que mais te incomodou mais de outros que você teve?
Não, com certeza, é o que eu quero. Lógico, eu quero me tornar campeão, né? É isso que eu quero. Se eu tô numa categoria, se é do médio, eu vou querer ser campeão. Meio pesado, eu vou ser campeão. Peso pesado, eu quero ser campeão. E o foco é ele, porque ele tá ali em cima, entendeu? E, cara, como falei, eu tava bem na luta. Algumas pessoas falam, não tava se achando, eu tava fazendo a leitura, eu tava de boa, tava tranquilo, ele tava dando umas porradas ali, mas tava tranquilo, não tava sentindo, uma hora eu ia achar meu momento. Todo mundo sabe o meu estilo de luta, mas, as pessoas só sempre levam pra um lado, sei lá, um lado negativo.
Absolutely, I want to fight him. But at the same time, I'm there to be a champion, right? He's the guy who is up there right now, so that's the guy that I want. I became middleweight champ, like heavyweight champ. Now I want to be heavyweight champ. And I know that fight could have gone a different way because you guys know how I fight. I was just getting started, just starting to find my groove. You know what I mean? But I was doing a good fight.
By the way, did you watch Josh's fight against Derek Lewis?
Você assistiu a luta do Josh Hokid com o Derek Lewis?
Eu vi.
Yeah, we saw.
What did you think of his performance?
O que você achou da performance dele?
Ele ganhou, mas, os dois cansaram muito rápido, entendeu? Então, eu vejo muitas coisas ali que favorecia muito pra mim.
He won, but both got really tired. You know what I mean? So Alex saw a bunch of things that will play in favor for him.
Did you have any other interactions with him? We saw the one where he was yelling at you and all that, but were there any other interactions that weren't filmed?
Você teve alguma outra interação com ele, fora aquela que a gente viu na filmagem, ele subindo na escada lá e xingando?
Não.
Não.
No. What did you think about the event? There was a lot that happened. There was a little bit of a delay. The experience of being on this card, did you enjoy it? Obviously, the fight was different, and I know you're upset. But leading up to that point, were you enjoying the process of, the weigh-ins, the press conference, the outdoors, all the different special things about it?
Vamos colocar o resultado da luta de lado. Você achou esse um evento bacana, estando lá dentro, a pesagem, a press conference, o evento em todo, assim, uma experiência legal para você?
Não, para mim só tira essa parte aí. Talvez outros atletas talvez tenham alguma coisa para reclamar. Eu acredito que só da luta, talvez, algum erro de arbitragem, ou sei lá, alguma provocação, alguma coisa, entendeu? Mas do evento, eu não consigo ver algum atleta que estava participando reclamando ou criticando. Talvez você fala para mim aqui agora, não, teve um fulano lá que falou isso. Porra, eu nunca imaginaria que a pessoa falaria, porque foi tudo perfeito.
No, man, like, to be honest, like, it was just bad on my fight, on that moment, especially the referee, but put that aside, man, it was a perfect event. Everything was super nice. I cannot even picture another guy that was on the card coming and complaining. Like, if you go and say, yeah, but this guy says something about the event, I'll be surprised, because for me, it was a perfect event.
That walkout was unbelievable.
A entrada sua foi inacreditável.
Foi coisa que eu nunca vou esquecer, né? Saindo ali, dos fundos ali, tinha um jardim também ali. Eu saí pelo lado, tinha um lado de fora, um corredor, onde tinha uns quadros, acho que era dos presidentes,
que era bem na trás do
passados. Né? Então, passando ali por aquele corredor, aí depois já tinha 2 seguranças ali com aquela vestimenta ali.
Medalha de honra.
Né? Pô, aí abria a porta ali, eu só passava, virava à esquerda, tinha pessoas ali. Daí eu ia no outro corredor também, com seguranças ali, onde as 2 pessoas lá, que eu não conheço, mas eram 2 pessoas importantes ali. Me acompanharam, subi a escada, fui pro outro cômodo, saí na direção ali da sacada, na Casa Branca. E ali, eu me senti muito bem, sabe? Aquele show ali, era pra mim, entendeu? Eu me senti assim, velho. Eu tava muito irado mesmo ali naquela sacada. Fui lá, todo mundo ali. Olhei ali pra baixo, o octógono ali embaixo. Fui lá, fiz o tiro de arco e flecha, entendeu? E saiu os fogos ali, coisa que vai ficar marcado pra história. Desci as escadas ali, fui em direção ao octógono, cumprimentei as 2 pessoas que estavam do meu lado ali. A gente fez ali o check-in ali pra entrar pro octógono e, foi tudo perfeito. Tudo perfeito.
Everything perfect. Starting for me to walking out on that garden outside of the Oval Office, through all the picture of the presidents, then making a left over there, going inside, and then the first responder, the medal of honor, because Alex not too tuned up on these kind of things, but was very good. Going through that hallway, all those veterans over there. Then coming upstairs, and that view of the cage from there is amazing on the balcony, shooting his bow and arrow, walking through that crowd, saying goodbye to those Medal of Honor guys, and then getting checked in, getting to the cage. Everything was perfect. I felt the event was made for me.
Did you allow yourself to look around and enjoy it, or are you only enjoying it after the fact? Were you so locked in that you didn't even realize how special it was?
Você estava tão focado ali que você não conseguiu ver nada, ou você conseguiu ainda curtir um pouco e entender aquilo ali na hora?
Não, eu vi até eu sair ali pra sacada ali. Quando eu cheguei na sacada ali, eu vi ali, muitas pessoas, né, mas eu não consegui ver detalhes, né? Então ali quando eu tava saindo, já tinha virado, eu vi que tinha fogos ali. Saiu os fogos, mas eu nem vi, eu vi depois na filmagem, né? Mas eu vi ali que tinha um clarão, né? Eu já tava de lado já, só focado, desci. Mas depois que eu desci ali, cheguei ali, eu não vi mais nada, eu tava bem focado mesmo. Via pessoas, sabia que tinha pessoas ali, mas...
Até aquele momento, depois você conseguiu só ver mais em casa mesmo, quando você assistiu a fita.
Mais em casa.
Up to that moment that I went on the balcony, shot the bow and arrow, and then the fireworks came in, I was still going, but as I started going down those steps and getting to the cage, I was just locked in. But I was able to see later on TV.
Did you happen to see, I don't know if you did or maybe you did as well, there's footage, there's the G7 summit in France right now with all the world leaders, and they're all sitting around, Donald Trump, the president of France, other leaders talking about your fight. They're all the most powerful people in the world sitting around talking about your fight, sort of like how we talk about the fights, eating lunch here before the show. I'm wondering if you saw that. For me, it was surreal, and I was curious if you saw it and if you reacted to it.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Eu acho que você não viu. That was on Monday that Trump was there, I think. So he was with Macron, yeah. Na segunda-feira, no dia depois da luta, o Trump já estava lá na França, no encontro dos maiores líderes do mundo. Estava o presidente da França, ele, todos os presidentes, todos conversando do evento, falando da sua luta. Você tem que ver isso aí depois. E o legal é que eles estavam conversando como se tivesse nós três ali fora, comendo um hambúrguer ali, trocando ideia, assim, todos viram o evento, o impacto que teve, entendeu? E falando da luta de vocês.
Crazy.
Loucura.
Did you see it?
No, I don't think he saw yet. Você não viu não, né?
Não vi.
I'm gonna show him.
They're just sitting around like they're at the bar talking about fights.
On the table.
Yeah.
Eles estavam na mesa assim, como se estivesse no bar, assim, falando assim, pô, UFC ontem, vocês viram, tal. Falaram da Dana White, falaram de vocês, falaram do evento.
Pô, legal.
Os maiores líderes do mundo, pô, os presidentes.
Com certeza, né? Ali, o presidente ali, ele sabe que todo mundo viu, entendeu? E ele sabe o que ele fez foi algo grandioso, né? Então, com certeza, ele estava ali orgulhoso do que ele proporcionou, né? Pros lutadores, pro esporte, pro fã de MMA, ele proporcionou, ele sabe que fez algo grande, então ele estava ali e todo orgulhoso, né? E as pessoas falando com ele, pô, com certeza, pô, parabéns, nunca vi isso e, pô, foi irado.
Absolutely, our president was feeling proud of it there because everybody know the gigantic, beautiful event that he threw, you know what I mean? So I think it was just something that just is very good for the sport and good for everybody because for sure he felt good over there, everybody gave him props and everybody respecting the event that he put on in America.
Okay, so I want to ask you just a few more things and then I'll let you go. Number one, will you ask to never have Herb Dean ref one of your fights in the future?
Primeira, as últimas perguntas. Você vai pedir para nunca mais Herb Dean ser juiz de sua luta?
Com certeza, 100%.
100%.
What would you like to see done to Herb Dean? What kind of punishment do you think he should receive?
Que punição você acha que o Herb Dean devia receber?
Cara, de verdade eu não sei. Ele tem que fazer alguma coisa diferente. Eu não sei. Eu acho que é o seguinte, velho, o tempo dele já deu, entendeu? Isso aí acontece numa empresa comum, o cara trabalha tantos anos ali, pô, o cara não tá mais nas condições de fazer o que ele gosta de fazer, entendeu? Ele tá ali talvez por amor, mas, pô, colocando a vida dos outros em risco, e eu não acho isso correto.
I don't know, something gotta be done, but one thing I tell you, I think his time is up. I think he already did enough, and just like on a regular 9 to 5, on a regular business. He's been there for too long already, and now starting to mess up, and maybe he shouldn't be there anymore. Something gotta be done so people doesn't end up getting hurt because of him.
Eu não tô falando algo assim, tipo, algo que, pô, absurdo, entendeu? Pô, eu tô falando de vidas ali, entendeu? Tem ali os dois atletas e tem o árbitro para olhar tudo isso. Ele tá responsável, mas ele não tá conseguindo fazer. Por medo, por causa do resultado, pode mudar. Na situação o cara tá ali, batendo, ele parar, tirar ponto, depois o outro reverter. Problema do cara que bateu errado, pô. Problema, o árbitro joga pro atleta. Pô, você sabia por que você fez isso? Você sabia que eu ia parar, entendeu? Mas quando o atleta sabe que isso não vai acontecer, que o árbitro, pô, esse árbitro erra, ele não, porra, isso é maior responsa pro árbitro parar. Eu sei que ele não vai parar, eu vou bater aqui, pô, e vou ser campeão. E vou sair daqui vitorioso. Pô, o que importa pro atleta é isso, sair com a vitória.
At the end of the day, I'm not being unreasonable. Because something gotta be done. Because for an example now, if something is not done, like if let's say that there was a punishment, the guy go over there, Herb stops that fight, take a point, whatever, the guy's gonna complain, but he should have gonna say, you knew you're not supposed to do this, and you still done it. But now when nothing is done, the guy's gonna go, you know what? I'm just gonna do what I gotta do, because he's not gonna stop this fight. So, and then I'll do whatever it takes to become a champion.
E uma coisa eu garanto, ele não arbitra mais a minha luta, não. Isso aí é 100%, porque eu tenho a decisão pra isso. De alguma forma eu tenho a decisão pra isso. De alguma forma ele não vai estar junto comigo. De alguma forma ele não vai estar junto comigo. Eu garanto isso 100%.
One thing I'm gonna tell you, now, somehow I have the power to do that. He'll never be around me or referee a fight on me anymore.
Wow.
That is for sure.
You would like to see him stop refereeing. You think that he has made too many mistakes now?
Você acha que ele deveria parar de arbitrar por causa de todos os erros que ele já fez no passado e nesse?
Sim, eu acho que sim, porque é vidas. Eu tô falando de vidas. não aconteceu, não aconteceu nada, aí passa mais um. Não aconteceu nada, passa mais um. Vai batendo na trave ali. Quando acontecer, o que vai acontecer? Beleza, agora eles não fazem nada. Aí na próxima luta com outra pessoa, ou comigo, ou quem seja, acontece com alguém, algo assim, que vai pra mídia, vai pesar pra caramba. Pro evento, alguém vai levar a culpa. E vai ser ele, velho. E vai ser ele. Aí vão tomar uma atitude, entendeu?
I think so, because we are talking about lives, right? Until somebody get permanently hurt or something really bad and goes all over the media, and then he's going to take it all the blame.
I would imagine for your sister too, like you don't want him refereeing her fights or anything like that, right?
E pra Aline também, você não quer ele arbitrando luta dela nenhuma, né?
Ela vai decidir isso, né? Eu não posso decidir por ela. Se ela se sente à vontade, mas eu não posso... O que acontece? Na minha luta, eu tenho controle. Eu posso falar que eu não quero esse cara e não vai. E não vai. Mas, tipo, na luta dela, eu não posso atrapalhar ela. Ela tá ali, vai lutar, e vou falar pra ela assim, então você não vai lutar, entendeu? Tá ganhando o dinheiro dela, ela tá crescendo, então como que eu vou atrapalhar o sonho dela? Eu não posso fazer isso. É um risco? Mas a decisão é dela, entendeu? Ela tá vendo tudo que tá acontecendo, então a decisão ela tem que tomar. Se ela quer, é um risco. Eu poderia falar aqui também, o Plínio poderia ter o mesmo pensamento que eu, e eu falar, não, Plínio, eu vou. Se o Alex quer, né, velho? Eu não queria, mas se o Alex quer, eu vou chegar pra falar pro cara, não, você não vai lutar?
At the end of the day, it's her decision. I can't just go and say you're not gonna fight if this guy's there, because she's making her money, she's making her career, and then it's up to her to decide. And I can't just go and say, Aline, you're not gonna fight if this guy's a referee. That'll be the same as me on this situation. Say, Alex, you're not gonna fight if this guy's a referee. No, I'm gonna say, look, I don't think you should. But at the end of the day, it's his decision. Same with Aline. Alex is not gonna block her career from growing if come a situation like that, because she gotta make her story, right? But we wish not. But at the end of the day, it's her choice.
Did you see the video that Herb Dean posted yesterday explaining the decision?
I saw. Você viu o vídeo que o Herb Dean?
What do you think of it?
O que você achou?
Não faz sentido. Não faz sentido. Ali pra gente, ali ele tentou arrumar ali, porque ele talvez viu as marcas ali, tipo assim, se eu tivesse colocado, se a marca tivesse em um lugar ali, ele ia arriscar aqui, entendeu? Então não faz sentido. Pra gente lá, ele colocou a mão, falou, aqui não pode. Agora colocou só uma faixinha ali, não existe isso, cara. É a mesma coisa você pegar ali e colocar numa luta onde tem movimento, contato, entendeu? Você colocar uma moeda e falar assim, essa parte aqui que é a nuca, essa parte aqui não pode bater. Mas aqui não pode, mas aqui pode. Não, tem que ter uma região, entendeu? A nuca é aqui, essa parte aqui, porque aí é contato, é movimentação, tem movimento ali, então tem que ter algo pra proteger. E aquele vídeo mostrou que ele tenta pular fora, entendeu? Daqui a pouco ele faz um risco, assim, eu ia colocar um pingo assim, marcar de caneta e falar assim, aqui é a nuca, aqui não pode bater. Isso não faz sentido.
David don't even make sense, because he is kind of changing the line for his favor, even when he make those little lines. So it's the same as I'm going to say, okay, I put a little coin and say, this is the area that you cannot be hit. Say, do you know the size of somebody's hand to be hit on the back of the head? So, and then he said, no, but it's this one, so the next thing he's gonna go with a pencil and just make a little dot and say you cannot be hit here. When you talk about fighting, it's movement related, so it gotta be a big area. He does not make sense. My opinion, that video don't make sense at all, because for us, he showed a different area than he showed on that thing, and now he's waving it off.
Right.
Falei, minha opinião, pra mim, não faz sentido, porque a área que ele mostrou pra gente no dia antes foi a mesma área que você tomou a porrada, agora ele mudou a linha. Because he went like this, no, coach, is this here and this here. Now he just, these two little things here. So bro, if this was a trial, he just had incriminated himself with that video.
Is that consistent with what he told you before the fight? Or?
Absolutely not.
Really?
Absolutely not.
What did he say before the fight?
Because before the fight, he came to us e perguntou se isso é consistente com o que ele falou pra mim, pra você no dia antes. Ele não é nada.
Não é algo que, tá lá na reunião de regras que ele pegou e falou, é pra todo mundo. Eu já sabia do histórico do adversário. Eu falei, Plínio, dedo no olho, beleza, não é pra acontecer esse tipo de coisa, mas, pode acontecer, mas, é a oportunidade que o cara tá ali. O cara sente a porrada e o cara vai bater na nuca do cara. Eu vi, o cara dando soco, entendeu? Então, vamos chegar nesse cara, chamamos ele de canto. Chamamos ele de canto e falou, pô, explica pra ele a minha preocupação, Plínio. Aí ele falou, não, eu vou te explicar aqui como funciona. Então ele foi lá, toda a atenção, pô, e tal, ali e tal. Só que não cumpriu. Ele falou algo tipo assim, não, eu vou falar, mas não vai acontecer, entendeu? Mas aconteceu, aí tipo, ele tira o dele da reta.
Whoever been to a rules meeting know how it works, right? It's you and 30 people in the room and the ref is just going over things. This is not what happened. Alex put him on the side with me and said, Plínio, this is my concern. Can you explain to him? So it's me, him, Herb Dean. Mind you, Sean O'Malley and Tim Welch was right there. Sean saw the whole thing. He saw que o Sean O'Malley viu também que ele estava sentado lá. He grabbed Beltran by the hand, like, look, we know this guy, like the eye pokes, it's hard to control because sometimes you punch and you wave it off. But those shots, you gotta be careful. We needed to be on top of that. He goes, put the hand like this, in here, just the side of the head. Sometimes we understood. But the way that he executed the other day, it seemed that we never spoke with him.
Uma coisa é a gente tá aqui, né? Conversando. Tá aqui no restaurante, na mesa de um bar, tá ali. E aí a gente começa a conversar e fala, pô, naquele dia, pô, não gostei disso, eu não gosto que você faz isso e tal. Às vezes, ele nem vai me dar atenção, não vai levar a sério e tal. E tipo, porque foi uma oportunidade que eu tava aqui e falei pra ele, mas ele nem, pô... É diferente de a gente tá aqui na mesa, tudo e tal. Aí eu falar assim, não, eu vou chamar a atenção dele, mas, pô, vai ter o momento certo. Eu chegar aqui, a gente conversou e tudo. Antes de ir embora, eu chegar, pô, Ariel, eu tenho uma palavrinha pra falar com você. Chega aqui no cantinho aqui, tal. E aí você vem, aí isso te deixa ligado. Não, peraí, esse cara quer falar uma coisa importante. Pô, deixa eu dar atenção pra esse cara, o que você quer? Aí eu vou lá e explico. Isso é outro tipo de situação. E foi o que eu fiz. Só que ele não levou a sério.
You know when you're in a bar sometimes and your friend messes up a little bit and you just in front of everybody say, hey bro, I kind of didn't like what you did, such and such. And you just go like, okay, but you don't really put in the mind. Versus I come to you and I say, Ariel, let's talk outside you and I. And you're going to be walking with what this guy have to talk to me. And I go and express something that I don't like or something that is important for me to you. You're definitely going to pay attention to that, right? And that's exactly what we do. We didn't have the whole meeting. No, we put him on the side for real and specifically explained to him and asked him, be on top of this. And he just disregarded everything. I'm telling you, for me, I was screaming on the corner over there, back of the head, and I knew he was listening. He cannot just, because he was 10 feet from me. And then he just chose to not do nothing about it.
Do you think Cyril Gane is a dirty fighter?
Você acha que o Cyril Gane é um lutador sujo?
Como eu falei, eu acho que isso é instinto do cara, entendeu? De sobrevivência, entendeu? Tá ali, tá acuado e, pô, faz o que tem oportunidade.
I'm not gonna say dirty, it's just like I said before, I think it's just his survival instinct. He gets a little desperate and he's cornered. On his mind, he's desperate and he just do this kind of things.
Um exemplo ali, vamos supor, você tá
But
ali,
he knows what he's doing.
Você tá ali, ele, pô, tava grudado na perna dele, né? Ele não se preocupou em tentar fazer a defesa, fazer o sprawl ali pra quebrar e tal, achar a melhor posição, pô, pra começar a bater. Ele pensou, pô, aqui tá mais fácil, pô, a cabeça do cara aqui, vou bater, entendeu? Por mais que ele tá numa posição ruim, ele tá batendo num lugar que, pô, isso vai me prejudicar, entendeu? E ele sabe da vantagem disso.
When Alex had that shot, had that holding his leg, the correct thing to do is, if you see Cyril not even try to stuff that takedown. Like, he's not like, okay, let me just move the head to the side, find the best position so I can ground and pound. He just looked down and he say, okay, this is the spot, because from here it's going to be easier. And then he just start landing those shots.
Quando eu lutei com o Kalaev, que, pô, acertei o golpe lá, ele veio, entrou nas minhas pernas. Ele tava ali, ó. Era só meter a cotovelada. Se fosse ele, com certeza ele iria fazer. Se fosse o Cyril Gane, ali ele iria fazer, que era a oportunidade. Por quê? Ele fala, pô, não vou fazer essa defesa, porque tem um desgaste, entendeu? Pra você fazer a defesa. O que eu fiz? Fui lá, defendi, esgrimei, coloquei outra mão, coloquei a mão aqui no pescoço dele, tirei. Aí beleza, aí estabilizei. Tava ali na meia guarda ali, pô, falei, agora eu vou bater. Você vê que eu tô assim, ó, comecei a dar uma blitz ali, mas no lugar certo. Pô, tá daqui a pouco. Eu falei, não, peraí, tá dominado. Fiz a defesa, pô, estabilizei. Pô, bati aqui, aí batia na costela, aí vinha na perna dele aqui, pô, já vinha de novo aqui. Tá. Aonde que eu fiz um golpe ali irregular? Eu poderia ter feito isso desde o início.
When I fought on Kalaev shot in after I rocked him, I could have just went and landed the elbow straight up. It's just easier because everybody knows for you to stuff a takedown, that is a toll on your cardio, right? But no, I went, pushed the head to the side, make sure that I took him off me, establish the position, then I pick my shots clean.
Tom Aspinall, John Jones, other fighters have said that they feel he's dirty. So that's why I asked that question. People have accused him recently, Tom Aspinall, very, very vocally. So that's why I was wondering if you now agree with them.
Os dois, John Jones e o Aspinall, falaram que acha que ele é sujo por tudo que ele já vem fazendo. Por isso que a gente perguntou se você concorda com eles.
Eu não sei, não. Eu acho que é instinto do cara.
I don't know. Maybe it's just his instinct.
Okay. You told me before the fight you want a quick turnaround. Obviously, you have to heal up now, but in a perfect world, now that you've experienced the fight, when would you like to come back?
Antes da luta, você tinha falado pra ele que você já queria voltar logo. Claro que você tem que recuperar, a gente entende, né? Mas quando você gostaria de estar voltando?
Depois do resultado, né, do exame, tá tudo certinho aí, setembro eu gostaria de estar lutando.
After the result of the medicals, maybe September I'll be like to be fighting.
That's soon. It's fast.
Rápido assim.
You okay with that?
Bro, whatever the champ wants, the champ gets. We're gonna support him no matter what.
You have to be healthy, no?
No, as long as he's healthy, he's fine. Que ele perguntou se eu assino embaixo, eu falei assim, o que o campeão quer ele tem, contanto que esteja saudável, pra mim tá bom. As long as
com
he's
certeza,
healthy.
se eu estiver saudável, entendeu? Tipo, como eu falei pra você, meu sonho já realizei já e, pô, eu gosto de lutar, entendeu? E não vou fazer besteira, entendeu? Se eu estiver machucado ali, lógico, lesão, sempre a gente vai ter alguma coisinha, entendeu? Mas se for algo que vai me prejudicar futuramente, na minha vida, pô, eu não vou fazer isso não.
As long as something's not gonna hurt me, like, physically, you know, my life, anything like that, I like to fight, I like to come back.
And I'm being told you have some news.
Yeah.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, I just signed a contract with Misfits, 3 fights.
Wow.
Yes.
You're going to box for Misfits?
I am, September. Someday, I don't have the correct day yet because they check in the DAZN, but like it's in September. I'm fighting
Chase
for the
Demore?
I don't know, bro, because I don't know if he agreed to the fight and then he doesn't seem that he signed. What I know from Misfits, they promised me that in September, I'm going to box for the Misfits heavyweight title.
Oh.
Now, if it's him or they're going to strip him or somebody else, I don't care.
Wow.
Me, Plinio Cruz, I'm boxing for the Misfits heavyweight belt in September.
Wow. Why do you want to do this?
Because, you know, they boost me to do it. Ele perguntou por que eu vou lutar esse tempo, por que eu tô voltando, né? Eu falei assim, é que vocês me motivaram, you know.
Tá bem.
He'll do well? You think he does well?
Perguntou se acha que eu vou mandar bem.
Vai, tá bem. Não, pô, assistir as lutas dele, você vê que, pô, é um cara assim que, pô, tinha que estar fazendo isso, entendeu? Não tinha que ter parado e, pô, mas a gente tá aí pra motivar ele, pra ajudar no que ele precisar. A gente tá aí, o Glover, tá indo lá toda semana, 2 vezes na semana, né? Treinando todos os dias, mas sparring duro ali com o Glover, tá sempre fazendo 2 vezes na semana. Então é isso, tá fazendo a coisa certa, tá fazendo o que gosta, achou algo pra motivar ele e todo mundo tá vendo isso.
So he likes, he never saw my fights, I don't know if you saw or not, but he never wanted me to really stop. He think I'll do really good. He fully support this. And it's perfect timing because Glover is fighting Shogun on August 29 in boxing.
Right.
So I'm going there twice a week. I train every day, of course, but then Alex is coaching us and then me and Glover spar. So we're like just a few weeks apart on each other's fights. And it just makes sense and we're just happy.
Will he corner you?
Yes, 100%. He's going to corner Glover and me.
So the first time he gets to return the favor?
Second, because my last fight in MMA, he cornered me.
He was there?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, a long time ago, yeah.
But first time in boxing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, ele perguntou se vai ficar no corner. Eu falei, primeira vez não, que já ficou no MMA, mas agora a primeira vez no boxing. Yeah.
Alex, thank you very much. Obrigado. Thank you for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. I know you're probably upset, emotional, maybe don't want to talk about it. Maybe you do want to shine a light on this as well. So we really appreciate you coming as always. I hope you get well soon, you heal up soon, and that you get what you want, you get the rematch that you want.
Falou, muito obrigado por você ter vindo aqui. A gente sabe que tá cedo depois da luta, a gente respeita muito você ter vindo e a gente espera que tudo de bom, a casa tá sempre aqui pra você e a gente espera que você consiga a revanche que você quer.
Não, é isso aí, pô, obrigado aí pelo espaço também. E é isso, vamos recuperar agora, descansar um pouco. Tem alguns trabalhos pra fazer, mas logo logo tô de volta.
Feel really good. Thank you so much for the space. We just gotta heal, got some work to do, but soon we'll be back.
And we don't jump off the bandwagon. We still, still there.
Falou, você pode ver que nós tá no time ainda, tá aí os dois aí.
We need the Shama here.
Oh, the creatine.
Yeah.
Tá lá, creatina Shama, he didn't brought in.
Tá no carro, não trouxe porque a gente tinha falado
I want to try.
A gente tinha falado a gente tinha falado um momento aqui, né, bem sério e tal. Eu não queria aproveitar essa situação aqui pra estar promovendo algo, não.
He just wanted to not promote anything like that because, you know what I mean? He's just talking about his fight. So that's good.
Respect. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Plinio. We'll take a quick break, say goodbye to the guys, be back to wrap up the show. Don't go anywhere.
Martial arts delight, this bout. This is a fan favorite, iconic bout. And who's at the helm? None other than the Mac, as usual. So I'm ecstatic with that.
You have 2 fights left on your deal, right?
Yep.
Did they try to extend it?
No.
Really?
No.
Are you surprised?
No. I'm happy. I'm happy to an extent. There's a lot more there. I hope it's with the UFC. I hope we come to something. I hope I get honored even more. I hope I'm going to prove even more so what I'm about.
I saw you say that you're happy.
Yeah.
What was the road to getting happy? Because initially when the Paramount deal was signed, there were a lot of questions. No pay-per-view anymore. Are they going to make this right? And so how difficult was it for them to apparently make it right?
It wasn't that difficult. We met in the middle.
Okay.
We met in the middle.
What does meeting in the middle mean?
We met in the middle. We got a good juicy one. Was it what my worth is? Probably not. Was it what they'd offered or what they'd want to offer? Definitely not. Definitely not. We met in the middle. I'm a fair operator, and I like to think I am. So, that's how I operate. I love the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and I'd love to continue. Let's see how it goes.
Are you, when you step foot, going to be the highest paid fighter for one fight in UFC history? Is this the highest amount? Because they have to offset the pay-per-view, right?
I'm breaking my own records, Ariel. That I am already.
Sure.
So, yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Can you give us the number?
No. I won't even see this flash, Harry. I don't wear watches no more. I do. I have my lovely watches. But, man, I'm different, brother. I'm different. And I find myself in a fight still. It's daily. The rent is due every day. The old ways that don't serve, and new ways and a new version of me and the new man I am. I find myself in competition sometimes with it, or in a battle with that. So I won't. Man, money isn't. It's not the be all end all. It's not life. You get me? So I don't. I won't be flashing money. I will not be. I done the fall.
All right, back on the program. That was my conversation with Conor McGregor from yesterday. It's up on the channel right now. That was Alex Pereira. Appreciate him very, very much. It's it's rare when a fighter wants to come on after a loss. We appreciate that wholeheartedly. We appreciate the passion, the emotion. This is his livelihood. This is his career. Said a lot there. That's the most fired up that I've ever seen Alex Pereira before. We've never seen him fired up like that. He's quite stoic, but we've never seen that type of anger, emotion out of him. Let's see what happens. Obviously, we've seen Tom Aspinall say, hey, I'm ready to go in September, but interestingly enough, he is not considering a move down to light heavyweight. He wants to stay there, so let us see how all of this plays out. I do believe we have... Did I get to all the super chats?
I think you did.
ZW2242, Ariel, you've dropped at least, or I've dropped at least 10 you know yourselves since yesterday, and I blame you. Sorry about that. Juan Jovi, Damian Cordova versus Derek Lewis. Who do you got? Lewis. And KO3N.770, go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. Skol. I believe that's a Minnesota Vikings reference. I believe it is. It's been a long week, my friends. It's been a long week, but we've done a lot. Tomorrow, it's BITB, the boys in the back. You know, those things, they really hit you. I wonder if at any point Alex was thinking to himself, or Plinio, is that scampi? Do I smell scampi? BITB tomorrow. 415 sup BITB. Pound for pound, do we have anything?
Yeah, we sure do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we've got a few.
But we're not... This is like the 15th time in a row where I said, do we have anything? And we don't get it.
The finalized thing is in honor of the Knicks parade. In honor of the Knicks championship. Things worth waiting for.
Oof. I absolutely love that.
Oh, I got some good ones.
I mean, what about... Ooh, England 3-2.
Oh, yeah. Harry Kane netting 2 of them. One of a penalty.
Bellingham. Were they down at any point?
Nope.
Okay.
Went 1-0, 1-1.
Oh, he just scored? No, he didn't just score.
1, 2-2, 3-2.
Okay. They scored at the very end of the first half.
Yeah.
Bellingham comes back. Okay, let's lock in. That's it. I'm done.
See you, man.
Nothing more to do, nothing more to say, nothing more to be, nothing more to bay, as they say in the business. Who else is playing today?
Ghana, Panama, Colombia, Uzbekistan.
We love Colombia.
Yeah, you know that
10 p.m. start, huh?
Nurulstin Rusabayev will be locked in on that.
Oh, yeah.
On that Uzbekistan.
Oh, Mexico.
I think it's tomorrow, right?
I feel like, what's the breakdown in a pie chart of games in America versus games in Mexico versus games in Canada? I feel like it's like 95% America, 3% Mexico, 1% Canada.
No, I think it's probably like 70% America, 20% Mexico.
10% Canada?
Canada, yeah.
I feel like other than the Canadian national team, no one is playing there in Canada. When is Canada's next game? I think it's... Is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. I need to.
in, bro.
I'm gonna miss it. Wait, what time is it at? Oh, 6. I should be back by 6, right?
What a day for you.
Bro.
Knicks parade into Canada getting their first win in World Cup history.
You're right. Yeah, I need to lock in.
Come on, bro. Lock in.
Will I be back by 6? I should be back.
I hope so. I hope so. If you're leaving the house that early, you
I
better
know.
be back by
I think I've finalized 6 a.m. wake up, leave the house by 6:35. Hopefully get here by 7:15, walk over, get there by 8. I mean, there's going to be people who are going to be there by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, you'll see Brunson from like 2 or 3 blocks down.
That's fine. That's fine. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be. Jalen, remember me?
There they are. There they are.
Love you guys. Thank you, Andy Foster, Sean O'Malley, Alex Volkanovski, Plinio Cruz, Alex Pereira. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back tomorrow. Same time. Peace.